What's up? Hello. Okay, we're into it. Hello. Okay. This is ooh. the stream chat seems to be acting weirdly. Here, we're going to refresh. Oh, all right. Well, it didn't duplicate mic 30p, so hopefully it's good now. Hello, thank you for joining. If you can, I know it is close to the Thanksgiving holidays for all of my American viewers. So I am happy you're here if you are. And if you're watching this later, I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Let's see. Let me open up the report. Okay. I will I'll also call it out right now. I didn't want to put the thing that I'm actually more mad about in the title because I thought it was a little bit too mean. So I opted for the shapeshifter thing because the shapeshifter thing is annoying to me, but it's not that bad at the end of the day. And I'll get into it right away because I have, I guess, a bit of a takeaway, even though I don't normally do takeaways on half eps. But if you aren't sure what we're doing here, hello, my name is Mega. This is Critical Eyes. What am I taking away from? I'm taking away a lesson from episode 97 of Critical Role. I've never seen it before. I'm watching it live. I'm watching it new. But I have been DMing for a long, long time. So hopefully some fresh eyes can bring can shed some new light on this old property. And I will also say, if this is your first time ever watching, I like Critical Role. I'm about to say a lot of things that I didn't like about a moment last episode. I really like Critical Role. Really gotta put that asterisk out there. Last 5 episodes, I've been saying basically nothing but good things or, medium things. Yep, a little bit. So, okay, we'll start with the shapeshifters. One shapeshifter is fine. 3 shapeshifters, I don't care if it's an illusion. I don't care if it's literal shapeshifting, if it's alters. I don't care. All right. I don't care. It's at this point. And I saw some chats before stream of teaching your players to overcome a challenge by throwing it at them again and again. I think that is a very fair mindset. I just wouldn't pick shapeshifter for that. Because my problem with shapeshifters is not that they are hard to deal with, but that they are incredibly annoying to deal with. I don't think they are fun or satisfying to deal with. It's not like learning that a troll doesn't, regenerate from fire. I've been using trolls as an example a lot. I don't know why. I don't even really like trolls that much. They're fine. But I think my problem with shapeshifters is that they are simultaneously, if you're thinking about it, they're not that tough to deal with. Like someone said, you walk up and poke them in the face. Yeah. For anything that's not a literal shapeshifter, if it's like an illusory shapeshifter, I'm conflating the two terms, whatever. If they are disguising their true appearance, right? If it's illusion, you go up and poke them. I think someone mentioned true sight. Yeah, there are ways to deal with it, but none of them are interesting to me at all. I think that's my big problem is continuing to go back to the shapeshifter. It's annoying for me as a theorist to have to constantly suspect every single person we interact with of being some manner of shapeshifter, that's just annoying. It has nothing to do with like how feasible it is to do. It's annoying. And so like I think that there are strategically good things we can pull out of it, but it is all dampened for me by the fact that it's a shapeshifter. If it had even just been the dark elf in like literal disguise, but just not in like an illusory full body disguise, and I would have been more on board. Do you want the additional mechanical spoiler I mentioned in Discord? Are you good without it? I'm good without it. It's fine. I appreciate the comments in the Discord though. The party was sus of Hilda, investigated in 2 different ways, and was still got caught. Yeah. And like, honestly, I was annoyed by the level of investigation that they were doing on Hilda. I was like they did not even investigate to the level that they would have needed to discover that it was a shapeshifter, or at least in the right ways to discover that it was a shapeshifter, and I was still annoyed by it. So it's just it's I think that is my problem. I think a shapeshifter can be a fine little one-off challenge. But reusing them, and like even specifically, I have watched enough to confirm that it's the Fireside NPC. I mean, I guess I don't know, but they kidnapped Terry, knew how to disable Dodie, which was like pure soft magic. There's no rules that would have that bead work. So it's a soft magic that they knew enough about to do. And they only took Terry, and then they're a drow. You know, the fact that they're a drow, I don't think we've met a single other drow the entire campaign. So it would be quite a it would be quite a coincidence. Meg, is your party fighting a troll soon? They're not. I don't know what's going on. But maybe this shapeshifter was made by Fireside Chat. I don't believe so. I had I pulled up the things that the Fireside Chat said, and I don't believe shapeshifter was in there. Off topic. I might go back to it, Sawyer, but I gotta stay on topic now. How is Matt supposed to introduce a drow and not have everyone know immediately why they were there? I don't care. Look, I don't care if everyone knows exactly why they're there. They did the Fireside Chat. They had this whole, thing of allowing it to be a drow. I don't care. I don't care. Have the players know. We're already in like weird meta territory. How was Matt supposed to do this, normal thing? Well, we're not in normal space. So I just, and that does, I will say, if they'd just been a shapeshifter and not done the other thing that I'm more mad about, or frustrated with, I might say, it'd be fine. Like honestly, the shapeshifter, it's a pet peeve at this point. And I do think there are real problems with it, but it's not the biggest problem I have. You were annoyed because you didn't know she was important. As it turns out, VM didn't go far enough. Yeah. I will 100% agree. I was. I was. And it's because if there's no indication that she is important within the context of the narrative, I don't want to need to put in that level of investigative effort, not only for every non-important NPC that we ever meet, but also for every other NPC that we've already met. Because we've seen with Gilmore, they could be a shapeshifter. Hoda's impersonated Gilmore. We can't trust it just because we've met them before. That doesn't matter. So it's just so annoying to me, man. Like, introduce her in any other way. But man, there's no reason why a drow can't be living in Whitestone. Sure, yeah. The kidnapper could have just abducted Terry at night and left. Why endear themselves to the party? Also true. There's no reason that if they're just going, if the baker was just going to kidnap Terry, there is seemingly no reason it needed to do that. They could have, they clearly just walked into Whitestone. Like, it's not like they needed to do that to, like, slip past the gates. But even if they needed to do that to slip past the gates, they didn't need to go up to Vox Machina. There was nothing that endearing themselves through that actually accomplished in terms of what happened next. And what happened next is what I do have the problem with. Drow are rare enough that it should be have been remarked upon. Maybe. I mean, we're implying that based on the fact that we haven't met any other drows, but that's a bit of a, confirmation bias. They might not be that rare. It might just be coincidence that we haven't really met one yet. But, and in the fireside chat, he told the players not to watch that part. I think Taliesin was in the room and Matt had to wait for him to leave before he started the polling. Oh, there you go. Only reason for her to be in disguise is for the audience, but we know she's a baker. Sure. And that's why I'm kind of like, I can accept that it's a little bit, I'm going to be a little mean. And this is why I rage quit, is because I was like, I don't want to say all the mean things I'm thinking, but because, it's something that Matt worked on and put effort into. And I don't really like being mean, honestly, but like, if it is just a slightly cheap fan service, essentially, okay, that's fine. I don't think that that's good for the story or even the experience, really. I think there are better ways to do it that aren't that cheap. But if that's it, that's it. That's fine. Ultimately. You should also take into account why Matt felt the need to do this. I try to take into account the player mindset when I feel confident about it. I don't know why Matt keeps doing shapeshifters. I can't figure it out. We're in a different mindscape. So, I'm fine with speculating on his mindset, but I will not pretend to understand it. I acknowledge that he has reasons. Everyone has reasons for what they do in this sort of way. It might just be that he feels comfortable with them as a bit of a crutch to when he doesn't know kind of what else to do. It might be that he finds shapeshifters legitimately interesting. It might be what G. Herka brought up at the beginning of stream, where he wants his players to start to figure out how to deal with these things, and they just haven't. So he's going to keep throwing them at the players until they figure it out. I don't know. Whatever his rationale is, I disagree with it. On one hand, it's only a third shapeshifter I can recall, so Matt's hardly overusing the idea. Disagree! 3 is too many. 1 is already pushing it. 2, we're over the line. In my opinion. I think one is my max. I'll be real. On the other, VM has been duped this way 3 times already, so they should have adapted already. Again, my problem with adapting to it is that them adapting to it would make the story worse. I think that is my ultimate problem with it. It would make the show, the story, their characters, it would make everything worse if they did truly adapt to it. Or, no, not even or. Even if they got something as passive as like a pair of glasses with true sight, that would make the story worse, in my opinion. It would remove any other interesting things that Matt might want to do that are solved by true sight. So invisible things, right? The invisibility and shapeshifting, different things. Invisibility might be something cool to use in a future situation or trap. Anything to do with the ethereal plane. There's a lot of things that them just passively having true sight to deal with this would take off the table. And all that it would, and they didn't even learn anything. They just got a piece of loot. Right? There's no strategy there. They just crafted something with their gold and contacts. So that I think that's my fundamental problem with shapeshifters, is that even dealing with them makes the story worse. The party has used disguises and seeming so much that it makes it fair game. Oh, don't get me wrong. It is fair game. It's fair game. It's just not fun. There's a difference between what I think is fair to do to the players and what will make the story better. And I don't think this makes the story better at all. This is not me saying that Matt can't do these things. It is that it is not fun. And that's what we're here to do at the end of the day, is make an interesting story, have fun with each other. And I don't think this goes towards that goal. Wait, what is the other thing you're mad about? Oh, we'll get there. Maybe there's, maybe there's something, but yeah, we'll see. I think the reasons I give are bad reasons, yeah. Why he did it in this particular instance, not his general use of shapeshifters. I mean, at this point, I don't care. The bridge is burned at this point. I guess if I'm trying to put myself in a vacuum as to why, he wouldn't want to do, how do I say it? If I'm trying to put myself into a vacuum as to he hasn't used shapeshifters in the past, this is the first one, it's to get Terry to trust him. Or to trust the NPC, which is fine. It's so that Terry doesn't immediately recognize the NPC. Sure. But I think we're in a world where you have used shapeshifters so much already that you need to come up with a different way to do that. To be, frank, the NPC didn't need to kidnap Terry. Just straight up, that's not the only way this could have played out. Every part of this is a choice. So we don't even need to I was legitimately expecting this whole time for the Baker to come up to Terry and try to isolate him, and for them to have some sort of confrontation that might result in them casting sleep on him or whatever. But there's no scenario that I can come up with where that is what happened. Doesn't your party adapting make them sus of everyone and complicate flow by them extensively checking NPCs? That is my ultimate problem. Yeah. This is where Megan and I differ. As a lover of enchantment magic, I also like the idea of having to be very on your toes for illusions and shapeshifters, but I also like constant schemes. I also like constant schemes. To be fair, I also like constant schemes. I just don't find shapeshifters to be a fun way to enact that. I find even enchantment magic is I think as a I wouldn't even say I'm a hater of enchantment magic. I'm a fearer of enchantment magic. But at least you can take some defenses against it that aren't nearly as annoying. But it would have felt worse for the party if she just kidnapped him off screen. They couldn't stop it. Oh, okay. Well, Ron Quixote, let's get into the thing I really didn't like. Because I if you know, if you've watched a decent amount of this series, you might detect that, number one, I have a bit of a contrarian bone in my body. I'll admit it. I have a bit of a hipster contrarian bone. And I tend to not like to use what I would call like internet terms when talking about when analyzing something. So I don't typically like to use things like railroading or fudging or rules light or rules heavy or gritty unless I am actively pushing against the colloquial sense of them. That's the contrarian, I'll admit it. But I will say I'm still going to define it because I don't think I should just rely on colloquial understanding. I think this is maybe the instance where I think Matt was railroading the hardest. And by that, I mean the DM was pushing towards a plot in some way. So we have like the route that we take to the plot point, and then we have like the result, right? The route and the end point. Matt is choosing a route and choosing an endpoint and not allowing any player interaction on the route or the endpoint. And that is what I would call railroading. Because we all like to think, or not we like to think. I think D&D is like at its best, one of the big strengths of the medium is that we have all of these different storytellers and writers at the same table. Every single person at the table, DM or player, is a writer and a storyteller in a TTRPG. And we use the rules to make sure that the writers are all relatively on the same page, right? And that there is an amount of stable communication between them. However, there is a bit of a hitch in this, in 5e especially, which is that we all know, but we try to pretend that the DM does not have more power than the players. That is obviously not true. But we like to, and I think D&D is at its best when we are all acting as if the story necessitates every single person at that table. Every single person is a at least symbolically equal contributor. The story would not be the same without them. The story could not exist and persist without them, at least in the way it's currently going. And railroading is bad, because I've just defined railroading. I haven't said why it's bad. I think railroading is bad because it removes that equality. It's essentially like a power move of the DM saying, I don't need your input on this story. I have decided on the story. You do not get to change the story. The story will happen how it happens. And you don't get to interact or change either the route or the destination. VM was questless until Terry got napped. I still don't agree. And the reason that I'm using railroading specifically, I tend to hesitate away from like, really easy stuff like that. But I think this is a portion where I find the negative implications that the term railroading carries to be accurate here. I think this was bad. And I will disagree with this comment in particular. He didn't decide on the story, he decided on the premise. I don't agree because to my knowledge, not to my knowledge, sorry. There was ostensibly no way that there was no way for any player at the table to modify what the outcome was here. The outcome was Terry gets kidnapped. Now, maybe I will discover something, but there is not really a way that I can see this differently for many reasons. Because there are several reasons, I noted dozens, of ways that Terry could have gotten kidnapped, but they all involve Sam rolling something, Matt rolling something, or high-level magic. Now, that is just like within Raw. Unless there is some sort of consumable magic item that does not require the user to roll and does not offer a saving throw. That's the only way I can make any of this work. But even within that, Matt had to stretch outside of any manner of Raw to disable Dodie. Because I went and looked up the 2017 the 2017 rules. A dispel magic just would not have worked. I mean, everything that I can see within the playtest document is just that it wouldn't have done anything. In fact, it even goes out of its way to say that the creature is not considered magical. Now, that's a little bit silly, obviously, but it comes back to my kind of core point here in that the mechanics are there to establish lines of communication and lines of interaction, valid lines of interaction. It is why we have things like dice rolls and even passive scores. Like if we're saying, he's unconscious, he can't make any rolls, even using his passive scores, those are things that Matt needs to roll against. Even if she casts something like sleep and just rolled really well on it, Matt would need to roll those dice. So the only way to accomplish what she did is to somehow use a consumable on him. Maybe it was the puff pastry he ate. I don't know. But then he would have needed to show no signs of that, poisoning or whatever. And we still have to stretch the rules again to disable Dodie. Now, all of that is to say, I defined railroading specifically in a way that I think Sawyer's hitting on right now. Do we know if Sam agreed to this? If so, would that change your opinion? Yes. And it is actually why before this, I asked in the Discord, Sam got, and I said, hey, will someone give me a bit of a spoiler? I want to know if Sam was on board or Sam knew. And it's Sam got no warning. He found out at the table with everyone else. He tried to roll with it and assumed Matt had a plan. Now, I think that's great that's great playing. I think that's really good playing, but it is good playing kind of partially because it's bad DMing. Like, that is someone rolling with what I feel to be a mistake. Now, if they had talked about it and Matt said, hey, are you down with this person kidnapping you, and I don't want to roll anything at the table because I don't want to tip off the other players and I want to make it a surprise. And Sam had full agreement on that. Maybe didn't even know who was kidnapping him or whatever. But like, they talked through the ways in which Matt was going to ignore the rules and the mechanics, and in which he was going to ostensibly subvert any chance for interaction that Sam would have. If they talk about that beforehand, that is Matt giving Sam the opportunity to interact. If Sam isn't into that, or if Sam wants to tweak things, that is his opportunity for interaction, is them talking about that above the table. And then Matt can still have a bit of a surprise by, like, not rolling the sleep dice behind the screen or something, or not rolling against a passive, what have you. But even with what I've, seen from the chat, it doesn't seem like Sam even got that level of interaction, right? Maybe he knew that something was going to happen to him, but if that is all you still don't have a chance to interact with it. It is taking the story out of any of the players' hands by actively ignoring the mechanics. So it's, yeah. Like, I can't find a raw way that this could have happened. And maybe there's a universe if Matt and Sam have pre-established that Dispel Magic can disable Dodie, even though that is not raw. If they had pre-established that, which I don't know, maybe they did, then there is a line we can go down here of the drow poisoned Terry in some way. And so they're a competent poisoner. They can also pick locks, which I don't think I should have written this down. I don't think 2017 Artificer got access to right tools for the job. So they would also have to have proficiency with Thieves Tools separately. Let's see. Oh no, proficiency with Thieves Tools. Never mind. So, if this person is an artificer, they also have to be proficient with poison. I guess they could have been given the poison. And maybe if they're an artificer, they know the ways to disable that sort of construct. And they have to be stealthy enough to transport a unwilling creature, because the vast majority of teleportation spells, movement spells in general that I could find, require willingness on the part of the creature. And I guess this is sex ed now. Remember, kids, if someone's unconscious, they can't give consent. So this Terry could not have counted as a willing creature. So this baker would have also had to transport him out of Whitestone in a manner that allows the transportation of an unwilling creature, but also in a way that wouldn't have killed him from, say, running out of air. Like if she had shoved him in a bag of holding or something. There's just so few ways that I can make it work in a way that does not involve Matt skirting the rules specifically so that Sam could not interact and potentially disrupt the plan. Same thing with the majority of Vox Machina. There is I really, really struggle to figure out a line where he did not at least partially skirt the rules in order to get the outcome that he wanted, which is the Drow Baker escaping with Terry. Now maybe we will get an explanation that will satisfy me. I am just really doubtful, we'll say. So, oh yeah, and this isn't even and this is part of my sort of point regarding lack of potential interaction from the players. The background check, the insanely high insight, like it at least should have given some sort of red flags here. Insight is the wrong check now? It depends. It depends on if that was an actual spell, like if that was actually disguise self, then I do believe it's a perception. But in that case, Matt should have offered perception. Or, I mean, if I'm being honest, I would conflate those two entirely. Like, if someone is inciting a shapeshifter, an illusion, I'm maybe it's a higher DC than whatever the perception would be, but I'm counting those similarly, or I'm at least allowing the insight to trigger a perception check. Oh no. Oh wait. No. Okay, yeah. I just searched insight, not disguise self. Let's see. Disguise self. To discern a size, inspect your appearance and succeed on an intelligence investigation. So not perception, investigation. But yeah. I will also say, okay, this is actually a bit of a pet peeve of mine within D&D. That is actually one of the reasons I lean even further away from shapeshifters and this sort of adversary illusion more, is because there's not clear guidance on what could even prompt any given creature, adversary or player, to make the investigation check to discern that it's an illusion. It's a bit of a pet peeve of mine. I will often just use passive scores at a lower DC to determine whether or not a check is prompted. But that's, just my own strategy. There's no actual guidance given on how to do that, at least to my understanding. Maybe they added it in 2024, or maybe it's somewhere buried in the DMG and I've just never seen it. But to my knowledge, there's nothing that prompts that. This clearly needed to happen for the story. Well, and that is ultimately my problem, Mike 30, is that it doesn't. The story could have been different. Clearly, the story was invented whole cloth based on the fireside chat. So the story could have been anything. Matt chose a story that required railroading. And that, I think, is bad. Raw, you can discern illusions as such with an investigation, but I don't think Matt offered that. And, like I just said, to Matt's credit, I don't think that 5e is, again, at least to my understanding, does not offer DMs guidance in when to prompt those sorts of checks, which I think is a miss on its part. And hopefully 2024 did rectify that in a way that I'm just not aware of. Yeah. Of all the quest lines for C1, how would you differentiate railroading from dangling a quest? Good question, Ron Quixote. Because obviously, I've never used railroading as a pejorative against Matt before. Because I truly wouldn't consider the vast majority of what has happened in C1 to be railroading. Was the Chroma Conclave railroaded because them fleeing the continent wouldn't make sense? What makes it so? I think maybe to even clarify my definition even more, with me talking about the road and the destination, right? And I'm saying that railroading requires for the players to not be able to influence either the road or the destination, right? I think Matt offered them the opportunity to influence the Chroma Conclave with just having the orbs in Brimscythe's basement, in Krieg's basement. I also think he offered them the opportunity to, and that was just to get to the conclusion of Iman being invaded, not even to mention the actual like occupation of Iman. He also offered them the opportunity to interact at that point. Like Raishan comes over the wall, and I'll give you an example of where I think that could have stretched into railroading. I think if Raishan comes over the wall and Gilmore does a homebrew, like a version of like Wind Walk, but it's teleportation, and so he dashes between all of Vox Machina and teleports them with him away to Craghammer. Right, or we won't say Gilmore because Gilmore was left in Amon. We'll say Allura. If Allura was at the coronation, goes, oh no, Raishan, and goes and teleports all of Vox Machina off to Craghammer or Whitestone or even Westrun. I think that treads far more into railroading territory than what we actually saw. What we saw was Matt presenting them with a singular event that, to be somewhat loose with it, theoretically didn't directly affect them. That's very loose, obviously, because it very much affected them, but it did not move them or stun them or enchant them, right? It did not have a direct effect on their literal persons at the moment of it happening. And they had full autonomy, full choice on how to interact with that. Now, would it have been stupid for them to try to fight the Chroma Conclave at that point? Of course. But he did give them that opportunity, and he gave them extreme opportunity in how to even go about handling it. They chose to go to Vasselheim. They chose to talk to Osisa. The vestiges were not, like the vestige hunts even, were not thrust upon them. They went actually seeking out solutions and these vestiges, right? They don't even get the vestige hunt quest line until after they've already gathered one vestige, which they actively chose to research and to seek out. So I would say that Vox had pretty extreme autonomy, or not even Vox, I will say, the players had pretty extreme autonomy in how to tackle the Chroma Conclave, even though it is something that happened around them. Now, to be fair, now that this has happened, the rest of the players do presumably have autonomy in how to handle this. But the actual kidnapping of Terry, something that is happening, being done to a player, they had no autonomy. They had no chance for input on anything within that. This is equivalent in terms of like railroading as if the Drow had walked in and Power Word killed him. Because they have the same level of interaction in how we get to the endpoint. If the endpoint is that Terry is dead and you use Power Word kill, that's the same level of railroading as Terry's kidnapped, you use whatever the fuck she used to get us there. Because again, we didn't have Matt rolling any dice. We didn't have Terry rolling any dice. Or Sam rolling any dice. Nothing on that. So, that is my impression. Again, I might change my tune. Maybe Matt will present a perfectly reasonable line on how this happened, and there will be very clear ways that Vox could have interacted or prevented, and they just didn't see it, and I'm missing it currently. But I really tried to rack my brain for a reasonable way to do this. And it's why I didn't give an immediate reaction at the end of last stream, is because I didn't want to say all of this before I had really tried to think through what ways that Matt could have done this. And the only option I can come to is a consumable in D&D that I am unaware of, and combined with non-raw magic items. Well, actually, it's also a consumable, along with a possibly non-raw consumable that does a homebrew thing that is explicitly not supported within the rules. That's like the line I can see, and I still don't even like that. Yeah. So, yeah. But if VM came back from downtime and it opens with Terry is missing, I would be okay with this hard cut. But as they were in real time, this is icky. Even if they came back from downtime and Terry was missing, I would honestly only be okay with that if it was pre-discussed with Sam so that he could have had input. I don't think that, like, there's a easy example. I've actually, in my first campaign, I had a character get kidnapped without any interaction from any of the players. And it was a conceit because that player was not going to be at the next session. And I talked with that player of like, hey, what are the ways that, like how do you want to go about handling this? Would you like to just be a mannequin that just, sits there and the party doesn't really interact with you? What sort of excuse can we make for why you are gone? And I floated the idea of them being kidnapped, and they agreed to it. They were into it. That was their opportunity for interaction on what happened to their character. And from what I have seen, Sam did not have that opportunity, or at least the same level of opportunity. So yeah. I think Sam was generally okay with whatever happening to Terry. It was initially supposed to be a throwaway character, and Sam's still messing with him all the time. And look, I will straight up say, I think good on Sam for that. And to caveat everything I am saying, it is this decision is on the same level as the Kraken fight for me, just in a different area of DMing. The Kraken fight was poor, misinformed encounter prep. And this, to me, is poor, misinformed story prep. And I will say the same thing that I said in the Kraken fight. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. I make bad story decisions sometimes. I improv something that in a way that I shouldn't have. I don't consider all of the implications of exactly what I'm doing. It makes sense in my head, but it doesn't. Like, I end up bypassing things that I should have allowed for interaction in the moment. So I will compliment Sam Riegel on good playing, because I do think it is good player behavior to, even when something, bad happens, you roll with it. You roll with it. You talk about it above the table. I've talked about it several times. I don't do the feedback session or the feedback talk at the end of every session for shits and gigs. I want my players to tell me when they think I did something wrong and bad. And if I was playing at Matt's table after the session, cameras are off, I would have been like, hey, I don't know about that. And he would have given me his reasoning. We might have agreed or disagreed, and we can talk about it more above the table. It happens. So all credit to Sam Riegel for the way that he is handling this and even heightening the situation by making it a little bit ambiguous. He's already, been a little bit funny and funky with Scanlon and with the introduction of Terry before. So all credit to him for playing into what I think is ultimately a bad DMing call. It's the same thing as not throwing your hands up and being pouty during the Kraken fight, right? The Kraken fight I don't think was very fun, but the players all still tried to engage with it at the maximum that they could, and I think that's great playing behavior. So asterisk on all of this. I really don't like it. But it happens. Matt's inevitably going to do things I really don't like. That's the nature of being human. And especially towards not editing or refilming or scripting. Any of the interactions between the players and the GM ahead of time. That's the nature of doing this stuff improv and of kind of writing it as you go. So I will be very forceful in my critique here, but I think it happens to the best of us has never been more applicable. Matt's amazing at DMing, and it does happen to the best of us. If Terry did the keyfish moment and died, I think Sam would be satisfied because it's funny. Maybe. And again, good on Sam, even though I don't think that's good storytelling. Somebody even said he's not going to Sam Riegel us again, is he? Yes. So again, good on him for playing into it. Yeah. The fact that the inside is a whisper means we can't know what Ashley was told. As far as we know, she could have been told everything and just let it happen as Ashley thought it would be interesting. You know what? I'll say it, Caught Dingoes. If that was the case, I would still be critical of this moment, but I would be less critical. I think my critique would then kind of shift to giving another player that much singular autonomy of interaction over another player's character when that other player had none. But I would be less critical of it. And honestly, would kind of find it a little funny if Pike and Ashley did know and just did nothing about it. That would be, I think, a bit of a dick move, but a really funny dick move to me. I'm being a bit of a butt. All good. You guys can feel free to be a bit of a butt. But we finally got a hook. We did. We got hooks. And that's why I wanted to stop it there, because I was like, I need to chill out about this. I'm going to be more mean than I should be. Because, other things that happened in that, and it is one moment. And now I will also say, to Matt's credit, I think this was railroading, but it was railroading for the purpose of a fun audience surprise. And not only are the players good players and willing to roll with the punches and talk about, critical stuff after the session ends, which I think is great player behavior. Not only that, they are all making a show together. So I think they have an even higher level of roll with it, because even if Matt does railroad them, I think they have an appropriate amount of faith that he is not doing it as a power play, as a I am more important than you play. He's doing it to try and make the most fun actual play that he can, which is, there was a bit of you can, how do I say it? I think you can see a mindset difference in what I said earlier. I said earlier, we are all at the table to have fun and tell an interesting story. That is not necessarily what Critical Role is there to do. They are there for those things, yes. But they are also there to make a good show. And in that vein, as long as they maintain appropriate trust between each other, that might, I won't say necessitate, but it might allow for Matt doing some things that would not be recommended for a home table, because they are in service of making the actual play. And we talked about that a lot at the beginning of Critical Eyes. We talked about the Matt Mercer effect or whatever. And like, what is the difference between what they do on Critical Role and what we do at home games? And while I still think there were better ways to handle this, even from the perspective of making an actual play, I think it is even less egregious because of the actual play of it all. So, did you finish Ep 4 of C4 already? Not yet. Would it have been better if Matt had played the kidnapping out on screen, but made it impossible for Terry to intervene or alert VM? Ooh, that's an interesting question. Interesting. I think so. Maybe not for the reason that you might think. Because I think it would have been better purely from the perspective that it would allow the players to give input as it goes. So like I mentioned, like, this happens to the best of us. Sometimes I improv something or I forget something, or, I don't take everything that into consideration that I should. Playing it out live on screen gives the players, not the characters, and I want to be very clear, because oftentimes we conflate characters and players. When it comes to railroading, I think it is the player opportunity for interaction that matters, not necessarily the character. And so playing it out on screen does give an opportunity for interaction by the players, in that it gives them an opportunity to say, would Dispel Magic work on Dodie? Like, what is that? And they might say something that Matt had just been assuming. And I mean, like the fall damage thing, Matt might have assumed it to be raw, or he might have assumed that Dispel Magic would just work. And then the players, maybe bring it up and say, wait, would Dispel Magic work on Dodie? And then he looks at it and he says, oh, it looks like raw, it wouldn't. But honestly, I think it makes more sense if it does. And at the very least, that would have given the players some amount of interaction over the space. It would have essentially forced Matt into kind of defining the bounds of what he is doing separate from the rules, and forced him to communicate that a little bit. And if they're not worried about it, it gave them that opportunity, which is the important part to me. Even if none of the players take any amount of interaction there, the fact that they could have, I think, is important towards it not being in what I would call railroading. Maybe let him save those thoughts when he does C4 content. You might be waiting a little bit for that. I'll answer C4 questions now. It's fine. But I might not dive into them until after we're finished with any given conversation. I'm getting war flashbacks. Yeah. Meg, as a sign of good faith, was there a time when you were DMing that you accidentally did something like this in terms of not giving as much agency over a situation as a player wanted? I am almost certain the answer is yes. I will directly fall on that sword. One of the problems is I have extreme forgetfulness. My memory is clinically diagnosed terrible. So it is hard for me to pin down an exact time, especially because we have not always done such extreme feedback at my table, especially, I started DMing as a teenager. That's, how do I say it? Extreme communication is not necessarily the specialty of teenagers. But I, especially in my first campaign, man, I was just writing whatever I thought was cool, and then I was bending over backwards to get my players into doing that. There was no overarching plot. It was like every session was by the seat of my pants. So I almost guarantee I did it probably multiple times during my first campaign. The other time I think it probably happened was also for a meta conceit. I don't know that it was as extreme as this, but I really heavily pushed my players into exploring a particular dungeon because that dungeon was was basically like a fast travel anchor within the world. The mountain existed at multiple points in the world simultaneously, and it was the conceit for a West Marches style campaign where all of the different groups were still in very distinct biomes and settings, but they could interact via this mountain. And I pretty heavily pushed my players in that direction. I will say they didn't go there immediately, so I know that I at least gave some amount of autonomy. But I did not let them forget that I wanted them to go there. So it's certainly in the railroading region. And to that point, people have brought up the fireside chat quite often. This is done for the surprise and benefit of the audience. Similar situation with my West Marches campaign where I'm doing it for the benefit of the meta constraints of the campaign more than because I personally think it's a good storytelling thing. So I can also give 100% give that to Matt. I still think there are better ways to do it, but I have almost certainly done something in that vein before, even if I can't directly remember it. Would you be Critical Role? Never. They are, oh my God, so brave. I want to DM on stream at some point, but not an actual play in the way that they do it. I can't imagine trying to do a pretty serious actual play that is funny, but it's also dramatic, as how would we say, robust or deep as Critical Role is. I can't imagine trying to do that live or recorded, and putting that out there for the world to see. That will stay firmly at in my home game. I can even imagine doing something more similar to what Dimension 20 does, where it's a shorter run. It's the entire thing is a little bit more linear, we might say, and that's very distinct and very acknowledged at the table. I can see myself doing, and honestly, if we're being very honest, I can't even see myself going that far. I have actually an idea for how I might DM in the future. It'll be probably the next coding project after I finish the Megamind. But yeah, I would not be Critical Role. I would not be Critical Role ever. Especially Matt. I might be a player. I would have fun, I think, being a player, being talent in that way. But I would certainly not want to be Matt. Like all props to him. Very brave. Also, if it happened at the table, they definitely wouldn't let Terry sleep until noon. Of course, players would metagame that, giving the kidnapper a smaller head start. Also that. I mean, truly, legitimately. And we can even compare these of like letting Terry sleep till noon is them respecting the autonomy of Sam Riegel in what he does with his character, especially in such a low stakes kind of story area, which is what we were kind of in. Them not interacting with him is a level of respect for his autonomy in making decisions about Terry. And even beyond considering it metagaming, which it would be, don't get me wrong. Even beyond considering that, if they had the understanding that he is that he has been kidnapped, they already know that Sam's autonomy has been removed, and so they don't need to respect it. They don't need to go that extra mile of respecting player autonomy because the autonomy's already gone. So even beyond them metagaming it because they know he's not there and they want to discover it sooner, there's another layer of just, they don't need to allow for Sam to do whatever he wants in that scenario. I was saying about C4 for personal reasons, honestly. I do not care about C4, but your show, do as you wish. Fair enough. I definitely do care about C4. But fair enough. Express yourself. That's all good. I was confused about the dispel thing because I recall hearing that dispelled magical items are just temporarily disabled. But then I looked at the Artificer UA and the Mechanical Servant is apparently not magical itself. Yep. And yeah. Yep. Set the shalom. I agree. Any conceit, which I think there are very few of, that could have gotten Tyrion out of that bedroom, I still think don't properly account for disabling Dodie, which was pretty purely homebrew. Has there been any other times where you felt this was very cool for the story, but for the game was kind of weird how we got here? In Critical Role? I think, a good example, maybe the only other time where I've felt railroading from Matt, and to be fair, it was for a meta constraint. Like maybe the two other times are City of Brass for Ashley and Magical Contract for Slayer's Take. City of Brass is blind spot issues. And Magical Contract for Slayer's Take was the weird meta thing that Geek and Sundry wanted to do for that arc. Though I think I don't particularly like this mindset of Matt's, but I can respect it. That Matt seems to go very he seems to try to really minimize screen time when it comes to railroading, or if he needs to get to a destination. If he has determined that a destination is necessary, and to get everything else, and doesn't want to spend a lot of time getting there, wants to minimize that screen time, he seems to be much more okay with things that we would call railroading. And I think as opposed to something like the Chroma Conclave, I think he gave them extreme autonomy in that. And to be fair to Matt, Matt's mindset here, I was not overly enjoying what the players decided to do with that autonomy. I was not, at first, I was not super into them just, going and drinking in Vasselheim for a little bit and just kind of wandering around and brooding. So, to Matt's credit, if he thinks that he has a story that will be really good, but it requires them starting from a certain point that they are not at, I do think he looks for the shortest possible path between those two things and then considers railroading. Which, again, for an actual play, I can respect, even though it is something I would never recommend at a home table. That does irk me because I have a different mindset, but we're in very different situations. So, because I think truly that the actual Slayer's Take hunts were both fun. But I hated the magical contract. I don't love magical contracts at base. Sort of like shapeshifters. And I liked even less, honestly, how quick it was. But like I said, to Matt's credit, sometimes, especially in an actual play, and especially when you have meta constraints, low screen time, really, really quick, is it trumps linearity. And to what I said earlier about the feedback afterward, I do feedback after every session. If a player said, "Hey, that was a little railroady," and Matt says, or if I'm at the table, if I'm Sam and I go to Matt afterwards and I was like, "Hey, that was a little railroady, took away a little bit of my autonomy over my character. I don't know how much I loved that." And then Matt responded to me with, "Yeah, I wanted to get us towards what we're going towards with as little screen time as possible." I would say, okay, I trust you. As long as you're not abusing that, that's fine. That would, despite how much I'm ragging on this as railroading, if Matt said that to me as the justification for railroading, I don't think it makes it not railroading, but if he said, "This is why I railroaded," I'd be like, you know what? That's fine. As long as you are not abusing that, which Matt isn't. Like I said, the only other real times I can think of are during other meta constraint conversations. So that probably would be our off table discussion if I was Sam. And if that is what Matt said. If Matt was, I don't know. I'm not going to go down the whole list of possible responses. But I think there's a lot of ways to justify things that we might view as bad in a vacuum. And so at the beginning of stream, I was arguing a little bit back and forth about whether or not it's, bad or justified or what have you. I honestly feel like the shapeshifters are less justifiable than even than railroading, even though I disliked the railroading more. It's a little bit weird and wacky. My level of dislike is much higher for the railroading than the shapeshifters, while simultaneously thinking that this column is easier to justify temporary usage of than this column. That's my honest opinion. Yeah. I'm confused by a warlock main not liking magical contracts, but that just makes the Slayers take their warlock patron. I don't like magical... Sorry, I should be more clear. I don't like magical contracts that are vague and are forced upon the players if the players are playing well. Because in that scenario, if they say no to the magical contracts, they're kind of dicks as players. One of the definitional things to me about Warlock is the autonomy within the restrictions. That's one of the definitional things that really gets me about Warlocks, is that Warlocks, even if they're tricked into the pact, they're always choosing to say yes. They're always choosing power for constraint. And you know, I don't hate all magical contracts. I loved the magical contract in the Hell's Arc. In the Hodis arc, ooh boy, I loved that magical contract. Ooh, that one was awesome, but that was written out in extreme legalese. And the thing that I love about that extreme legalese is that it allows for kind of strategic movement within the contract. It allows for the contract to be much more interacted with as a thing, as opposed to the vaguer you go with the contract, the less interactable it is, if that makes sense. Railroading warlocks are clerics. Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, clerics sign up for power with less strings attached, but they also sign up to be open to being railroaded. That is kind of how I view it, yeah. Like, a cleric probably has less discrete responsibility within their agreement between, you know, their deity. But the deity can kind of just ask you for anything. And they don't really have to justify it in the slightest. Really great example, BG3. I think Will's contract is awesome. Will's contract seems to have a very explicit, like he is there to hunt down, what is it? It's like fiends. It might be like fiends, fae, and the heartless or something. I can't quite remember, but you hear, not Zariel, not Minthara. Fuck. What's her name? His patron. You hear his patron read the contract to him when he has a problem with killing Karlach. And it is because Karlach is heartless. I love it. I love it. And I also, Mizora, thank you. I also love that there is like discrete punishment. I'm honestly less into pacts and into contracts that just kill the user. I liked the Hodis Hell's contract because it just took their soul. And I loved, one of my favorite moments in BG3 is when Will gets turned into a tiefling. I could not give less of a shit about Will. I'm sorry to all the Will lovers. If I could kill him to take his pact with Mizora, I'd do it in a heartbeat. I do not give a shit about him. But that moment of he won't kill Karlach, he's violating his pact, and his punishment is being turned into a tiefling, and he is warned that the next layer of punishment is being turned into something even worse. A lemure. Oh, fantastic. Those are the things that I like about Warlock contracts. The Slayer's Take one was just very vague. I believe it was like, it'll kill you if you don't at least, attempt good faith at completing it or whatever. But again, it was quick. It was a quick way to force them into something. Yeah. I just thought about it. I was being a little loud. I had to stick something under the door. The point is autonomy within the restriction. I'm not going to draw the parallel myself, but... Oh, is there... Wait, what is it? Oh no, what is the parallel? I don't get it. Oh no. I don't know the parallel. I feel like I should get it, but I don't. It feels like if you make a contract have strict conditions, it's easier to find loopholes. Yes, for both the patron and the warlock, which I love. I love if both the patron and the warlock can find loopholes. I would argue that Mizora is finding an extreme loophole to task Will with killing Karlach. I think she is absolutely finding a loophole, and that's awesome. That's awesome. I like it. The contracts need to be safe, sane, and consensual. Well, not necessarily safe or sane. Maybe we would call it explicit and consensual. You can play as Will. Yeah, but then I still have to hear him. I want to play my character, but just take Mizora. Simultaneously, one of the most disappointing things for me about BG3 is that the Warlock doesn't get an actual interactable patron. I think that's sad. I get why, but it was sad to me. Neither could any of the writers. Yeah. The idea parallels patron Warlock dynamic to BDSM. Oh, I mean... I wouldn't have gotten there, but yeah. Yep. Yeah. Agreed. To proper BDSM relationships, yeah. Use whips and chains, yeah. I also want to take Mizora in a different way. Well, it sounds like possibly the same way. Within this parallel. But That all said, I mean, look, that's where I get safe, sane, and consensual. Fair enough. But yeah, I think at this, I think to sum it all up, like I said at the beginning, I think I didn't like either of these points, the shapeshifters and what I would classify as railroading. But, and I don't know if this is, and this is simultaneously me becoming a little bit more of a critter, but also just giving Matt the respect and trust that I truly feel like he has earned. If this happened, I mean, I told you guys, Slayer's Take was the point in this series where I most considered stopping it because it was pretty early and I really didn't like some of the decisions to set it up, but I wanted to give it a chance. At this point, Matt has had such a pattern of respect of the player's autonomy that even if I will acknowledge and critique that I think he is taking it away unduly here. Unduly? Unfairly? I don't know. Even if I think he's taking it away here, and I think that's bad, his pattern of behavior allows me to give him a pass. Because we're all either going to make mistakes or have reasons for doing bad stuff. It's a classic moral dilemma of, it's the Les Mis dilemma. Is stealing bad? Yeah, stealing's bad. You shouldn't, make a habit of stealing. But if you're going to starve without that bread, you steal the bread. Now, is Matt in the situation of, story starvation here? Probably not. But because of his extreme pattern of good behavior, we might say, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt here. I can't suspend my disbelief. I still think it's bad for the story. but I'm just willing to put up with the occasional bad blip. No story is going to be explicitly 100% good, especially when it has competing motivations. Matt is not setting out here to make the most interesting story, or the most fun story, or the most interesting story to watch on a actual play. He's setting out to do all of those things simultaneously and more, and sometimes they'll conflict. And I think this is, if I had to speculate at Matt's motivations, I think this is a situation where telling the most interesting or the most fun story is probably not the priority with this. People kept bringing up the fireside chat, talking about the shapeshifters. The priority was surprising the audience, I think. Not necessarily doing something that would be fun for the players. It was supposed to be fun for the audience. And that's fine. And I will repeatedly say that I don't like it, but I can absolutely accept art that I can like art overall while not liking certain aspects of the art or certain moments within the art. And that's, I think, the scenario here. That being said, I'm ace. It took me a minute to get there. That's probably why. Same. Yeah. Oh, same. A pass as long as he doesn't use more shapeshifters. And look, someone earlier said, he's only used 3 at this point, and I said 3 is too many. To that point, even though I think that 2 is too many, there is an aspect of this of like, I think he's overusing it, but he's not overusing it in a way that makes me trust him less. I do think he's overusing it, but it's in a way that I can give a pass for. Because again, we're never going to be 100% of what I personally like all the time. But you also don't want to go to prison for 19 years for stealing the bread. Exactly. So I'm going to give him, a speeding ticket equivalent of negativity. But I'm certainly not throwing the baby out with the bathwater here. This is I'm excited for what's coming next. I'm excited for everything we learned with the siphon. I'm honestly, when I push past it, which is what I did on Tuesday, earlier today and at the end of Monday, once I push past it, I am excited to see what the Drow's motivations are and how they explain it and how they interact and all that shit. Yeah. But sometimes the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Not saying that applies here. Yeah. And I wanted to talk through this because this is probably the first time since the Slayer's Take where I think for the Slayer's Take, I understood the meta constraints. For anything to do with blind spot, I completely understand the meta constraints. I'm on board, honestly. I would do the same thing. For this, I don't think I respect the meta constraints as much. I don't really give a shit about surprising the audience, but also, I'm not the creators of the show that have an audience that they're trying to, delight and make an entertaining show for. So, yeah, obviously I care less about that. So I wanted to highlight it and talk through it, especially since it's maybe one of the only circumstances where I would truly use the word railroading in the negative connotation that it generally has on the internet. But, it's not going to go on Matt's permanent record. I guess we'll put it that way. He's gonna, I'll forget about it in about an episode or two. Did he bring up the second thing? It's the kidnapping. I didn't like the kidnapping a lot. But I'm honestly surprised that Sam didn't agree to it in advance. I was under the impression we, audience plus rest of the cast, got regaled again. And look, if we got regaled again, this would be an incredibly different scenario. And that is also why I think I'm a little bit more critical on this choice in particular, because Sam has already expressed a willingness to regal people. So Matt easily could have brought him in on the plot, and I think he would have been open to it, you know. But it'll be sealed in his juvie file. Yeah, it'll be sealed. We'll expunge it later. But that's about that. Only a half an hour later. Whoops, that was OBS. And a half an hour later, an hour and a half later. I'm going to rewind a skosh from where we were in the episode. And then we will get started. Let me bring up my notes just in case there's anything I didn't hit. Oh yeah, I did also note that there's theoretically foreshadowing of the illusory nature of Ogden's plot, but I also don't give a shit because it's only foreshadowing the idea that illusions could be used to trick the party. Let's see. Yeah, I have a lot. I wrote out a lot of my rationale for why it couldn't happen raw, but we'll see. I am more than positive that Matt will explain how it happened, and so it'll be probably easier for me to just evaluate that, as opposed to try and guess at all of the edge cases. Ogden Trickfoot. Like, Ogden used the Staff of Illusions. I think it could be argued that... Oh, you were thinking Octus. Yeah. I think it could be argued that maybe in some world, the players should have been on heightened alert for illusions. But I reject that. I think you can argue it. I just disagree. Or at least I don't think that would have prompted enough of a caution of illusions to get them to behave any differently than we saw. So, with that, let's kick it off. Let's kick it off from right where Matt starts talking about the keyless scry, which is 42:30. Oh, that is quiet.
Back up into the sky above the clouds for a second. You feel a rush of wind. You're not sure of the direction. You feel a flash of speed, and
also, I will also say, you're not sure of the direction. That's interesting. She's somewhat sure of the direction in most of her scries, but okay.
And with a blink, all of a sudden your vision is above what appears to be a small village along a road. Then the vision blinks once again, and you're within a hallway, some sort of a wooden, low-lit hallway. And then with another flash, you're inside of a room. A wood paneling wall, you see Tyrion unconscious.
Sorry, one last thing in a pretty pure compliment to Matt. I obviously described how Matt has built up enough trust and like goodwill and a pattern of good behavior with me to the point where I, trust him not to abuse maybe some less good GMing techniques. But we also talked about how Sam clearly trusts Matt. And Sam absolutely trusts that, he's willing to trust that Matt has a plan for whatever is going on here, and that he's not just trying to fuck Sam over. And that is incredibly indicative of high trust at the table. And it's one of the reasons that, we talked about, but I haven't referenced it in a while. I think it's one of the reasons that, like, ultimately Orion just didn't gel at the table. He was playing kind of a different kind of D&D than them because he did not have that trust. Or at least he didn't play as if he had that trust. And that sort of resulted in some, maybe we might say, antisocial behavior at the table. And I think even the famous Vex Arrow incident is an extreme example of that lack of trust. But this, Sam directly saying, I don't know how much of this is paraphrased from what people told me in the Discord. But Sam saying he tried to roll with it and assumed Matt had a plan. That is, I think, incredibly indicative of high trust and good play. I should say, good play within a high trust game, right? I think that is an important consideration. I think in theory, you could swap out all of the other players, swap out the DM, and there is a table in which Orion's play would have been good play, but it would have been at a much, much lower trust table. Like Brittany said, Matt at a table where Matt is more combative as opposed to collaborative, and Matt and the players. This is a mutual thing. They have all built up a very high trust environment, and I think unless you are running, I won't necessarily say a meat grinder game, but a game that more resembles maybe like Warhammer or a war game, right? Because D&D can be run not too far off from a war game if everyone is really sticking to the mechanics really, really hard. And if you're running more that type of game, you are all, rather than giving your trust to the fellow players and to the fellow people at the table, you are all collectively putting your trust in the mechanics. I think that there needs to be high trust in something at a TTRPG table. Regardless of what it is, it's all still improv, and D&D 5e has a lot of DM fiat. Like, this isn't Pathfinder. Pathfinder isn't fully on that side of things, but Pathfinder has much less DM fiat than D&D does. But in general, I think that the collective table needs to put that trust in something, whether that is each other and each other's sort of creative instincts, or whether that is the mechanics of the game and not deviating from those, or if you do deviate from them, being very clear about it ahead of time. I think you got to put your trust in something. And I think Orion, it could at least be generously argued. I think you could argue against it as well, but he was putting his trust more in the mechanics than Matt, in Matt's storytelling instincts, right? He thought, we go in to fight Kavarn, we die. And did not trust that Matt would have set up the story to where that is, regardless, I guess, of how probable, to where that's not, like, guaranteed. Whereas all of these players have gotten on board with that high trust environment. They trust Matt. Matt trusts them. Matt is willing to say more yeses. He's willing to lean into rule of cool more often because he trusts the players not to abuse that thing. In a similar way that Sam is willing to lean into this because he trusts Matt not to abuse this. I think, for example, Orion might have had a big problem with this because he doesn't have that, or at least at the time, he didn't have that trust with Matt. And I think that Matt has built up that trust with the audience, with me, with the players. That's why no matter what Matt does, or not no matter what he does, but anything Matt has ever done, honestly, anything the players other than Orion have ever done, I've really never thought that any of it deserved really any amount of hate. Critique, obviously, that's what I do. But never hate or anything along those lines. And I've clearly gotten to the point where like I've built up enough trust for Matt, at least in terms of his making of a story, that I'm willing to caveat a lot of my critique. Whereas, like, honestly, towards the beginning of Critical Eyes, I did not caveat as much. I maybe caveated with, I haven't seen as much Critical Role, so who knows if... I think I said the words, he gets better, quite a lot. Is in the Underdark arc and Slayer's Take. I think it was really the Briarwood arc, and I might even say the Sun Tree, where I kind of stopped saying... I have faith that Matt will get better, right? I was definitely viewing it as like, I don't really like Matt's DMing. And now we've gotten to a point where I do like Matt's DMing. I have enough faith that he is a competent DM. He's telling a competent story that I trust where this is going. I don't need to have faith, or I guess trust is a version of faith, I guess. I do have faith that not only will he get better, but that he has a reason for doing things that I think are bad now. Whether or not I will agree with those. And that is purely because of patterns of good behavior, encouraging player autonomy, and trust. Yeah. Even with Orion, while there's annoyance, cringe, and even disgust at times, I don't feel like you've given him hatred. You've never said, find out where he lives and beat him up. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, I mean, even with Orion, it's not like he was coming on and like, I don't know, spewing slurs. He wasn't trying to set up like racist systems of oppression within the game. There was nothing that, and honestly, even at that point, I'm just not, I don't know, I don't got that kind of hate in my heart to say that sort of thing or to encourage that sort of thing. Maybe get him off air, but I would never. I'm just not the kind of person that would reach out as an individual. And even, I don't know if people remember this, it obviously sticks in my mind, but who knows what people were even around for this. In the early days, some folks like stuck up for me in comments. Like I got like a semi-mean comment, and two regulars, kind of defended me. And I got on air the next stream and was like, hey, don't do that. Because I don't know. I feel like online people should accept critique. That's the responsibility. That's the consequence of stating your opinions on air. But I don't know. Anything more like beyond that, just ugh, to me. But yeah. You have earned trust in Matt. Faith is trust without evidence. That's fair. Yeah. I think maybe that's a good way to put it. Matt has extremely earned my trust. I didn't come into this having, I had faith that he must get better because Critical Role is so popular. But he definitely hadn't earned it from me yet. So yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. And even that, faith is maybe even a weird term to use there because the evidence that I had was how popular it is. But anyways, that is even though it's one of the more critical takeaways I've had in a long time, I do want to caveat it with, I still really like, I love Critical Role, man. I've been pitching it to people. I've been, especially C4. I've been pitching to people, or some of the miniseries. They're kind of good at it. Who would have thought?
Conscious and wrapped in his sheet, still in his armor, just leaned, propped against the shaded side of the wall, while a figure stands just out of the peripheral. A familiar voice from just out of your range says, "Oh, it's okay, dear. We just had a bit to drink. Appreciate your concern." And you hear the door close. Then a few footsteps, and you watch as just in the peripheral, Hilda steps in next to Tyrion, pulling the sheet from his body, revealing him tied up from head to toe. Hilda's image shimmers slightly and dissipates, revealing a woman of ink blue skin, long white hair tied into almost like a top knot ponytail.
This is where we stopped. It was right here. Or I guess it's very slightly after this.
Pale silver eyes that just inspect her handiwork. Under her dark green cloak that you see the hood fall back, you see a dark burgundy leather armor. She seems to check Tyrion's vitals, like under his neck, feel for breathing, very methodically, and begins to loosen some of his bindings and some.
I will also say, to Matt's credit, having this scry work to this level is good. It is returning a lot of the autonomy to Vox Machina, especially given I don't know how drow are perceived in Exandria. I would kind of assume not too differently from the other races, especially given what Matt talked about with Terry's sexuality. But we'll see. Obviously, those are different. So I'm not sure how drow are perceived, but the fact that she was still in the Hilda disguise is an unnecessary amount of information to give to the other players. And if I was feeling very generous, which, I'm feeling pretty neutral at the moment, but if I was being generous, I could say that this is making up a little bit for the separation or the retraction of autonomy before this. He's giving them extra information that is arguably not even reasonable for them to get, or is at least extremely convenient for them to happen to get at this moment. I think a more realistic scene would have been just Terry tied up in a room, or Hilda, not Hilda, the drow baker asleep in the bed, what have you. That's probably a little bit more realistic, but I think it's fair to give the players a little bit of additional information here to sort of give them a bit of extra autonomy, give them a bit of an extra handle on this situation, sort of a little bit in return. Yeah. Imagine Matt had the NPC kill Terry and we hard cut the episode here. Would be terrible GMing, but specifically funny because of critical. Dude, I can't imagine if Terry was dead. In D&D, drow are seen as very black and white evil. At least in Forgotten Realms, certainly. I think they're interpreted a little bit differently in Eberron. I'm honestly not sure about Greyhawk. Just naming settings off the top of my head. I also don't think they have any particular morality alignment in Black Sun or what have you. Maybe they do, and I just don't know. But it definitely depends on the setting. And since Exandria is custom, I'm not exactly assuming anything so far. He probably said it was Hilda in disguise, so they know what happened. Exactly. Absolutely. Yeah. So.
Places, and you hear her voice say, "Can't have you losing too much circulation, boy. I've got a reputation to keep." She quickly tosses the blanket back over him after fixing the straps and goes,
You're right. Which is why I will die on the fucking hill that D&D 5e is not setting neutral. I will die on this fucking hill that D&D 5e's default setting is not the fucking multiverse, Wizards of the Coast. You don't know what default setting means. I get so angry. This is like the splinter perpetually stuck in my eye about Wizards of the Coast, is this stupid ass argument. But you're right. Yeah. Pike is a deep gnome. She is? Really? I mean, what does it say about me that I was just presuming she was white the whole time? Oh, huh. I did not know that. That's weird. I feel like that would have come up, but I guess not. She does speak Undercommon. That is true. Huh. I never clocked that. She doesn't have sunlight sensitivity. Do deep gnomes not have sunlight sensitivity? Or are they just ignoring it? I know plenty of people that just ignore sunlight sensitivity. Huh. Weird. Oh, strange. Didn't Wizards of the Coast walk back the evilness of several races at some point? Recently with orcs. Yeah, 2024 hard walked back the evilness of orcs. Which, I don't know. We can argue about orcs all day long. I don't... Having the opinion that I do of fantasy races, I don't think I'm the best talking head to talk about how Wizards of the Coast should handle fantasy races. You should probably go to someone who likes them more at base. Yeah. So, but to answer your question, yes. I don't know if all of them or at what point, but I know to some extent, yes. It's questionable, honestly. She has undercommon language, but none of the other traits. Yeah, weird. The council has made a decision, but given that it's a dumb decision, I've chosen to ignore it. I wish I could ignore it. I wish. Yeah. I do choose to ignore it. But I wish I was allowed to not. I wish I could take the gold values and the alignment stuff in the books seriously. Like, I wish that was there, and I wish that they would just admit that it was the Forgotten Realms so that I could fully invest into just being like, oh, well, how did the Forgotten Realms do it as a whole? Like, I've never taken the time to learn anything about the Forgotten Realms because they do try to do a lot of setting neutral stuff most of the time, but then there's so many times where they don't, and so then it's like not worth my time to invest within the lore of the Forgotten Realms because it doesn't give that much benefit, but it also means that I have to ignore a bunch of what's in the fucking books because it is Forgotten Realms specific. Fucking council. Pike's been in every episode of the campaign, so you have no excuse. This is true. According to the wiki, Pike is not a deep gnome. I guess she could just get undercommon somewhere else. You can get languages from like a background. Maybe she has it from her background. I don't know. Weird Pathfinder conversion mix-up. Also possible. Huh. Weird. The only video in which is mentioned is the character intro videos where it says something like she is descended from a family of deep gnomes. Oh. we'll just blame blind spot and call it there.
Sleep soundly, boy. You'll be home soon enough. She stands up and walks across the room, almost out of sight, and sits in a chair facing him. You watch her rummage through her satchel, pull out a cream puff and throw it to the side of the corner. Pulls out a small box and begins making something.
I don't know what she's making.
Make an intelligence check.
She probably bought those cream puffs and didn't even bake them herself. Those are Ralph's
Debbie's.
cream puffs.
Yeah, don't.
They were excellent.
Okay. I'm not going to spend time looking for it, but it was the cream puff. So Matt decided she's gonna poison him. So she needs a way. I mean, she doesn't need a way to interact with them, to be clear. If she's stealthy enough to slip and steal, if she's stealthy enough to steal his unconscious body out of his room, I think she is more than stealthy enough to poison normal-ass food without having to interact with them at all. But Matt could have thought that if there was zero on-screen interaction, his food just got randomly poisoned, that would, if I'm being uncharitable, it would make the railroading too clear. If I'm being more charitable, it would hedge too much towards railroading. He could have, identified strange cream puff lady interacting with them at all, regardless of how detectable her true intentions were, as being enough to kind of clear the bar of railroading. It doesn't clear my bar, but I can see that being a thought process. And so then, if she needs to interact with him, then she needs to have some sort of disguise. At this point, I would love to see a disguise that's just a pair of glasses with a big nose and a funny mustache. Is that too much to ask? Couldn't we have had Dro Inspector Gadget? Couldn't we? Wearing like a fedora, trench coat. We couldn't have had that. I don't know. But whatever. That's fine, I guess. We'll wait to see what he says is the actual mechanical consumable, because I'm assuming at this point I have a bias against consumables, so I don't know a lot of them off the top of my head. And if I did, maybe I would have been more skeptical of the cream puff. So this might just be a bit of a blind spot for me.
Okay. Just straight intelligence?
Also, what up?
17.
You've seen Vex do some of this work before. It's a fletching kit. She's in the process of making arrows.
Bitch. She's making arrows?
She's making arrows, like in a casual kind of passing her time kind of way. And then the vision pulls you back, and you're within yourself once more.
What'd you see? Bitch! Where is he? Who has him? I wonder why we have trust issues! What? Who? It's fucking Hilda! She's like a vampire? Or like a werewolf? Or like a lich? Or something? I don't know.
What does she look like?
Don't quote me
Talk
on
about what
any of this.
Where is she?
She was just like, I don't want your vitals going down. And then, why did you
Keenan,
people take everything away
calm down.
from us?
And slap her across the face.
Go! Ow!
Hey,
Ow!
okay. Can you just fucking calm down and tell me what you saw?
Did you see Terrytown?
I saw Terry.
Is he in trouble? Is he in danger?
Yes, he
Is
looked
hurt?
unconscious, and it was Hilda, and she had ink blue sparkly skin.
Skin, not sparkly necessarily.
So,
but
okay,
ink blue skin.
She's a Twilight
long
vampire.
silvery
Yeah.
hair. There was kind of like in a top long ponytail
I can
thing.
see it. I can
No
see
long
it in
green,
my
you know,
mind's eye.
and like she had burgundy armor.
Did you see her ears?
He was in like a wooden room.
Many rooms?
somewhere.
Close by?
Her ears were pointed.
In a hallway, her ears were pointy.
Was she
I know a lot of people have pointy ears, including myself, so I'm not judging anyone who has pointy
a drow?
ears.
Was she a drow?
She mentioned
You, Keyleth, who have not actually seen a drow elf in person, really, not for an extended period of time, to know much about their culture. But you, through this conversation, she does appear to be. Yes.
she sounds like those things that you have said before. Yes.
The drow.
Yeah.
A little like us and a little different.
Yeah. But us, but like
Just
like
a little
blue
different.
skin and the white hair, and she said she doesn't want him losing too much of his vitality, and that she was going to take him back to where he came from, and that he was like special.
She was bringing him home?
Yeah, he was bringing him home
This piece of shit family?
to his piece of shit family.
We have to get him. We have to help him. We
We're
have to
not
get
gonna
him.
let that stand.
But why is Terry special?
He's very rich.
worth
I'm
a
sure
lot
his
of
family's
money.
just looking for him.
Yeah, he's Daddy's boy.
Let's.
I don't know. This seems like she was interested in something other than his money.
Dude, talk about identifying biases. This is something that I would keep in mind if I was Matt. Either to strategically avoid triggering or to strategically trigger. Which is that Keyleth consistently thinks that there are more important reasons for there are like more like subtle or unknown reasons for people to be into Vox. Like this reminds me a lot of what she was talking about with like they can sense the Raven Queen's touch on Vax, and like that's why they're interested, and not just that he was an albino tiefling, and that seems kind of rare. She definitely like overstates potential reasoning in her head, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Honestly, it seems like a pretty reasonable flaw for a high-level adventurer to possess. So I'm down with it. And I would definitely be noting it as a DM. Yeah. Yeah, she jumps to a lot of conclusions. what's up? Hello, I'm back. That was a little bit longer than normal. Had to take the puppies out. Let's see. Okay. We are good. Okay. Let's do it.
Well,
Like there was something else about him.
it's irrelevant, though. We gotta.
I forgot what I was talking about beforehand. Yeah, I like Mersha's role-playing here, too. I think it's an interesting flaw that I remember in the Hell's Arc thinking like may or may not be purposeful, especially as it's been embedded within the role play that she's already doing of being frazzled about her death. I'm starting to lean more towards the conclusion that like this maybe like this jumping to conclusions is a purposeful flaw choice on her part, which I like. Again, especially as a high level character flaw. Because the characters will have a lot of unique things about them that they have piled up. So it's reasonable to be paranoid about people, being interested in you for those reasons, rather than just you're rich or powerful.
Go get him.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
It just means we knock her unconscious as opposed to killing her when we get there. It'll be fun.
How do we
do
find
this.
her?
And
How do
it's
we
just
find any idea of like the hallway in the
Yeah, it
room,
was just a
of
room,
how
you didn't
far away it
recognize
was?
The room basically it felt like some sort of like a roadside inn. You have no idea where.
Well, this we can deal with. A roadside inn.
I mean,
we know
he's
where Terry
around,
comes from.
He could be literally
You do.
anywhere within like a 100-mile radius.
We know which roads one would take to get there from Whitestone, conveniently.
Roads?
From what you know, the town of Deastock that he comes from, which is in Wildmount, there are no roads that go there from Whitestone because it is across the shearing channel to the other continent, which means you have to either go by boat, and even then it's probably a few hundred miles away from Whitestone on that side of the continent.
We can do a locate object.
Yeah, on his dangling earring.
Well, he's also wearing
It's
one of the.
It's 100-foot range.
It's only 100. I thought it was 1,000 feet range.
Sorry, 1,000-foot range.
Which is still very, very close.
Or very far when jumping off a cliff.
Okay, but what if he's still here?
Relativity.
We could just be in the area. Wait. Okay, wait. What if I use primeval awareness? I can't just like search out a drow. No.
Dude, I also... Oh, man. This is tough. This is tough because I like portions of this, but I also... My evaluation is going to be hampered by the fact that I don't know how far Matt was willing to stretch things. Like... Deastock is Terry's hometown. I wanted to write that down before I forget it. Because, like, there's a lot of things that I like about this as a setup to an exploration challenge. Because to my understanding of how, Whitestone exists within Taldore is that this is sort of the coastline. And then Wildmount is kind of over there. It's like an Alaska Russia situation. And then big old sea, Viscon's like right there. And then Whitestone is kind of nestled within the Alabaster Sierras and the Parchwood, like both. So it's kind of surrounded on all sides. From my understanding, so we have like all the Parchwood shit, and again, my understanding. Deastock, Deastock. Okay, is that like Whitestone is here, and from their first travel to Whitestone, it seems as though, to me at least, Westrun, WR. Westrun is down here. It seems like at most the road maybe forks like here. But I don't even know if it forks that soon. I think Westrun might be the closest like true crossroads. that would like have a roadside inn, or crossroads of roads that would have a roadside inn. And it's going to be a long walk, especially if you're lugging an unconscious body. All of that is, to me, fun setup for an investigation. Like a lot of, especially like an exploration investigation, finding something or someone is all about understanding the constraints of movement, right? If we know that they were here at this time, and we know that they are here at this time, like, let's draw a circle. Like, where is the maximum distance that they could have gotten, right? Now, teleportation complicates that. And I don't know. I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head how many teleportation spells allow for unwilling participants. How do you spell teleportation? I put in TE in the search box. What the fuck? Oh, I had cold damage in. Teleportation, like teleportation circle, let's even say. Let's see. A shimmering portal opens within the circle you drew. Any creature that enters the portal. So it could just be a teleportation circle thing. So this is... It can't be Dimension Door. It can't be Teleport. It can't be the spell Teleport. That requires willing creatures. It could theoretically be Teleportation Circle because it just says any creature that enters the portal. So, because teleportation could complicate this, and because the Baker seems to have access to at least somewhat powerful magical consumables, like maybe a gate stone, for example, there's no real way to, how do I say it? There's no real way to lean in to a lot of the good things about an investigation, or especially like an exploration investigation sequence, unless you give the players a sense of what movement capabilities the person in question had. So I will be hopefully looking for Matt to at least be able to communicate some sort of tell or clue as to what movement capabilities the drow in this case had available to her. For example, with the teleportations, I don't think it's a teleportation circle. Just on vibes, honestly. But it requires rare chalks and inks infused with precious gems, with which the spell consumes. Now, I think the implication of teleportation circle is typically that the chalk and ink are also consumed. And so there's not like an explicit always trace of a teleportation circle being cast. But for this sort of investigation, I would like to see like some chalk dust on the floor or something that could give them some sort of hint as to if teleportation circle was used. And then maybe they could ask Cassandra for if they have a map or a list of all of the possible cities that have teleportation circles. Okay, now we're cooking again. Because now we can say, okay, she could have teleportation circled him, but after that, they could only have gotten this far. And so now they can identify where all of the teleportation circle locations are. They can draw radiuses out from that, and they can start narrowing things down. I think that is like an important process within like an investigation, is whittling your search range down and then going out and manually searching. I think those are both important components of like an investigation like this, especially missing persons. So, kind of regardless of what she used, I hope there is some manner of tell as to what movement options were available to her. If we don't get that, unfortunately, she could kind of be anywhere, and that's not very fun. Even if she ends up being close, if we don't get any indication of her potential movement options, I don't know. I don't think that would be enough. I don't think they should assume she's close, is at least the way I'll put it. She has already been shown to have straight up soft magic with the thing that disables Dodie. And she has been shown to be able to somehow, without a save or anything, disable a person, or at least extend their slumber, Sleeping Beauty style. So she's already been shown to be, and she has the illusion, right? So she is a magic wielder, and a not shabby one at that. They have to assume she has movement magic. So we need to get a sense of exactly what she can do with that movement magic. And that's what I'm going to be looking for next. Ooh. Where did chat go? Chat, come back. Oh, there it is. There you are. Pretty sure that any spell where the spell itself teleports people needs willing creature. Any spell that creates a portal of some kind doesn't. Yeah, so we can also get like something like, Tree Stride or something. Yeah. I feel like I recall Matt mentioning a village south of Whitestone I want to see during Scanlan Scry. So assumingly there's more stops between Whitestone and Westrun. I think that was on the road between Westrun and somewhere else. Like I think that was over here, but kind of regardless, right? This was me setting up the things that I liked. This sort of question of Matt mentioned this during the Scanlan Scry. Oh, where was that again? That's an amazing investigation kind of line and inquiry. Inquiry. For Percy and Vex to make, because they do have that piece of information. And that absolutely is the sort of town that we might expect to match the scry. So amazing initial line of inquiry. And it's something that I really like about about Whitestone's remoteness is that inquiry is still relatively contained, because there's only so far that someone could get, even along the road. So it kind of makes this, kind of more narrow search area. But that only works if they're constrained to walking. If they're not constrained to walking, they could be anywhere. There's also specific monsters with abilities that allow for teleportation with an unwilling creature. Yeah. I'd argue, depending on how you rule willing, for instance, anyone who doesn't object an unconscious person could be fine to teleport. I would take issue with that definition of willing, but I will agree that is a definition that I can see other people coming to. I would not agree with it, but and then I agree with Delphi on that. Yeah, I think that opens up some possibilities we wouldn't want. But if your argument is that could be how Matt rules it, fair enough. I've missed several streams of what's happening. Terry just got kidnapped.
Can I look around and see if there's any tracks or any hint of anything that she may have dropped in the room, or anything that he might have dropped or anything?
Go check Hilda's house as well.
Yes.
For clues.
Okay.
Oh, I think
searching the room. You searched once
there.
before, looking over with a second glance. There doesn't appear to be any sign of anything that she dropped. The best you can tell, especially being a tracker, there doesn't appear to be any sign that either of them left the room. Like there was nowhere they could have gone. There's no window that exits. Then the door was picked and nobody saw anybody leave the room.
Okay. Two very separate minds here. On one hand, this is exactly what I was looking for. Well, kind of. This is, to some extent, what I was looking for. He is giving them an idea of movement possibilities. There's no way there's no way that either of them could have left this room, thereby they teleported. Or used some manner of movement magic. Okay. On the other hand, yeah, no one saw them leave the room, but also, no one saw her enter the room. Why does it all of a sudden matter now when we're... and this is also the thing with kidnapping. Because kidnapping almost inevitably, unless there's like a ransom note or something, it almost inevitably leads to a missing persons investigation. And investigation sequences, mysteries in general, in D&D, I think are more reliant on mechanical, not on mechanical consistency, but on extreme detail-oriented prep. And for any of the positive things that I said about the kidnapping sequence or Hilt or whatever, for any of that, I will be very insistent, I suppose, that this was not the most detail-oriented of plot points. You know, my generous conception of it was that it was trying to minimize screen time, which is not totally opposite or antithetical to detail-oriented, but it's close. Not close. They're pretty far away from each other. Maybe not quite opposites, but they're a bit of a non-bow, as you might say. Not necessarily synergistic. And I think that this is an example of why. Is he goes, well, okay, the clue is that no one saw them leave. And it's like, okay, yeah, man, but like, what does that matter for everything else that we've described? They got in somehow, so they could have left just as easily, right? Like, I don't know. It makes me think of, actually, there's a really good, I have a really good example of this, actually. Actually, a weirdly good example of exactly what I'm talking about here. Okay, this is a game called Awkward Guess, subtitled The Walton Case. Okay, the way that I describe this game to people when we are teaching it to them is advanced clue. Just to give you kind of a mindset for it. Okay, really relevant to this. The way that you solve the murder in the Walton case is you have this map, and crucially, in every single case, the murderer has to start in one of these white rooms and make it to the study to kill Walton. That is consistent across every case. It's a board game, so you got to have some contrivances in some places. So they have to start in that room. And importantly, towards like people didn't see them or whatever, some of the cards that you get all of these cards that are pieces of evidence. So, for example, this one is like, Greg Gaffney asserts that Stanley Smythe might have been involved in the murder, motivated by macabre bet. So, giving you information about their potential motivations. Relevant to this, you get cards like this, which I don't know if you can read, but they have this little X between the rooms. The service staff reports that none of the guests entered the kitchen from the bedroom and vice versa. The vice versa point is really important. Not only because pathing, especially in a really complicated murder mystery, pathing can be incredibly important and it can be incredibly wibbly-wobbly. Maybe they went into a different room and then, went back into the living room and then went into this other room, right? Part of making a good mystery is making complicated, unintuitive paths and logic. But unintuitive paths and logic that are still determinable, right? And I think that still holds even if we introduce magic. So the fact that we have pre-established that the door was picked from the outside, which means that Drow Baker existed outside the door where someone like service staff could have seen her and entered the room. They passed through that door. So that means that we cannot take the evidence of no one saw them leave as actual evidence. That is not a real point of evidence here because no one saw them enter either. Now, I will say, if we have possibly additional pieces of evidence, so if we get something like a service staff rotation or if we get the routes of guards or even just witnesses generically, and we say, okay, no one saw her leave, but also she did enter and no one saw her enter either. And so if we match that up with the points in time that people were witnessing the door, we can say, okay, this event, this kidnapping, did not happen during these times. Meaning it did happen during these times. That's actually great. That helps us narrow things down, right? However, Matt, at least what I'm implying here, is saying you, without having to interrogate or question anyone, the fact that no one generically saw, not no one during certain times, just no one saw them, that means they must not have left the room. That just doesn't follow. If that's in an Agatha Christie book, that's dumb. You can't put that sort of shit in Knives Out. Now, DMs aren't all going to be great at the various genres of storytelling. And again, it seems as though Matt is wanting to minimize screen time. And even here, it seems as though Matt most likely does not want them to need to go and question service staff. So he is just giving them free information that they have no way to attain. Like, there's no logical way that she could know this just from looking around the room. However, he's just going to give it to them because he wants to minimize screen time. Does that make this a good mystery? No, the opposite. But so I'm going to point that out. Do not copy this into your home game if you want a good mystery, a good missing persons case. But if you don't care, that's fine. Because I think what I'm getting from this more and more is that Matt does not want this to be an intrigue situation. He does not want it to be an investigation. He wants it to be an excuse for traveling to a new locale. That is my current impression, is that this is a plot hook and a conceit to get them into Wildmount or wherever the drow is right now, or at least nearby. That's fine if that's what you want to do. And to Matt's credit, an investigation sequence where the player is the missing person, where one of the player characters is the missing person. Yeah, you probably want to minimize the screen time of that sort of thing, because all that screen time is time that the player doesn't get to play. Unless you give them solo stuff to do, like while they're imprisoned or while they're kidnapped. If they can like talk to their imprisoner, that could be fun. Then you can still have them play and still do an investigation sequence, but I digress. So. Now I'm wondering if she smuggled them out with a magic carpet or something like that. Maybe. High top product, yeah. Someone explaining a board game to me is stressful, getting flashbacks. I do love board games, which I mean, who could have guessed? But much harder to leave a room with a body than to enter without one. Yeah. But that's not really what he said. That's like a way to frame it. But I still don't think the conclusion follows. But fair enough. I understand, you're defending it. I get it. Yeah, as an avid mystery fan, this is rather yeah. Find bike after she's kidnapped by a doppelganger. Just to be clear, my comment wasn't on how consent in D&D should be handled, but more that I've seen a lot of people run unconscious PCs as essentially luggage in terms of bookkeeping for spells like that. Look, I think that's. I think maybe you could say that that unconscious creatures, we cannot make a willingness determination for unconscious creatures, and thereby spells that mention willingness can essentially ignore the willingness clause, because willingness cannot be determined when you're unconscious. And we can just say that magic in this takes it as a default yes. Especially if they are unable to be woken. Because if they're just normally asleep, I think you could say that willingness could be determined by waking them up. That's equivalent to asking them, right? But if they are drugged and you can't wake them up and you say, I don't know, don't have an antidote, then since willingness can't be determined, the weave implies default yes. That makes a little bit more sense to me without opening up weird, dimension dooring someone before they can recognize that they're being dimension doored. I think that's maybe a way to thread the line where you can just treat a forced unconscious body like luggage without opening up too many weird holes. I still wouldn't, but I can get that. Anyways.
Bamfed out. She's got magic. She could be anywhere.
Then why is she at an inn?
Are we sure she was at an inn?
Well, if she's at, it was sort of sounded like a waypoint, and if you can travel as far as you want, why would you need a waypoint?
Actually, who?
Okay, so that's a good observation from Percival here. Good observation. And so, going back to me saying I am of two minds, right? I talked for much longer about what I didn't quite like about that, the whole, entering and exiting thing. But what I do like about that is exactly what I said beforehand. It's giving us an idea of her movement capabilities. Because Percy's totally right. In some way, her teleportation must be limited. And it's probably not teleportation circle, because roadside inns do not tend to have teleportation circles. I would assume that there's probably something much closer to, Terry's home that doesn't even require, an inn to get to that has a teleportation circle, some big major city. Now, maybe he's like a hedge noble. Maybe he's a country noble. It could be. But I think we would see a bit more urban development, or, what counts as urban development in the Renaissance era, if they had used teleportation circle. So now we can start looking at teleportation movement options that are limited in some way, but are flexible enough to land us at a roadside inn rather than in a major metropolitan area. Now, there is also an argument, and this is one of the fun things about investigation sequences, is now we can take into account, okay, maybe they did go to a major metropolitan area, but then are purposely trying to, lose tails or deceive scrying by going to a more rural roadside inn. Like, all of these things are interesting. And so, although I don't like it, and I think it should have taken more investigation to get to this conclusion, him giving them some clues about how they moved is a good step forward within the investigation. And I think appropriate. It gives them some routes to take in terms of further inquiry. You can just add an extra step, put knocked out person in a portable hole, pick up portable hole, then teleport. This is somewhat true, Bing Bong. I do agree with you. Difference is portable hole, Heward's handy haversack, bag of holding, all do have limited air, and you have to have them, right? Like the things that we've seen so far from her have been consumable. So the idea that she has a portable hole or a bag of holding, and that anyone in general has those things, that should not be taken for granted. Now, I will say, I would find it cool. Like, I would find it a good sort of a step within the investigation for Matt to give some sort of evidence or clue, residual magical signature, or what have you, that one of these sorts of extra-dimensional spaces was used. It would give us, again, some additional context to use during the investigation. Now, how exactly he would give that, I guess there's an implication that because all of the stuff was also taken, she must have some sort of extra-dimensional space. Like, she must have just laid down a portable hole, tossed all of Terry's stuff in there, and then tossed his unconscious body in there, gathered it up, teleported away. That honestly seems like a good logical conclusion. So I wouldn't rule it out, and I think that's a decent way to go with it. And arguably, Matt has given us some evidence towards that sort of conclusion. And I would be having that in the back of my mind. If they don't get there naturally, have that in the back of my mind for what could be going on here. And it gives some reason that she would need to stop. She needs to take his body out of the portable hole so that he can get some fresh air. Or at the very least, open the portable hole to let some fresh air in. So yeah, I think that you can add that extra step, and I think that would be an interesting revelation within the investigation. As an elf, she only needs to sleep 4 hours so she can travel more. Also true. Which is, again, I think what we're talking about now, these are points that I'm interested to see if Vox Machina brings up, because these are ways to progress the investigation. Yeah. You are making many inferences about how this investigation is going to play out without seeing how the players go about it. That's how I'm understanding it. I am talking about investigations broadly. if I had to make, I am making inferences about how a good or how a like well-structured investigation would play out. I'm not necessarily predicting what will happen. Like I said, right before this pause, or during the last pause, I was looking for Matt to narrow down movement options. I thought that would be a good next step in a well-structured investigation. And that is exactly what he did. But I wasn't inferring exactly how he was going to do it, and the way that he did it, I didn't end up loving, but I do like that he did it. So I'm not this isn't necessarily a prediction section. This is more of a advice talking about investigation stories and plots sort of section. The more thought about it, and this is more of a design idea, but consent with magic should be like a ladder. More consent never hurts. If willingness equals passive trust, then active agreement just works better. Yeah, I think you could work that into, especially a TTRPG that is maybe more about connectivity and bonds and the sort of relationships of not just PCs between each other, but NPCs. You know, if you could like work towards like a TTRPG that had more social mechanics, maybe, where you're like building allies and like allyship has explicit mechanical effects. I could see that sort of design working well in. I don't know about it for D&D. I think it could work. There are other things I would do to the social pillar first, though.
Who's good at math? Oh, Percy, you're good at math.
I am good at math. Why? What sort of math needs?
Well, when was the last time we saw Terry?
Last night.
Yeah.
A train traveling.
Exactly. A train traveling by foot.
The tree
But a
stride style
Banff.
traveling, yeah.
It wasn't
anywhere.
necessarily a Banff. It might have just been in and out, get on a horse, and head towards.
That's a lot of ifs.
Yeah,
though.
but she didn't leave the room. Once
She
was
was
in here.
making arrows. She was making arrows.
I've made my way upstairs.
Yeah, you've come back at this point.
Can
now.
I use the? Can I use
Well,
it?
Hilda never showed up for her interview. It's just, I don't think we should hire her for one.
I was Keely just brought up the Fletcher's kit. Speaking of, I'm right now I'm just kind of identifying and classifying the clues that Matt has left for us. She has the Fletcher's kit. And now Matt, I was about to say that what happened with the Oracle arrow from Laura could have, there's like an intuitive part of me that's like, oh, that's foreshadowing. But that was completely determined by Laura. So unless Matt hadn't determined the way that Hilda escaped and he's improving it, I think it is unlikely that the arrow it was necessary within her escape. Although, I don't know. I often argue that I think Matt preps less than people think he does, but I can't imagine him not prepping how Hilda escaped with the body. I can't imagine him leaving that up to improv. So it seems unlikely to me that it's an ender pearl arrow. I mean, I guess it could still be an arrow, and it could just be coincidence that that seems very on the table to me. Especially because, and I will say, there's something a little sneaky that Matt could do here. Sneaky in a good way. There's something a little sneaky that Matt could do here. Right, the arrow takes time to travel. So if Hilda the Baker is a bit of is maybe proficient in a bit of skullduggery, which I think is not too crazy to imply, what she could have done is get into the room, put everything in a bag of holding or a portable hole or whatever, including Terry. Put that in her backpack. Open the window. Fire her teleporting ender pearl arrow out the window and outside of Whitestone. Make it have a long, long arc, very far away. Don't really care where you hit. And then while the arrow is in flight, you close the window in order to throw off any potential investigation or pursuit into thinking that you did not use the window as your means of escape and that you used teleportation, thereby making the investigation focus their search range in a much wider area than you could have actually reached. That is possible, especially because we know that Matt is willing to attach spell-like effects to arrows, like we see with Vex's Oracle arrows, and a teleportation arrow isn't even novel. That exists within many other properties, including the comparison that we're making with like an Eye of Ender. It is very frequent, or not an Eye of Ender, an Ender Pearl. It's incredibly frequent for like Minecraft speedrunners to throw a pearl and then keep doing stuff in the meantime while the arrow or while the pearl is in flight. So it is not even outside the realm of like pre-established fiction for this sort of mechanic to exist, and it is implied to be able to exist within Matt's pre-established homebrew mechanics. So there's some stuff you could do there. I don't know what planned clues Matt has. I think that him banking on them scrying is fair. I don't note. Sometimes I will note like, oh, if I'm a DM, I'm remembering that. I did it earlier with Keyleth. It's like, oh, I'm remembering that flaw. I'm thinking about how I can use that later, right? I don't say that just for shits and gigs. If there's something that your players do repeatedly, you can start to rely on that, depending, when you're designing puzzles or mysteries or whatever. I think at this point, it is fair for Matt to rely on them scrying and put necessary clues within the scry location. I think that is more than reasonable for Matt to assume. Especially because if they scry on Terry, it's not like he can make the save while he's unconscious. Or while he's, drugged. So I could see the fletching kit being a really distinct clue here. Within the categorization of clues. We'll see if there are any more clues. He might think that he has given enough. I'm not sure if he has. I think it'll depend on the questions they ask. I could see this possibly being enough. Pike playing it up because she incited everything. I thought Terry had a bag of holding. He does. He does. It could be that Hilda didn't even come with a bag of holding, that she just, nabbed Terry's when she saw it and threw everything into it. That's possible. They elder arrowed on a rock by the sea coated in elf blood and goldfish scales. I don't know the reference, but I'm assuming it's a good one. Vax literally has a teleporting dagger. Very good point, Jonathan Busby. Not only is this mechanic implied to be able to exist and is existent within other properties, it actually just purely already exists. Just straight up. And especially if we assume that it was a consumable, because it appears that whoever this baker is, they can relatively, they have relative easy access to consumable magic with the Dodie Pearl and the whatever drugged Terry. I think there's a magic item that is a returning arrow. Be cool if someone else took one of those and modified it to do the reverse. I mean, Vax has a teleport dagger and belt. Absolutely. Well, if the consumable baking good the first time with the cream puff of unconsciousness, couldn't an eclair of teleportation exist too? And be careful of power word crawler. I mean, all of those things could exist. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to look at, I'm trying to categorize, what clues has Matt given us? And the Fletcher's kit does seem... It seems like a clue. And I will say, I had all my stuff to say about entering and exiting the room. But like I said, I think that relying on them to get a clue within a scry, relying on them scrying to get that clue, I think is a fair choice for Matt during prep. I think he can put a vital clue to the investigation within the scry because you can rely on them doing it at this point. So that's why I'm giving the arrows a bit more weight than I might otherwise. It was a key fish reference. Oh. Well, that's fair. Yeah. Okay, let's see.
Where is it? Did you find him anything? Nothing?
How far could they have gotten on horseback within the reasonable?
I mean, last you saw him, it's been probably 12 hours.
So,
on horseback, could have gotten, I'd say probably a little over 100 miles or so.
So it's got 100 miles. There's only so many roads that lead out of this city.
Yeah, can we pull out all of the maps of the surrounding area?
I'm pulling out a map and I'm just marking any roadside tavern that's within a...
Okay, now if I was doing a real investigation, not a real investigation, if I was maybe doing a more robust investigation sequence here, or, investigation encounter, we could call it, I would probably not give them that easy of answers. I would not just say that they have maps. I would not just say that they just know how far you can travel on horseback. Maybe, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. But Matt is giving them very easy answers, just like the, no one left the room or whatever. And to Matt's credit, if you want to have something that tonally and thematically resembles a missing persons search, and you want to have that tone established, making it a scenario of just they need to ask the right questions, not they need to ask the right questions to the right people, or they need to ask the right questions in the right place. Taking out both of these and just saying they have to ask the right questions to me, the DM, and I will be very loose on the access to knowledge, right? I think that's a fair enough way to speed through something that you want to thematically resemble an investigation, but don't necessarily want to take all the time of an investigation. So, I would say they need to go to the library. The library might have a limited selection of maps. It's Whitestone, so it'll probably have a bunch, but who knows? And like Seth Theshalo said, who knows how detailed they would be. The idea of Percy knowing how far you can get on horseback seems at odds with any direct experience he would have ever had. He seems to have been a bit of a ragamuffin before joining Vox, and I have never seen them ride horses. So, if anything, maybe he has facts in his head, but that's maybe a history check, I would say. I don't know that he has developed the intuition for horse-based travel that would allow him to just pull up this fact without any sort of check, or asking a right person, or looking it up in a book. So, with that being said, I don't really think this is what I would call reasonable, but I think it is a reasonable abstraction if you want to get through an investigation quicker than a robust investigation might necessitate. Is rather than, guiding them through it or giving them hints necessarily, giving them like really obvious hints, you just remove the barrier to information. You just say, okay, you have all of the information. You don't say this to them. Obviously, Matt isn't saying it to them. But in your head as Matt, you just say, they will have all of the information available to them for free that they could garner in Whitestone. If they talked to the right people, went to the right places, read the right books, all of that information they will have access to. They just need to ask the right questions. That way we don't have to coordinate a big search around Whitestone or a big investigation sequence around Whitestone and take all that time. I think that's fair abstraction. I like a robust investigation, but I think it's reasonable for Matt to not want to take all that time right now. They lost some to harpies in mountains around Whitestone. That is a good point. That's fair. On their way from Iman to Whitestone for the Briarwood Arc, they did have horses. I'll still claim that I don't think Percy would have enough personal horse experience to know that off the top. But, sure. Cassandra's always riding out to nearby inns for one-night stands. That's why she's so tired. Yeah. Without dying riding them. This is game mechanics versus realism. Sure. And all of that, these questions and these debates, I think would be good for a real robust investigation. I think it's fair enough for Matt to just give them an answer. To just be like, this is the answer. And as long as, the answer that you're giving them fits within the ultimate solution, as long as it doesn't actively contradict the solution, I think that's fine for this sort of abstract, quick sequence.
100 miles of
Yes.
the city.
Okay.
Dragnet.
Do you know how to find Terry?
I have some
Doty.
thoughts.
Doty.
Tyrion.
Yes. Can you find him?
Are you drawn to him?
Doty?
No, it's one phrase.
I can't make Doty do things, can I?
I don't know. You can certainly
think-
try. Rewire him.
Doty, look at me.
Terry?
Never mind.
Doty, do you know where Tyrion went?
Terry.
I feel like... Could you give him the book?
Oh, yeah, I gave him the book back, yes.
Could you draw something for me again?
Terry?
Try it. Try it. Give him a book. Give us a paper and a pencil.
Do you know where Tyrion went? Can you draw it? Shit, I thought he'd listen to me.
He does.
He does, listen to me.
Well, the old Doty did.
Oh, fuck.
But you had to lose that.
Oh, that's right, Doty, you're new. You're a new Doty.
Doty, don't do that.
Doty, don't do that. Doty, don't play that.
Doty.
What? Wait, what? Pike. I thought Doty would listen to me. Matt. The old one did. What is different about current Doty versus old Doty that would cause regression in an area in a way that Sam clearly didn't choose / know about. Okay. I think you're right. Okay, these make sense. I was sitting there. I was like, is this a? I was debating if this was a not like this doesn't make sense, but if this was like not a plot hook, but like a piece of relevant information. Like if they had if the baker had somehow like wiped Doty's brain or something. But that makes perfect sense. I know exactly what you guys are talking about. Yeah, he gave the instruction, but he never removed it, so the command was still in effect for his entire lifetime. Never got given to the new one. That makes total sense. Okay. Cool. I'm so glad I have chat here. This is why I don't love recording reaction. One of the reasons. This is one of the reasons I don't like recording reactions offline alone. Is because sometimes I just miss shit or I just don't understand shit. And I'm like, that seems weird. And then it turns out that it's not weird. I just missed it. All right, cool. Yeah, it's just a reboot that hasn't been updated. Yeah. Okay, this all... As a GM, I would allow Sam to decide if Doty V2 had the instruction. I did think about this. I don't know how good or bad this would be. But, like, especially given... Okay, so... With the comment you can certainly try from Sam. I don't know about that, but maybe. But I do think there's I'm not sure about it, but I think there's an interesting path here where I'm thinking about how to use everything that has happened to maximum advantage. Regardless of what I thought about it, it's there, it's set. How can we use it to maximum effect and interest? Because Sam ostensibly also doesn't know what happened, he can't metagame it, right? Like, not only does he not know what happened, this person seems to be using custom mechanics. So he can't even rely on what he has special access to in terms of information on his character sheet, right? He can't take, for example, Doty not being magical, which he's probably the only one that knows that, right? He's the only one out of all of the players that know that Doty isn't technically magical. But as we've clearly seen, he can't rely on that. So even the special access that he has to his sheet would not be enough to allow him to specially metagame during the investigation. You don't really have to worry about it with him. So, I wonder if there's a way you could set it up that would even be interesting. Because I'm just not sure if this would even be fun for Sam. But I wonder if you could give Sam full autonomy and control over Doty. Because that is not something that Sam typically has. Which I think is perfectly reasonable. Like, I don't... When it comes to companions, I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all for how you should treat them in terms of, does the GM have control? Does the player have control? I think that's on a per-table basis. And has advantages and disadvantages. But I wonder if it would be fun, even, for Matt to say, until you all find Tarion, Sam, you have control over Doty. Now, because we've talked a lot about trust, right? I think it is fair if Sam is going to trust Matt with, kidnapping his body without giving any amount of saves or input on that. I also think it might be reasonable to trust Sam on the other side of things with not abusing the control of Dodie. Like, I think those are, honestly, if we're just talking about like trust in terms of maybe risky decisions, I think those are approaching equivalent levels of trust. And it could be, yeah. So all this is to say, I think it would be reasonable for Matt to do. I don't think that would be like giving Sam too much. But would it even be fun for Sam? Or would it just be frustrating? I'll say maybe how I would do it. Not saying that Sam or Matt would like this, and I think it's a very opinion preference-based thing. But I think I might have a mode on Dodie that maybe Percy knows about that is like break glass in case of emergency, where potentially there's like a miniature, not a full copy or anything, but there is like a very, very basic level of like Terrian personality that you can like flip a switch and imbue Dodie with. And potentially it takes away some of that personality from the real Terry. Like Terry has to like embed a piece, kind of like a Horcrux almost, or a phylactery, like a personality or sentience phylactery, rather than a soul phylactery, if that makes sense. Where you can flip a switch, and while the switch is not flipped, all of the sentience, and they're like maybe they even have to be within a certain range of each other. Like, I'm willing to go full on, like this is probably a nerf for Terry most of the time. There's probably a risk. I'm willing, because I love, that's the sort of way I like introducing homebrew, is as a net negative, but that introduces something cool. Maybe Terry's consciousness is normally a little bit split up between him and Dodie, but while they are within, say, 1,000 feet of each other, maybe, there's like a connectivity that makes it seem as though he's all there, right? It kind of, they're connected magically, so he's fully sentient, has his full personality. But if they are ever separated beyond, I don't know, we'll say 1,000 feet, or 5 miles, whatever, then you can flip the emergency switch and it will suck a little bit of consciousness out of Terry to allow Dodie the autonomy to return to his master. Right? It would be an interesting emergency protocol of saying like, hey, if we're ever too far away, if we're ever too separated, it could even be like just something that automatically goes into effect. We need an emergency return to me clause. We need to find my iPhone. Start beeping type of protocol. And the only way that is possible is to suck a little bit out of Terry. Make Terry a little bit less. So then Sam could play out a little bit of, he's still kind of Terry, but he's a little bit removed. I think that'd be maybe a fun role-playing challenge for Sam. I don't know. I think that could be fun if you did want to do the full-out investigation but didn't want to remove Sam from the table. And you could put any sort of restrictions you wanted on it. Make it expensive. Make it a one-time use. It'll destroy Doty afterward. Whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I'll put it to you all in the comments. Let's say that you are Matt and you want to contrive a way for Sam to be able to be at least somewhat active. Maybe not at the same level as the other players, but somewhat active during this investigation, primarily because he does not have any special knowledge that would, give him special ability within this. How would you do it? I'm curious because I think I would obviously talk to Sam about it if I was Matt. But I think that's the sort of route I would go down because it seems unabusable to me. At least unabusable in a way that's good for Sam. Yeah. I would feel that Matt is dead-ending this like anything Hilda's background check. Maybe. That would be a pretty good way to not cut out Sam entirely. It'd be a way to do it at least. Yeah. I think it would depend on the player. Vex has puppeted Trinket to a small degree. It's true. I feel like it wouldn't be too much fun. Doty is very limited in comparison to even Trinket. That's my main debate, is I don't know how interesting the player would even find it. I think I would like it as a player, but I'm also very used to playing very different characters with, frankly, varying degrees of sentience. I'm used to playing monsters, and I do not have my monsters, on a binary of fully sentient like a humanoid player character and, totally bestial. I put them on a spectrum. So I'm sort of used to engaging with that, and so I think I would find it fun, but I don't know how much a standard player would feel the same. I thought Doty was a bit magical as well, or was it just V1? I recall Percy being happy that Doty was using magic, since otherwise it would make Terry smarter than Percy. He is using magic. The class document makes it clear that even though it uses magic, it should not be considered magical. Now you can say the playtest document is dumb. It is playtest after all. And I don't think that they kept that with Steel Defender. I think Steel Defender, to my recollection, is just explicitly magical. But if we're following the text, he is made using magic, but Doty himself is not magical. Air quotes. Like a familiar Terry in the Cloud. That's a no from me, dog. Fair enough. If it's not clear, I'm not totally sold on this idea either, but I think there's something there. Yeah. You have it be a split screen where Terry wakes up and attempts to get free. That's fair. And we talked about that earlier. You have a separate sequence where he can interact with where he can interact with the baker. Yeah, it would, and honestly, this is probably from my perspective, I'm generally less character, social, roleplay focused. So I think that is valid and probably the less risky way to do it. But I lean away from it just because, honestly, as the DM, I wouldn't have as much fun with that. I wouldn't really want to build out a sequence where he has to interact with the baker and his confines. Especially because if, I think one of my, and this is a practical, very solvable issue, to be clear. The issue that I'm about to say, super duper solvable if you have the inclination to solve it. I wouldn't want it to be essentially a race between does Terry escape sooner or does Vox find him sooner, which both lead to the result of them reuniting. If I were to have them if I were to have them in split screen, I would want both to need to happen. Terry needs to escape, and Vox also needs to find him separately. If one or the other can solve it, then I would feel as though the efforts of one side or the other were essentially invalidated. But I wouldn't want to make it to where they both need to solve it, because then that is putting, the challenge, or the same, maybe not the same, but a similar degree of challenge that you're putting on 6 players onto 1 player, which is risky with puzzles. But then I guess you don't make it a puzzle. I don't know. I'm hesitant to go in that direction with it, but that is because I think that direction being satisfying is largely up to your roleplay social pillar skills, which I think are absolutely my weakest of the 3 pillars, such as they are in D&D. Social is by far my weakest, so that's not the direction I would want to lean, but I think it's valid. And like I said, it doesn't require homebrew, which I'm always in support of. Have him play Trinket. I guess he could play Trinket, yeah. Steel Defender doesn't seem to say anything about being magical or not. That's true. Which, I would assume it's magic. And I think that here we see both the players and Matt, I think, just assuming that Doty is magic, which I think is a fair assumption. The only reason we know it's not is because the class explicitly says it. I think the default assumption that it's magical is pretty reasonable.
Don't play that. I've got a plan. I need to borrow the scrying sphere. Scrying orb. I'm going to make a list of every... I'm just going to make on a map, I'm going to mark every roadside inn within about 200 miles.
Okay, that gets you, there's a number of inns at the Terst Fields, there's a couple at the Jordan Village, which you're familiar with. That might be just outside of the range, but you put them on there.
Quick pause. I know that we've barely progressed at all this episode. I will just point out, again, free access to information. He's making Taliesin ask the question, but he is not putting the information behind any obstacles, not even checks. I think it's fair to say that Matt normally would put this kind of information behind an investigation check, insight, maybe perception if he's feeling weird. And I think that's pretty typical of Matt's style, especially, I sometimes classify him as a high roll DM, but he's just freely giving this to Percy because he doesn't want it to take up too much screen time. Now, I know that I have made it feel like it's taking up a ton of screen time, but in reality, this has been about less than 10 minutes. Yep, still less than 10 minutes, yep.
As well, Western, and along the road of the Silver Cut.
And that would be on the way to where?
The Terms Field?
There's the Terst Fields, which is a city that has...
We've got the...
Remember, what was the other one? The
Jordan Village, that's where you
Jordan
found
Village.
Percy in prison.
Jordan.
Okay, where's the sun?
Right now? It's close to noon, a little after noon.
Fuck.
Are you serious?
We'll finish this, and I'll give it a few hours for the sun to go down so that I can actually figure out what direction the inn is facing. That will also...
And I couldn't try and do an...
Fucking love it, dude. Holy shit. That's great. Ooh, that's fun. I don't have anything complicated to say about it. I love that from Percy.
nature check to try and figure out which direction that wind was coming from when it hit me during the scry?
The wind was less of a natural wind and more just your vision being shifted.
Right.
It would not have an impact whatsoever.
Save the sphere. I've got a plan. In the meantime, let's search Hilda's house.
Yeah.
And I will also say, to highlight why I love it, it's a great way to narrow things down. I think that is definitional to the process of investigation. You have a lot. You start with a field of options. If we think about a murder mystery, you start with a house full of suspects. It couldn't be anyone but those suspects. One of them had to have done it, and you slowly whittle out the suspects until you're left with one. This is exactly the same thing, except with inns. We define the region. This is how far they could have gotten on horseback, whatever. We mark all those inns. Those are the same things as our suspects in an Agatha Christie novel. And we slowly use context to whittle them out. The inn is facing this way. How do we determine that? From the sun. We determine that from the sun. And now we say, okay, it's all the south-facing inns. And maybe Matt isn't as free with that information. Maybe he goes and makes them check. But they're fucking 17th level adventurers. They can go and check a lot of different places very quickly. So great way to start narrowing things down. Direction that the inn is facing. Fucking fantastic from Percy. Or Taliesin, I should say.
We go and search Hilda's house.
Okay. As you get to Hilda's home, look inside. It's dark in the interior. You knock, there's no response.
Does Trinket smell? We go in.
Wait.
Oh, sorry. Check the traps. Right.
Have a Marrowglade lock situation.
22. No, 24.
24. It is locked, but does not appear to be trapped.
All right. It is not locked anymore. 32.
Okay, yeah. It's a simple lock.
Okay.
As you walk inside, you can see the candle that was lit that night has melted entirely, and the wax is kind of dripping off the side of the small bench where it was laid on.
One more in here. Is there any bullshit hiding around in here? 29.
29. There's no bullshit necessarily, but there is that pile of linens in the corner.
Yeah.
You see shifting slightly, and as you pull off to the side, you see there bound Hilda.
Oh.
And she's like,
All right. Whisper out and I cut her free. You all right?
I'm all right.
What happened?
I will also note, I've been talking about how Matt's not making them make a lot of checks. Matt did not require any of those checks. Liam made every single check unprompted, except for the traps one. He said, I'm checking for traps. Matt said, great perception. And then the next two traps, I think that was from Liam. Unless, Yep. One more in here. Is there any bullshit hiding around here? 29. No ask from Matt.
And she's like,
All right. Whisper out and I cut her free.
no, but a few days ago, this woman, this blue skin woman came and she seemed nice enough and she just asked me questions. She didn't hurt me, nothing, but she just asked a lot of questions.
And you've met us before? No?
No, I've seen you around town and people talk about you. You've done a lot for the people.
Do you bake cream puffs?
I have before, yeah.
Do you want to work in a bakery? Just kidding. We're in the middle of something. We'll talk to you later.
You can't lose your sense of humor. You just really can't.
Oh, man.
Wait, does Trinket smell anything having to do with, can he smell a different smell? Can he smell the evil Hilda?
Make a perception check with advantage. Drink it.
That's good. That's also pretty
There
good.
is a roll. That is just a roll.
Perception? That is 24.
Okay, drink it. And picks up what appears to be some sort of a scent.
Yeah. Where did it go?
Towards your
not
house.
like a bloodhound style scent, but a decent scent. Guiding him around over the next hour or so and trying to kind of go in the areas where it might have been the last strong scent is in Tyrion's room, and there's no trail from there.
This is terrible. I feel like we did this to him.
We didn't do anything. Because we're going to get him back. Now.
He's just so, he's just so vulnerable.
Right. Do I have enough of an angle of the sun now where this should be doable?
To
figure out which way is north, south, east, and west if I try and scry on Terry.
Sure. Yeah, you gauge the sun in the sky.
All right, Kiki, let's do this.
Am I helping you, or are we doing this together?
You're giving me the orb since you have the orb.
I'm giving you the orb.
And then I'm going to give it back to you when I'm done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like you did this before.
I did.
Successfully.
Yes.
I underestimated you.
Yes.
Do you need my help?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. I'm not going to say no. All right.
We like do like a.
I'm going to try and glean as much information about the nature of the landscape around the person that I'm focusing on as humanly possible.
Okay.
And I'm gonna try and figure out a discernative direction.
Help with type of plants, whether or not they're going south, north, south, east, west, not north, obviously. Most probably south.
Okay. So before we get to that, so you take the orb and you sit down and concentrate, and Keyleth aids you in setting up this small ritual. As you close your eyes and focus on Tyrion once more, your vision shifts and seems to be just jettisoned across hundreds of miles within a second. No direction at the moment. It's too much of a blur of color, light, and movement until it comes to halt. And there you see Tyrion, somewhat jostled by the spell kicking in and the momentum. You see him thrown over what appears to be the back of a horse. Just and it kind of
which way is the shadow on the horse?
His eyes kind of lull a bit, and Darren, you come to conscious ever so slightly looking down, and you see it's just hooves clattering on the ground behind you. You glance around, Percival. I want you to go ahead and make a nature check.
Come on. They're going to Wildmount.
This is not my strong suit. That'll do, though. Where'd it go? 22.
22. The skies here grow gray with clouds as the mountain's spire-peppered landscape is.
All right, we have a scripted description. Even more direct evidence. I feel very confident now that he is relying not only on them to scry on Terry, but possibly to do it more than once. Or this was a description he would have read out when they reached wherever this is. They might be pretty close to his home. And I will also say, again, something that was given in the initial scry from Keyleth is the fact that they are taking him home, right? And they know the city. They know the town name that he is from. So at the end of the day, all of the investigative work that they are doing is kind of just icing on the cake. It's more to check, can they intercept the drow before she gets to the home estate, where it will ostensibly be more difficult to retrieve him. And I think that is also good from Matt here. Like, if you want this to all go quickly, making the sort of loss state or failure state just a more difficult retrieval, and the success state an easier retrieval, means that you can be a little loosier-goosier and a little bit quicker and less detail-oriented with the investigation and not have it hurt as much if you fail, right? Generally, like a missing persons investigation, if you fail that shit, you don't find them. And that's a really bad consequence. You don't want to be loosey-goosey with that, right? This person disappears. In this, you can be a little loosier-goosier with it because they'll find him no matter what. It's just, how much trouble is it going to be for them to retrieve him? Now, I will caveat that with, I can't really imagine any obstacle that some noble family could throw in Vox Machina's way that would actually be a problem, honestly. So it being more trouble to retrieve Tyrion is kind of only relevant as a actual consequence for failure if there is a timer. If this was happening during the Chroma Conclave arc, that's a real consequence, because them taking the extra time to retrieve him, it not being as easy or simple or whatever, that is a legitimate consequence. Right now, while they have ostensibly no timers, no pressure, nothing pushing them forward, it's just how long do they spend on Tyrion's estate, and or do they burn it down or not? Because, make no mistake, I'm sure that these 6 would, without a second thought, raise Tarian's estate to the ground, Tarian's family's estate to the ground, if they thought that Tarian would be cool with it.
Broken up by far-reaching forests and river-traced glades. The air appears cold, as the winter here seems to cling to the countryside for a majority of the year. A mixture of gloom and beauty is unique as it is impressive.
Oh,
That's
he's
about as much as you
Russian?
can glean from this standpoint. It's very blurred in the outskirts. It
Canadian.
seems similar to a more
Nordic.
harsher white stone landscape. This is definitely, this is further east. Looking at the placement of the sun in the sky, it's further to the west.
They've gone east. They're still on the northern end of the continent, if they're on the continent at all.
They're
Northeast.
no, any further north from here, and they'd be in the water. And if the time it's traveled,
So it'd be east.
they're east on Wildmount somewhere. You can gather.
East on Wildmount. Is there any other sign? Can I see a tree?
Unfortunately, the scrying location, the orbit you see from, is very limited in scope. Like the fact that you're able to even make out the details I told you are just because seeing color and like images and shapes in the distance, you get a vague idea of the landscape, but it's all very blurred.
Is it giving me any sense of anywhere I've been before?
You have not really traveled length and breadth of anywhere outside of Tal'Dorei, so no.
I don't blame Matt for forgetting this. I think he's wrong. If I am not mistaken, I'm almost positive that it was explicitly stated that the Derolos, as an entire unit, have gone and stayed in Wildmount before, not just Percy's parents. I'm not entirely sure about that. And this is me being, a little silly, trying to catch Matt in forgetting his own lore. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. But I think that's true. I think he's been to Wildmount once or twice. Possibly explicitly to the Briarwood estate, although I don't know about that one.
What you do see, though, is on the front of the horse, you see the same cloaked figure kind of riding the horse and glances back over the shoulder, and you can see what appears to be pale-skinned human woman. Looks like in her 20s or so, but same outfit. And looks back and checks on him. He's stirring a little bit, and he just glances back and goes, "Be patient. We're almost there."
That'll do.
By pale-skinned, does he mean like she put the Hilda disguise back on? That seems silly. Especially if they are in Wildmount right now, where she is ostensibly more well-known and is acting on the orders of the ostensibly local nobility. Or does he just mean pale blue? He might just mean pale blue.
Yeah, before, am I with him in the vision? Or am I just
No,
assisting?
you're watching him, just his eyes kind of glaze over for a moment.
Well, that'll do.
Where is he? Where is he?
They're taking him home.
Well, yes, we knew that.
They're on horseback. They're already quite far. I don't know precisely where they are, but if we can make our way to...
Wildmount.
Yeah, what's our
we
fastest
can get
method
them
there?
off.
You know, before they even go in.
Because they're going by horse. They'll probably be there sooner rather than later, would be my
I don't know
guess.
where any trees are in Wildmount.
The closest tree that we've ever been to was the one that we used to get to Draconia. But I don't know how close Draconia is to him. I could try and scry on where they are and look and see for the biggest tree myself.
Now, let's...
Yeah.
Let's...
And pop out right there.
Well, the city that Terry's from, the...
Diastock.
Yes, it would be best just to go there and cut them off. We know that they're coming from the west. There's got to be a way to get there.
Can I scry on
Scry
Diastock?
on a known
You
location.
only scry on locations that you've seen.
Been to.
Yeah.
And people that I have connections to.
I mean, people you can scry on with certain levels of knowing them or hearing about them and such, but locations...
How far is it?
I'll double check real fast, because if I don't, I'll get a lot of anger on the internet. Instead of targeting a creature, you can choose a location you have seen before as the target of the spell.
So if you... Oh.
Instead of choosing a creature.
Yeah.
But I could try and scry on Terry again and get a nearby tree.
If there...
I won't lie. Normally, I'm like, man, it sucks that Matt, has to be thinking about the anger on the internet or whatever. Matt, you shouldn't need to worry about that. Like, just make your choices. This one I get maybe a little more given that the kickoff to this was so quasi-railroady, you want to make sure that you're doing all the mechanically correct things until they're back with Terry. I think it's maybe more necessary than even normal.
It's only like a 10-foot radius, really, to like see anything clearly around the sensor.
Let's
So you'd have to be pretty close to a tree for you to make
Do
it
we
out
have
of
any
it.
images or any books here on Diastock that I can look at and then try and scry on it after I have the
I mean,
knowledge?
he might have Doty's book. He might have written some things about it, but
Gilmore's been many places. He might have something from there.
yeah, but he's in a monorail.
how far away is
We can get to him like that.
How far away is the city from us? Ish.
You...
How many days on horseback?
Let's see.
There's no bridge.
From Whitestone directly, it would be probably about... I mean, you can't cross the channel on horseback.
No.
But if you were to start at the other side...
I mean, there's a reason that we talk about things as the crow flies, and they are able to fly. So they could just ask about it like that, right?
of the shearing channel on horseback and just ride, let's say, 12 hours a day. Probably get to about 4 days.
So if we missed,
About 3 to 4 days.
Whoa.
if we missed it,
Oh, yeah, he is
still wouldn't
thinking.
be enough time.
No, just bamf there.
We have to bamf there.
2 days, go to Amon, talk to Sean, see. He's been everywhere. I'm sure he has something.
I just have to. I just.
Could also go to the Lyceum, maybe
Draconia.
look up
How close
a
would Draconia be?
teleportation
Yeah.
circle.
Do we know how close Draconia is?
The Dreamoth Ravine, with the remains of Draconia, would probably be about, say, about 150, 200 miles from it.
that's not bad. We could Misty from Draconia.
Yes, we could.
Sure.
You can't tree stride today, can you?
Oh, you already used it on Allura.
Is that the same day? I thought we slept.
That was this
No, that was the same day.
This morning.
No,
Well,
well, you
wait.
used it once today. You had a full night's sleep, got all your spells back, and then you sent Allura off once today.
So we have two.
So that was today.
Yeah.
I could do it again, and then I could Misty Step us, and then I would be out of my 6th, 7th, and 8th level spells.
I mean,
I would be burning higher spell slots there, but I could do
Bless
it.
you.
we could be there. We could be there.
Duble bless you.
We could be there in hours if need be.
Let's do it.
You have no books here on Diastock. None in Whitestone.
Let's look. Let me look in the Doty book real fast.
Yeah.
Okay. You mean real fast? There's a lot of writing here.
Towards the beginning.
Start at the beginning.
Towards the beginning, it talks about Diastock. It talks about, the frustrations of the small town life, and the open world abound, and all the adventures that are seeking there. And it really has. It's not written to show any detail or interest about the city where he grew up in.
It's nothing.
All right, to Draconia. Let's go.
Gear up, everyone.
Everyone, the Uber will be here in 5 minutes.
All right, you guys got your
About
materials.
Gear up.
Make your way to the Sun Tree, and Keyleth, you open, transport via plants to the exterior of the Dreamoth Ravine in the ruins of Draconia. And that's where we'll take a break.
The ruins of Draconia. Okay. I mean, so I will say, we can actually get, we can start to guess at this point, an overall scale for this overworld map. If this, so Neodstock, what is it? Neodstock? Diastock. It's going to be somewhere around here. And he said, starting from the other side of the shearing channel, which I'm assuming is this, riding 12 hours a day on horseback, about 4 days. So also assuming what did we say? Horseback 12 hours a day. Oh. No. That was a scary error. I'm going to copy everything over into a notepad just in case. Okay, I've got everything here just in case. Assuming horseback, 12 hours a day, it would have taken them 4 days to reach DS stock. And earlier, Matt gave a sense of scale. 3 to 4 days. 3 to 4 days. Earlier, he gave a sense of scale for horseback travel. Where are you? Now, regardless of the reality of these measurements, it at least gives us the broad scale of what Matt is thinking for Exandria. You know, we can put it in an order of magnitude. Nothing specific. About 100 miles a day. Oh, good. Okay. 12 hours a day via horse. Matt put at about 100 hours a day. So, okay. DS stock. Okay. That means DS stock is about 2 to 3. I'm going to say about 2 times further from the shearing, starting at the shearing channel. From the shearing channel than it is from Draconia. That's information. That's, relative placements. Okay. Also, of course, a pinch of salt on all this. These, Matt could have made up these numbers and they might not be canon once, a source book that he's not, that he has time to write and check, comes out. But, it's at least something for now. Let's see. Is shearing correct? Is that how you spell it? Where are we? 206. 206. 39. The materials, Smart Town Life. It talks about DS stock. We could be there in hours. Oh, where did they talk about DS? Oh, they talked about... All right, I don't care. If I spelled it wrong, I spelled it wrong. That's fine. So, wherever it is, it's further from the channel than Draconia. I assumed, with very little evidence to be fair, that Draconia's somewhere over here. Which, I mean, just eyeballing it. Eyeballing that distance and that distance. It's not crazy. I think there's a decent shot, especially when he says, if you go further north of Diastok, you're gonna be in the ocean. Something like this, some sort of placement somewhere in this sort of region could make sense. So, especially given that I don't know where Draconia is from, but I do still assume it to be further south, especially because the snow there is very much described as unnatural. Which it seems like where Terry's from, snow is very natural. So putting it like somewhere around here and putting Draconia somewhere down here, that seems to track, at least in very relative terms. We're going to put marker title Diastok ? Art? Asteroid? Sure, asteroid black. Why not? Create marker. I don't really care that much about the specifics. I'll fix it later. Draconia? ? Is there a dragon? Dragon white. Whoa, cool. Okay. Yeah, so I think these are my two question mark areas for Draconia and Diastock, but I think that tracks. Though that pace is pretty grueling for a horse, it seems. Raw says horses even out in terms of speed due to their lower endurance. They can gallop, but seemingly only once a day, but I don't blame Matt for extrapolating. Yeah. Whatever. It's giving me vague numbers to try and place things within the other, biome information that we've gotten.
Why can't anybody be nice?
No
She
one-
was nice. She was tied up by a
just never
fat
met her,
person.
that's all.
She was tied up by some elfie Boba Fett.
I thought she was. But they were being. She was being.
Wow.
Hey,
was
well,
fine.
if you're really frustrated with how
Someone else was
untrustworthy this
impersonating
NPC is, you can thank chat for it.
Seriously?
Thank the chat.
No, you can't, Matt. I've seen what the chat gave you. Shut up. What are you talking about, bro? This is what the chat gave. Chat gave Drow. Chat gave Baker. Chat gave Bring Terry Home. Chat gave Ziggurat and Corinne. I actually forgot we had their name. Nothing about this is untrustworthy. For anyone who has read, this is a weird poll, so I think it's going to be a minority. But for anyone who has read the Powder Mage trilogy, I was expecting a Mohali type of figure. I was expecting a Baker that is powerful, but assumes that everyone will kind of agree with and work with them. I was expecting a jolly atmosphere. I was expecting nice. Not a fucking skullduggery assassin poisoner for Baker. Don't blame chat for your decisions, Matt. They are yours. If they're untrustworthy, own it. It's fine if they're untrustworthy, but don't blame it on chat. Ay, ay, ay. I think your markers are too far inland in the center of the continent. I don't know. I mean, I think that his town is somewhere up here, right? And so unless Draconia is further north, then I think this is about right. I think this distance is about half of this distance, which is about what the numbers from Matt told me. Now, to be fair, if Draconia is further north, then both of these could be closer. But I am assuming that Draconia is in a warmer part of the continent. Now, I'm making a guess. I don't know. And they're off of numbers that Matt threw out on a whim for an exploration sequence that he clearly doesn't care that much about. So, big pinches of salt. I am not confident in those placements, but that's why I'm there. That's why I'm marking it there. Yeah. Throwing chat under the bus. That's what I'm saying. I was expecting Mrs. Claus. Yeah! Maybe a powerful Mrs. Claus. And again, if you get my reference, Mohali is very powerful. But I wasn't expecting a fucking the baker on staff for the clasp. I wasn't expecting the clasp's baker that they get for all of the holiday parties, where they think it's a fun little game to spike 4 of the sets of cookies, and they have to guess which one is poison and which one is weed. I don't think that is what I was expecting. I was not expecting the clasp, okay? And I think that's reasonable. Everything Jack gave him is represented here. He just added flavor. Yes! But Matt specifically said, if you're frustrated with how untrustworthy they are. Nothing about what chat gave implies untrustworthiness. Unless we're saying that the Dro part of it implies that. Which I would say that Matt has generally strayed away from that sort of race-based implications, including with Pike. It is not that all gnomes are untrustworthy. It is that the Trickfoots specifically, a family, is untrustworthy. And they maybe got cursed. So if there is race-based prejudice in that way, it has really not been present in the show since Orion, really. If we're being real. So I don't think that would be implied. That's all. Maybe it is, but not based on what chat gave them. I would have voted in that poll. Even if I had voted for Drow, I would not have expected untrustworthiness. I was expecting a rotund gentleman that makes amazing scones. And I'll be honest, I might have even expected some enchantment magic. I might have expected the scones to be maybe unnaturally persuasive. But skullduggery, not on my list. Maybe throwing chat under the bus with a little vengeance from Matt for all the critters hating on every mistake. All right. Yeah. You know, if Matt admitted there's no even reason that they would ever talk about this. But if I had the chance to interview Matt right after this happened, and so he could remember exactly how he was feeling in the moment, and I was like, why'd you say that? And he was like, meh, I was being a little petty. I was being a little petty. I was blaming chat for something they didn't do for vengeance's sake. I'd be like, you know what? That's the kind of pettiness I can respect. Okay, throw him under the bus. That's fine.
With how untrustworthy this NPC is, you can thank chat for it.
Seriously? Think the chat?
The chat did this to us?
You chat?
You turned our own bakery against us. You.
You know.
Don't fuck us,
To be
Chat.
fair, carbs are never really your friend, are they?
Okay.
They are in workouts.
That's true.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. Before we go, guys, we have the giveaway.
07:23, then 29:26. Oh my god, this is going to be a long stream. We'll see. 29:26. I think the bring Terry home was the untrustworthy part chat chose. I just never... You can listen to me fucking theorizing and predicting. I don't think it ever even crossed my mind that they would drug and kidnap him in a disguise. Like, I maybe thought that they would, like, confront him, and if things went poorly, maybe they would opt for kidnapping. But it did not cross... I don't think it ever crossed my mind as a possibility. I legitimately thought the baker was going to show up and they wouldn't even leave Whitestone. I thought no one was going to leave Whitestone. I thought they were going to try to convince Terry to come home. Terry was going to be like, no. There was maybe going to be some like familial guilting about it. And then they were going to give up. And then maybe a bounty hunter gets involved. But I did not foresee the baker being the bounty hunter. Yeah. So I would not call that trustworthy. But I guess that could have been the way that Matt always interpreted it, which, you know, me and Matt just being a little bit off there in terms of mindset. We're going to take a quick ad break because I got to pee. I don't see Critters insulting his rulings and hating on his girlfriend is a different type of chat who is voting for the baker. I think the Venn diagram is there. I think, to be clear, I think that the people voting span the gamut, right? There's definitely a subset of people that are, hating on him and all that sort of stuff. And they are not representative of everyone that is voting, probably a minority. But they're in there. Nala brought Simba home. Drow sleep poison is generally Drow lore, though. Well, so is halfling trickery and Drow evil is also Drow lore. So, what's up? I came back quick because I want to continue talking. I want to do this the full justice, but we are starting to run low on time. Or not run low, but we're the session, not the session. Geez, the stream is going to go for a while. I'm more mad this is 2017, so I believe Dro being considered untrustworthy by nature was just what most people assumed, and it's what their lore said, so Matt reading it this way would not surprise me. Not that they should be viewed as untrustworthy. I think it's good TTRPG communities have moved away from that. I get what you're saying. I think I'm more in the mindset of like, I haven't seen that. How do I say it? I can't think of a time where sort of species-based or race-based, like, personality characteristics at least were so prominent as to be the excuse for actions, right? Because I will totally admit, like, Matt absolutely does not shy away from like species-based enclaves. Singorn seems pretty filled with elves, Craghammer's dwarves, wherever the town that the Trickfoots are from was like a gnomish enclave. Like this isn't to say that Matt totally ignores species when it comes to culture, but I would definitely argue that he leans far more into bespoke cultures not defined by species in Exandria. I think about Marquette, Vasselheim. These are places that are very culturally distinct, which is what I think of when I think of like, shifty or untrustworthy or whatever. And they are not culturally distinct via species. They're just culturally distinct by them being culturally distinct. So I will also very much admit an amount of bias here as someone that has played D&D for, oh Jesus, how long have I been playing D&D? 15 years? Going in somewhere in there. Not as long as a lot of people, but long enough. I have only learned the lore through very light, like just osmosis by being in the community, right? But very light. I think I learned more of the D&D lore from Baldur's Gate 3 than I had at any point before that. So, when I'm oh, that is just to call out my bias here. When I'm picturing a critter in 2017, I don't necessarily picture someone who would assume Drow untrustworthy. But that very much could be me not being representative of the broader community in 2017. Because in 2017, I would not have assumed that at all. I wouldn't have even gotten close to that. It wasn't something, I had to move away from. I just didn't start with it. So, yeah. When I imagine myself voting for this, it doesn't even enter my mind. But I am aware that it was a thing, and maybe it was a more prominent thing than I sort of conceptualize. But even then, I would still say that Matt generally tends to ignore that sort of shit. So I don't know. Yeah. I picked up D&D shortly after C2 started. If I can recall, my first campaigns did not go well. Oh, my first campaign was not good either. But it was bad for all sorts of different reasons that were homegrown. It was not carrying in any of the issues of the broader community, because no one I played with knew anything about D&D, which was a large part of the problem. But we had very distinct bespoke issues. I also think that Drow is a relatively uncommon choice for PC, so breaking of official lore probably isn't as pervasive for Drow characters at this point, even for NPCs. Yeah, and that's also interesting because I've had Drow PCs in 2 campaigns. Not I have played, but some of the players had a Drow PC in my first campaign and in my second and in a one-shot that I ran. So I think this might be a Mega's not really in this mind space sort of situation where this just seems ridiculous to me. But I might be a bit unique in that. And I am broadly aware of the history. It's not like I am totally ignorant to the history. It is more just that I have trouble putting myself in the mind space of making that assumption when I have never had any examples within the campaign. That also might be because I ran homebrew campaigns, period, end of, until this year. For 14 years, we did not use any settings, any pre-established lore. So, the idea of relying on... It's also probably why I worry about metagaming so little, is because for basically the entire time I've been playing D&D, you just couldn't rely on meta knowledge. If you knew something about the Forgotten Realms, that would not help you in any of the campaigns I have run or played in. It would have helped you more to know about certain animes in one of the campaigns that I played in than it would for you to know Forgotten Realms lore. So, I think my vision might be a little clouded on this issue. Yeah. Lots of people who like Drow think of Drizzt, even though he's meant to be exceptional. You know what's hilarious? I don't know anything about Drizzt other than good Drow. And I think he has a tiger? Is he a ranger? That's about as far as my knowledge of Drizzt O'Dourdan? Sounds a little too Irish for a Drow name, but maybe. To maybe display how little lore I was inundated with. I love Drow. I love playing half Drow. Yeah. I started with D&D with 2E with people who had played for 20 years back when I started 10 years ago. So I guess just very different world. Yeah. And it's always hard for me to know exactly how the CR community was composed. Because I also think this is another sort of layer of bias that I have here. Because I was introduced to CR in a very, very similar tone to how I was introduced to Stranger Things, which was as a thing that was getting people into D&D. I was introduced to it as this like monolithic media project. I had never even heard of it, I think, until C1 was over. And that was the way I was introduced. It's like, oh, this thing is raising the popularity of D&D. And so when I think of a critter during C1, C2, accurately or not, honestly, probably not accurately now that I'm saying this out loud, I picture someone who doesn't know D&D lore. Like, kind of straight up. Not partially because I think I didn't know D&D lore coming into it, but also because I picture most of the people who watched CR, honestly, I won't even say watched. I picture the average critter as someone who was introduced to D&D by CR. And so I just sort of assume that they don't have a lot of lore knowledge. And saying that out loud, I have actively no idea how true that is. Because I have some people in chat who I know have said that they were introduced to D&D by CR. But I also have someone like Mike, Super Geek Mike, who I know was well into TTRPGs by the time he started Critical Role. He was doing an actual play when CR started. So, you know, clearly it runs the gamut. Yeah. Death Note OP intensifies. Mm-hmm. Yep. That campaign was a time. When I think of Dro, I think of Jarlaxle. Nothing. I think Drizzt Do'Urden. Oh, I was actually closer than I thought. Drizzt is a ranger with a panther. I see. I think it's pronounced Dritz. Dritz? What about the Z's? Are you telling me this motherfucker has 2 silent Z's in his name? What? That's crazy. That is untrustworthy. If you are rocking 2 silent Z's in a row, I don't trust you. I'll tell you that right now. I don't care how nice you are when I first meet you. I'm skeptical. Drizzt, Drow are the most compelling of the elves. Drizzt had a lot to do with it. Yeah, fair enough. Like I said, I don't know shit about shit when it comes to the lore of it. So all I know, my main concept of Drow is powerful innate spellcasting and sunlight sensitivity. That's generally how I think of them. Even BG3, it's hard for me to think of the BG3 Drow as the standard depiction of Drow, even though I know they are, or at least like the standard historical depiction. I think of them as the BG3 Drow. Even though that's a bit backwards. I've heard it said as Drizzt, as opposed to Drizzt personally. Drizzt. That's better. I like that more. I got into D&D through the Vox Machina show. It's a gateway for harder campaigns. And that's what I think of most of the time, but it's not, that's a bias. I do like the books these characters are from, but they're definitely not for everyone. I've never read any of the, like, Forgotten Realms or Eberron or Greyhawk books. I do kind of want to do it at some point, but it feels like a dive. Like, it feels like I am signing up to read a bunch of books. But I know that that's, like, not actually the case, but I also have some completionist tendencies. Sometimes it depends, but for books, I generally do. And if I liked one of them, I would have to read all of them. So I haven't done it yet, but I will someday, I think. My legal name is Costingzum. God. I think most creators don't know lore, but then on Reddit, there were lore nerds that would give rundowns, and then they would work off of that. It got more unified with the official source books. That's fair. I didn't know D&D before watching CR, but I've read Salvatore books just as a fantasy fan. And I do recognize the name. I know Salvatore wrote a lot of the, like, more lore, the D&D lore heavy books. Interesting. I mean, that seems like a fair gateway as well. Huh. Which that would also inundate you with much more of the lore side of things, yeah. Drow society is heavily matriarchal hierarchy where males are used for breeding servant duties. You know, I didn't know that, but that does fit with Minthara. That does fit with the characterization of Minthara in VG3. Huh. Interesting. And I like lore as much as the next guy. I would just never expect for it to be in Exandria. But that's definitely a me thing. Anyways.
So, you guys have learned of the current whereabouts of Tyrion Darrington, the seeming direction of which she is being transported. Which, let's go ahead and take a moment here, actually. Tyrion, as you've come to consciousness in the back of this horse, and you hear this woman cloaked and riding up in front of you,
So we are starting a split screen. Okay, interesting. I think maybe a little longer than if I had the social pillar skills of Matt, maybe a little bit longer, but that's fine. He might have just thought about it over the break, honestly. Like, he might just have been taking a bathroom break and be like, ooh, maybe I should pan over to Terry. I've certainly done that. We were talking about hey, in good faith, is there some manner of this that you've done in the past? I have absolutely thought about things I should be doing while in the bathroom.
we're almost there. And then you're just kind of hopping around on the back, bound. You try and move your arms and legs, and they're tied tightly.
Doty, I'm having a dream again. Doty. Oh boy. Ugh. Hello? You there, driver person. Hello?
The head looks back over.
Oh, you've awakened. Isn't that very interesting?
What's going on? Where are you taking me? Have I won a lottery of some sort?
You could say that, perhaps, yes. I have a contract to bring you back to Deastock, and I am fulfilling that contract.
Oh no. Did my father pay you to do this?
Howard Darrington? Because if so, yes.
He is.
Then that is where you are going.
I will pay you whatever he has promised you, double if you let me go right now. Pay you to do this.
Howard. Jesus. Howard. RDT, I don't think is an English consonant cluster. I am having trouble getting my mouth around that. Howard Darrington. I'm sure it's a consonant cluster that exists in other languages. It doesn't seem that crazy, but I'm Howard.
Howard Darrington? Because if so, yes.
He is.
Then that is where you are going.
I will pay you whatever he has promised you, double if you let me go right now.
She kind of shakes her head for a second.
I've looked through your belongings. You do not have the money you speak of.
I will write you a check, and I will guarantee it with the name Tyrion Darrington.
She laughs and turns back and just focuses more on the horse riding.
Damn it. Money is so good. Not when you don't have it. I have armor. I have jewels that are worth a lot. Please, you don't want to do this. Please, just let it go and no one will get hurt.
She turns back over the shoulder.
The money is one thing, but another is one's reputation. When I take a contract, I fulfill it. I have not failed. I will not fail. So, you are going home. My apologies.
She goes right back.
I respect her so much. I don't ask people names, friend.
All right. So, what are the rest of you guys doing?
Running around like crazy people.
Yeah, gearing up, getting shit.
Through the tree, right?
Yep. So you gather your elements and you transport through one of the trees that you created on the outside of the Dreamoth Ravine.
That's right, we grew them a forest.
Yeah.
Oh
You
my
did?
god, that's right. All right, yeah.
The last time we came here, we came flying out of a tree on an angle.
Yeah.
On an angle, yeah.
Right?
You did not come through that same tree.
Off the edge of a cliff. It's a theme.
Sorry. I know.
All right. So, which way is Wildmount?
Northeast?
From this area, be northeast, yes.
So
Let's go.
I say we head north first.
Oh. What? Okay. Is this just them being imprecise in their language? They're talking about Wildmount like it's a country. Is it not the entire landmass? Is this like a Europe-Asia situation where there's a random cut somewhere that's kind of blurry where like Draconia's not in Wildmount? Even though it's like... I should say the Dreamoth Ravine. Is the Dreamoth Ravine, like, not in Wildmount? I thought whenever they had talked about Draconia not being in Wildmount, it was because it was floating. But I would think that to then talk about it like Wildmount is northeast of here seems strange within that. Either not hearing or not bothering to correct them. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. Okay, cool. That's fine. I was just making sure I'm not going crazy. Wildmount's the continent. Okay, sick. That's all good. Not a critique, not a criticism. I was just making sure I hadn't been picturing it wrong this whole time. I will say northeast. Northeast means that Draconia is probably more over here. I mean, possibly even this little shit right here. Look at that. That looks like a ravine. I probably wouldn't call it a ravine since it's on the coastline. But, like, you could. You could call it a ravine. Or Draconia is even further away and fucking Vladivostok is all the way over here. I don't think that's the case, though. I don't think that's the case. Or this entire thing is the ravine? That's not the ravine. I'm going to further assume that Whitestone and Draconia are actually not as far away from each other as I initially assumed. And that maybe it's this guy. That looks ravine-ish. So maybe we'll call that the ravine. That's south enough for my taste. This is double-ish. Maybe like putting it like right there. This is double-ish. Okay. All right. Depends on how sheer the cliffs are. True. That's true. That could also be the ravine. I'm gonna assume Draconia is somewhere around here. This is my new theory. Although that still wouldn't put it northwest. I guess north or northeast. So maybe it is that. And this is more like that? Maybe it's mostly north, a little east. You're right to take all this geography with a grain of salt. Absolutely. I'm taking vague approximations. I'm going to put it here for now. I think because, okay, the other option, if I don't put it here, is something like this. Or maybe like that, which is lunacy. If this distance is like 200 miles at most, absolute lunacy. This is far more reasonable. Would you like a hint? It's like a little puzzle. If I get a bunch of half-truths and slightly fucked up statements, can I vibe out the general area?
Find the main road.
I mean, you're on Wildmount the Common, but you're heading more towards the city of Biostok, which is on the outskirts of the Dwendalian Empire.
We did know that they were heading on a road headed west.
Heading east.
Heading east.
Yes.
So which means if we head north, and then the minute that we hit that main road, start heading in that direction, we might even...
Not even a game of hot or cold? Maybe once... if one of the source books has a map in it, or has like more, hard and fast geography in it, or once we've been in Wildmount for a while. If either of those two scenarios come to pass, we can make an entire stream out of trying to guess the locations. I'll take like all of the named places that we have and all of the information that I have and try to do a jigsaw puzzle of like, well, I know that that one is east of that one and this one is north of here. Look, if it's not clear by my murder board stuff, I like that sort of investigative work. But that would be fun. once I could separately see like all of the correct answers. Once I can look at the answer key. I think that'd be a lot of fun, actually. That's a good stream idea. I could see myself doing that. Although it might not be until well into C2. Because I am assuming we're not spending a lot of time here. Because it's C1 and apparently we're not allowed to go to Wildmount for C1.
And pass them on the way and be able to identify a horse.
Especially if we're in like fart form.
All right. So you guys going into your windwalk forms?
Before we do, Percy, do you know anything about this country we're in? Anything?
I mean,
customs,
make a history check.
Government.
Not really my area of expertise, but
State bird.
22.
Okay.
History check, correct?
Yes.
22.
This area of Wildmount, known as Wynendir, is divided into two different kingdoms, essentially. This one you're going towards is called the Dwendalian Empire. This is the strongest and the most functional empire this side of Exandria. It is a tyranny. There is a king, and the law is ruled absolutely through this kingdom. It is a functional economy. Its people aren't mistreated from what you've read, though it is a kind of, I want to say, it's very Prussian. It's very, like people work, people live, people die. They're
like harsh.
It's a harsh environment. It's a colder environment. Whereas the center of Taldore is a lot of fields and rolling hills towards across the midsection, kind of framed by mountains. Across Wildmount, it is a smattering of mountain ranges and spires throughout and chunks of forest. It is a much harsher environment as far as the topography and the biomes than Taldore.
God, what's the northern forest? Like the equivalent of like a forest tundra? Is that a boreal forest? Am I thinking correctly? Taiga. Oh, taiga and boreal forest synonyms. Yeah. Coniferous forest. Yeah. This is yeah. This is how I'm picturing it. Yeah. Mongolia, parts of Russia, Canada, Alaska. Yeah, look at that. That's beautiful. Look at that. We love a taiga. Okay. Biome is very taiga coded. Could be in Alaska. And I will say Alaska because I'm American and I want to say a place in my country. Even though there are so many other countries that are probably more applicable. Soviet Wildmount. I mean, he did say Prussian. Yeah. An authoritarian. Taiga. Matt has a very negative view of Prussian culture. I will admit, I know incredibly little about Prussia. So that is not the area of history that ever interested me. Like the kind of like Renaissance and forward to World War II, like that area of European history. Not even close in terms of my knowledge. I could tell you a lot more about a lot different areas of the world. And Prussia and Russia aren't exactly close. Isn't Prussia Germany? Is Prussia in like Germany, Poland area? I thought it was like same broad geographical region as like Holy Roman Empire, like North Holy Roman Empire. Yeah, thereabouts. Oh. All right, well... Look, same Prussia and Russia aren't exactly close. This is probably my American speaking, but I'm like, Eastern Europe, Russia. It's like right there. Like I'll be totally real with you. In my geographical head, I can name all of the countries along the way. So it's not even like I'm ignorant of the geography. But in my head, Germany and Russia are pretty close together. They're like right there. It'd be like saying, America and the Dominican Republic are close. I'd say they're close. Yeah. Prussia's where nowadays Germany and Poland are. Okay. I'd say that's close. As a European, I cannot agree. I mean, I guess it does depend on what you define as close. I think Austro-Hungary Empire came from Old Prussia. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know shit about that. I definitely could not tell you anything about that. Prussia borders Russia. Today, Prussia is where the Russian enclave is near Poland and Lithuania. Oh! It still exists? Okay, I will admit to be ignorant of that. I did not know that Prussia still existed. I definitely thought it was a historical thing, like the Holy Roman Empire or something like that. They were bordering countries when Prussia existed. Prussia does not exist anymore. I'm out of my depth. I'm hitting the eject button on this. I don't know shit about shit in this area.
And as such, the pockets where people do live, they live as well as they can amongst a very oppressive environment.
And what's the name of the city one more time, just for time?
Ross makes the good points.
Okay.
So it's a bit Prussian.
Yeah.
Okay. That will do. So don't expect a lot of hospitality, and let's just have our business, get it done, and get out.
Also, we can't talk when we're farts, so when we get there, like, what's the plan, man?
We're going to fly up till we see the main road. So we see the main road, we're going to take it towards the city. If any of us spots, we're going to stay a bit high. If anyone spots a lone horse and a rider with a human-sized package on the back, we're going to do a little spin around, and we're all going to park ourselves maybe a quarter of a mile up the road.
Yeah. I like that idea.
Seems to work.
What happens if we don't see the person on horse?
Then we just go to his...
Right, but what happens? We just land right outside the gates and ring the bell?
We land inside the gates.
That seems... I mean, okay, but that seems a little dicey. Do we want to work out what we're going to do? We're just going to appear and say howdy?
It's from what I know of the city, it's not a locked city, is it? There's not like a...
It's not a locked city. I mean, there are perimeter walls and there are gates that can close in case of times of war. You do know that there is a strong military presence in most cities, and there are patrols that often just make sure that the peace is kept.
So we can walk in if we need to, but it's just let's not make any waves unless we need to.
Righteous visitors.
Yeah, it's a somewhat militaristic nation. It's people. I mean, it's to the point where you don't know, or at least have not heard of any like widespread abuses of power. At least not on the outskirts cities. You don't know that much about the political structure there, within other than the fact that it is a tyranny. But it is a strong standing military, and they do exercise it in times of peace as a form of law enforcement.
You and Terry are thick as thieves now. So, like, how plugged in is his dad?
Probably pretty
like super, right? I mean, he's not like the most powerful guy, but he does well for himself. He runs an area.
The way that Tyrion talks about his father is that he is essentially a land baron in Diastock. He owns a number of plots and homes and farms and collects taxes on them. And his family has been doing this for at least a generation or two and has made quite a fortune off of it.
And his sister's name is?
His sister's name is Marianne.
Marianne. That's creative. Okay. All right.
Marianne. Yes, Marianne Darrington.
And his mom is
Darrington.
Maria. All right.
Maria and Howard.
Maria and Howard.
Marianne
Darrington.
Yes.
Nice.
All right.
Let's do
See,
this.
I know his mother's name.
Oh.
All right. So you guys, you go ahead and accept Keyleth's Windwall. Mm-hmm. All right. With a moment of concentration, you all convert yourselves into plumes of smoke, mist. By the way, did you leave Doty behind or take Doty with you?
We can't take him with us.
Yeah. Okay then.
He
So Doty
doesn't
stays back in
respond
Whitestone.
to us.
I mean, yeah, he doesn't respond to us.
I mean, we would have had to have had like grog and
say
the
no.
piggyback.
We
No,
didn't.
Yeah,
we
no, we
didn't.
didn't find
No.
Green.
I was just reconfirming.
Nope.
All right then.
Sorry.
So you guys convert into your
Necklace, you can put him in
I can't put him in the necklace. He won't go in the necklace.
Yeah.
I tried before. He doesn't go.
Who are you talking to?
as you all
He's safe.
coast in the shapes of mist into the moist, freezing air over the Dreamoth Ravine and head northward. You guys move as a cluster of small plumes of moisture, and as you look forward over the next, so moving 300 feet around, double speed at that point too.
Carry that.
Yeah.
Wind speed. Falling
air
out,
math.
training yourself.
Air math.
It's nothing quite like air math.
Yeah. Well, there's always, once again, this is twice an episode where it's like magical fantasy realm, physics. Somewhere in the middle you find a fun narrative. I'd say within probably...
I agree. As someone who has consistently, I would say, hated on fantasy physics, I agree. Somewhere in between is a fun narrative. Because, and for the same reason that we ground a lot of things within reality. Like, I've simultaneously gone on my rant about how we can't take the implications of the fantasy too seriously. Like, we can't actually track the impact of a cantrip like Create Bonfire just existing. We can't track the impact of that. It would create a fundamentally different society that we would not be able to recognize. It would be too alien. So we have to ground the story that we tell within the real world, and part of that is grounding it in physics. We can't be required to make a world the exact same size of Earth, or else account for the gravitational constant changing. Right? That's too much. Too much. You just have to be careful not to go too far with it. You gotta keep it grounded while not being shackled by physics. Physics should not restrict your ability to tell a fun narrative. It should only support it. And I think Matt's on the same wave.
An hour and a half to 2 hours of travel, because you guys are going pretty fast. You eventually come upon a very well-ridden and apparent pathway, a roadway that goes from east and west. The topography does seem at least to be somewhat in line with what you saw the brief time that you scryed upon Tarion.
How do we...
I'm just heading the direction.
That smoke plume definitely.
That
moved
smoke
its
plume knows where
arm.
it's going.
Follow that
I
smoke
can't
plume.
hear you.
So you guys all continue heading east. Just,
Do we have normal mental thoughts when we're smoke plumes, or do we just think in terms of?
no, you think normally. You're still...
Oh God. I started typing as if I was in here and I was actually clicked into this.
You can't talk.
Okay.
Well,
We'll say if you talk comes up. There you go.
What does it sound like if you laugh? Sorry, we're going.
All right. As you guys continue pushing east.
we roll play deep.
I'm going to be keeping an eye out for anybody on the road.
Toe.
Perception check from the two of you guys.
Oh my god.
Nope.
22.
Okay. You see what looks to be one small kind of caravan, a series of carts that are heading west along the path. And that's the only thing that you see at the moment. You, Vex, after a couple more hours of travel in an eastern direction, you see what looks to be a big, thick forest. Like the forest itself is pretty dense in this area, and there's pockets where it's kind of open and you get a little more of a green field. And you've been traveling over a larger green field area, so you start hitting where the forest gets thicker and thicker, and the pathway carves through this forest. Then a ways ahead, you see what appears to be a large hill that rises up, and then around the hill, the forest has been cleared, and you can see what amounts to acres and acres and acres of farmland that circles almost like a disc around this large central hill. The top of the hill is cleared off, and there you can see what appears to be a metropolitan city, a large town, if you will. You can see what appear to be actually, no, you're not quite close enough. So that's what you see. You see this village on top of this cleared hill, surrounded by farmland and then surrounded by forest and what appear to be some broken mountain ranges, maybe a few miles out each direction.
Keep skirting around looking for a lone horseman.
Okay.
And can I fly down and see if I see any like signs along the road, any kind of markers saying what city it is?
Okay, so you cruise down and begin kind of riding a little closer to the surface. And with your generally just passive perception, you do catch what appears to be, there are a few splinter trails that seem to be the perimeter on the outside of where the forest kind of leads inward and heads on the outskirts of the tree line. There you do see a sign that leads, the arrow leads forward towards what is called the Siren Green Forest, and then eastward towards Diastock.
Oh, shit.
So you gather that the large town on this carved hilltop seems to be the town in question.
But no, nobody on horseback.
You don't see anybody on horseback at the moment, though.
Cloud hiccups.
I'm going
Did
to
you make your gas
scout around a little closer to the ground and see if there's anybody, maybe any of the paths off the main road where someone might be hiding, and just run through the trees looking for anything for a little. I'm searching around a little bit. I know we're close to the city, and I'm just kind of keeping an aerial view because we should be able to see an awful lot from high up.
And you do. You just see like hundreds of acres of farmland that surround this large hill and the entire. And like it's built all across top of the hill and built like kind of along the front side of it. And you can see a number of paths that kind of zigzag down, and elements of it kind of sprawl a bit into the farm, but largely the majority of Metropolis is up on top of the hill itself, and then the farmland around it. And you do see, as you get closer and skirt the sides, there are patrols. You see men on horseback with crossbows kind of slung over the side that just kind of do perimeters. Some of them are weaving independently through the fields, just keeping an eye on people who are in the process of harvesting.
No interest in getting anywhere near that.
The rest of you guys continue heading east towards the town, or are you following with Taliesin kind of stop?
I'm popping back on.
Okay,
on the road,
so Percival catches up to you guys.
I mean, at this point, I feel like our option is only to go towards the house. Like if we can find his family's keep.
Did we beat him here?
I don't know. There's no way to know.
we can land and have a conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys make your way to the. Where do you want to land?
Maybe the edge of town into the Siren Green Forest.
So you find the edge of the tree line before it opens up into the farmland surrounding the city. As you all take a moment to concentrate, your forms congeal once more into your physical selves, and you are able to discuss as you prefer.
Well, anybody see anything?
Is it possible she could have put some kind of covering over them? You know, like
we did with Whitestone or something?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I think it's possible, though.
Could we
That's a
still
really
see their
good point.
tracks if we went back and looked?
We don't know. Well, we.
I mean, that would be a ranger question.
I mean, it's just horse tracks, but I can look.
But any horse tracks could be.
There's a lot of horse tracks on the main road.
We're out of-
Unless Terry is thinking and he's leaving something behind so that we can track him.
Terry, can you hear us?
Terry? Good idea, Percy.
Nothing at the moment.
Be within 500 feet.
I could try to commune with nature, but I mean, it only extends for a few miles.
I'm gonna cast locate. Oh, should I do that? Should I waste it right now?
How long does it last?
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
I'm gonna try. I mean, wait, 1,000 feet. That's not very far compared to where the
A few
city
miles
is.
is better.
Plus, that's a concentration spell. The mist form is my concentration spell, so we should be able to do both at once, correct? If we move quickly while she has her locate object on?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
All right.
I'm gonna try to locate his
Brooch.
dangly
Earring.
earring.
Dangly dangles.
His dangle.
Dangly bits.
Dangly bit.
All the above.
Let me check one thing.
His penis.
Terry. His Terry.
It's Terry.
We're
Remington's Terry Tread.
Let's see.
Matt's doing something.
No, he's something.
Matt.
Well, I was checking to see if making sure the wind lock wouldn't affect any concentration.
Oh,
so
okay.
it doesn't trigger.
Squaring his hypotenuse.
All right, and you're attempting locate object on Tyrion's earring, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Stangly bit.
His dangly. His
You focus and
dangly.
concentrate, it does not pick up within 1,000 feet of you.
So we're gonna move.
So we're gonna move towards Wisty Form towards the city and see if we can.
Yeah.
Okay. You all head back up into the sky, and you can see now the clouds in this vicinity are.
Now, if I'm Matt in this scenario, I am assuming that from what they've said, what they've presented to me, that they want to cover the maximum possible area with this locate object, right? They're in Windwalk because it removes any, terrain or military restrictions that might impede their movement, and they are trying to ping locate object. I think if it were me, there are two questions I would ask. One, is there anything in particular that you would be looking for when doing this search that you would make a specific route for? Or are you just trying to cover the maximum possible area? Is that the only thought? There are no other priorities. And I would probably give them a sense. I don't know how big. I just want to say Vladivostok. Fucking Diostok is. I would right now. I would give them a sense of about how much of the city they could cover. I'm going to throw out a random number just for the purposes of this example and say 25%. Then, if they are just covering maximum area, I would roll a percentile and say, and I this is one of the few scenarios I've talked about it. I don't roll in front of the screen very often. Luck rolls are a little bit different, and I would consider this a luck roll. I would say, okay, you're covering this amount of the city. These are the percentile. You have to get that number lower. Or we could invert it and say that level or that number higher, whatever. Doesn't matter with a luck roll. No modifiers. Unless they give me a reason that there should be a modifier. And then we... This is why I wanted to stop, because this is one of the few times that I would roll in front. And it's a good example of where I would implement a luck roll, because there's nothing particularly... how would I say it? There's nothing particularly clever about what they're doing, but there is something pretty effective about what they're doing. And honestly, effective in a way that we can pretty directly quantify. And so if that is the scenario, if it is effective in a way that I can easily quantify, I will often leave that up to a luck roll, as opposed to something like investigation. Because I think investigation requires an amount of strategy. And that's why I would ask them if there's any sort of prioritization that they're doing in their search. Because if there is, it might turn into an investigation roll to successfully execute that search pattern. Or it might give some manner of modifier to the percentile. And I say all that to say what I would do, because at this point I feel like I know Matt's DMing well enough to assume what he will do, but I'm really not sure what he's going to go for here. I think it might just be an investigation roll, maybe a group investigation roll. I'm not sure. Let's see.
Growing darker, looks like it's going to rain in the next few hours or so.
Okay. So we're less noticeable.
The temperature right now,
I will say what I wouldn't do is I would not leave this up to not the dice. Unless there's something very different going on. I'm assuming they are in the city and that this strategy has a chance of working. So I would leave, I would highlight that chance. I don't think I would have it auto succeed or auto fail unless there is, a factor that Matt knows that I don't.
It might even sleep, you're not sure. You make your way coasting over the farmland, looking down. You can see it's all segmented and all marked off with various, looks like colored fences. Everything is really well organized here, and all the land has been divided. You eventually make your way towards the base of the hill. And you kind of cruise up to the outskirts of the city, where you see the large stone walls that encircle elements of the outskirts. And you see where each one of these walls opens up some sort of a pathway. There is a large metallic gate that is currently separated and lifted up in the back that can be slammed and closed and shut in case it needs to keep anybody in or out. You're getting no ping yet.
Okay. Fly.
You guys know you're over the wall now. These 6 plumes of mist kind of coasting above. What do you do?
Do we backtrack?
I mean, we're like over his family's keep.
You don't know what his family's keep looks
We
like.
don't know a fucking clue what his keep looks like.
But we're over the city.
You're over the city right now, yeah.
So we theoretically haven't intercepted them yet.
No.
I say we do it. I'm going to try and motion everyone to follow me in a circle around the city and then back out the front gate.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. It's you move pretty fast. It's a big radius to go around the entire wall perimeter of the city.
This is one of those times where I feel like Matt maybe expects a bit too much asking the right things or saying the right things from them. I think this would be immensely reasonable to say if they were doing this strategy in Whitestone or Iman or Westrun or Singorn, Marquette, Vasselheim. Anywhere where they have a general handle on the players, not the characters. The players have a general handle on the scale and any amount of experience with the layout. Because like with what Percy just said right there, right? I want to motion them to follow me in a circle around the city. They are time limited right now. This locate object has a certain time duration that it is going to do. And when Taliesin says that, I want them to follow me in a circle around the city, I mean, maybe they're fucking built different. Maybe they have a mind meld with Matt. I have no idea if they will even be able to complete a circling of the city before in 10 minutes. 10 minutes minus whatever time they've already spent. You know? So and that makes me a little bit wary when we're in this investigation. Again, it's the not super detail orientation, right? And I think it's combining with Matt's general reluctance to want to ask the players anything about what they are doing beyond what are you doing? Which honestly, I can respect as a broad general philosophy of like, as the DM, you don't want to guide them. You don't want to guide them towards anything approaching the right answers. And anytime you clarify with them, you are risking tainting the water. I understand that mindset. I think it is a net negative, but I get it. And I think that is a bit of what is on display here. And we'll see how big of a positive or negative it is. Because this is the type of situation where I can see this mindset or this general strategy or philosophy falling very flat and resulting in them wasting a lot of resources or just winding up in more trouble than they thought they would. You know, the risk evaluation may not work, or they may not be on the same page. Like Keyleth's swan dive earlier. This feels like a moment to change the solution to the puzzle. Yeah, or just give them a more firm understanding of what's happening. Because I, in my theater of the mind, am very vague on what's happening right now. That could just be me. That, like I said, the players might be right on the same page, but I'm definitely having trouble. Yeah, he doesn't clarify often, which is reasonable. I think you shouldn't clarify too often. I think Matt is maybe a little bit on the other side of like not clarifying often enough for my taste. And I have reasons for my taste, in my opinion, but it is taste and opinion, I think, to at least some extent.
Hit your full speed. I'd say you can do a full pass around about 15 minutes or so. That's like a careful, if I'm just cruising through. Nothing seems to ping.
Okay. He didn't offer them an opportunity to take it back if they had wanted, but I like that he offered an amount of quantification, an amount of detail, giving them an understanding of the scale of what they are doing. Beautiful. Absolutely. 10 minutes. Classic Megapause. Look, sometimes I will also say this. I think one of the advantages of the blind react is that I can say the thing I would like to happen, and then if it does, you know that I'm not just, ad hoc liking it. I think it adds some legitimacy to the statement a little bit, where it's like, now when I say, ooh, I like him giving them a time here, you guys know I fucking mean it. I'm not just saying that I like anything that Matt does. I said what I wanted to happen, and he did it. I'm on board. Oh, we gotta skip ads. So I do think that is part of the mega pause. Is that I want to set that up sometimes, because I think that's honestly a better compliment to Matt if it does end up happening. And it makes, anything I say feel a bit less arbitrary. It's all arbitrary at the end of the day, but classic megapause. I do not like the change the solution approach, but Matt does not give enough clues or foreshadowing. I think that's a fair mindset. I think it is fair to say that what is kind of happening has been abstracted, probably for the purpose of speed, but that it is missing a little something, whether that is clues or foreshadowing, or it is a willingness to change the solution, or at least change like the route to align with what the players do. I think that people are generally going to be less into that, but I think it's a viable track depending on how well you do it. I think there's a little something missing. I think there needs to be a little bit more clues, details, foreshadowing, give the players a better sense of what's going on. But for all that said, I like this. I wouldn't say at your full speed, like this sentence, love it. At your full speed, I'd say you can do a full pass in about 15 minutes or so. Pause. Wait for any of them to say, oh, I didn't realize. Can we maybe do something else? Or if they all stay silent and they don't interject into the pause, then we move on. So, tiny quibble, but broadly.
I'd say you can do a full pass around about 15 minutes or so. That's like a careful, if I'm just cruising through. Nothing seems to ping on the spell.
Oh, Matt, I forgot to tell you, when I left home, I left a large eternal flame burning on my keep's roof. Is that okay?
Oh, right. Good to clarify. No. All right, so.
I don't know. Maybe we beat it. I'm gonna try and motion everyone
Back out to the fucking woods?
just a little, not far.
Back out of the woods? Okay.
Back onto the road. And off the road.
And continue to take my critiques about how the investigation is being run with grains of salt, because I will again say the stakes are not super high here. So if they do waste resources and or fail in general, they have a way to solve this, right? They have a way. It's just very undesirable, which is walk up to the gates, say, we'd like to talk to Mr. Darrington, please, and then be directed to Darrington Keep. That is obviously undesirable. But it is viable. So any amount of difficult that Matt wants to make this, I think is not as bad as if, or any sort of negatives I'm talking about with how Matt is doing the investigation. All of those magnitudes are lower, given that if they fail, they still have a route forward. This is just, succeeding in this would be better, but not the only way. Alternate route to the answer. Yeah. Engross yank units. Lol. Is this discussion coming on the back of the first failures during this investigation? I don't totally understand the question. I think we're still in the investigation stage. I would say we are still firmly within the investigation. So this is, I guess, me broadly kind of parsing through what I like and don't like about the investigation. And I think my overall evaluation is that Matt is prioritizing speed over necessarily like robustness or quality within the investigation. And I think in a few places, maybe overly so. But broadly, I think I understand his mindset now, and I think it's not too crazy. I don't know what prompted this pause during locate object. Oh, him giving them a sense of how fast it would be to do a full circle of the city. Because I was saying that with this locate object strategy, even within, my kind of way that I would handle it that I laid out at the beginning, I think it is important to give the players a sense of how their resources are being used and like what they're actually doing at the scale of this city. Is 10 minutes of searching a quarter of the city, half of the city, the whole rim, but not the interior. What are we actually doing? I don't have a good sense of scale. But then I paused here to say, oh, he said 15 minutes. I like that. So that's what it's on kind of the back of. Yeah. Yeah. If they wanted, they could kill everyone in the family home. Now just maybe Tyrion would not like that. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Anything negative I say about the investigation, take it with a grain of salt, because the investigation is, at the end of the day, optional. They do not have to do it. They could just walk straight up to the guards, ask where the keep is, and be on their way.
Road so that we're not super visible.
So you're heading back over the farmland, back to the outskirts of the Severn Green Forest. Into the tree line?
Yes.
About an hour's walk to the city. Okay. Where I want to.
Where we can see the city.
Yeah.
And see the road coming to
Gotcha. All right, cool. So you guys find your way there. You wait for a moment to make sure the trolls are anywhere nearby, and you turn back into your physical selves.
Well, we either beat them here, or she's really clever.
Or she took off all of his clothing and he's riding around naked.
But she would still theoretically have his clothing. They would still exist.
I mean, yeah,
Maybe she
hopefully.
ditched him, who knows what she did.
Sold them.
What do you think? You think we should camp out here for a while and keep an eye on the road for a day or two? See if we can intercept, and if they never show up, then we need to figure out going in to the city.
Do we have a way of scrying one more time before the day is up?
I do.
Okay, let's try one more time and
one
see.
more time.
Maybe we beat them.
I can do one of two things. I can either scry on them, or I can do a commune with nature spell.
Scry!
All right. Scry.
All right, your vision shifts once more to Tyrion, who uncomfortably, ow, 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 in the back of this horse a little bit. And as you start audibly making a pain sound, hand grabs the back of where the ropes are entwined and just shifts you in the back of the seat to be a little more comfortable.
Oh, thank you.
No response from her. Still riding the back of the horse. It's getting darker now, and you can see the clouds up are still a little pushing towards that stormy look that you saw when you were at the city. So they're still on the road. They're still traveling.
But it's the road that we've...
Okay, honestly, this might be a situation where I think Matt is normally pretty good at hiding the, what I call the magic trick. Not being too obvious when players are wasting their time. And not, hiding the kind of improv and the prep behind the scenes and what have you. But with this in particular, I'm realizing that he's rushing through all of the other stuff because it is fruitless. And that is now the sense that I would be getting as a player. And he is really reliant on them scrying. But I will also reiterate, I think fairly so. I think it's pretty fair of him to be reliant on them scrying. They do it a lot, and they have different ways to do it. So I think again it's a prioritization of speed. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot of... I think maybe that's the issue. I'm feeling a lot of the hand of the author. It feels like Matt has a very distinct idea of how this is going to go, and he's just sort of rushing us through whatever else happens. Which I get when, Sam isn't able to play currently. But I do think it's in a strange way, making it feel more... It's making it feel more hand of the DM to me. Like I'm feeling his influence as an actor, not as like an actor in the Hollywood sense, but like as an entity, as an actor within the scene. I'm feeling his influence as Matt Mercer more than I am feeling the influence of the world in a lot of this with the speed at which we're going. I wonder if there's a way around that. I'm going to have to keep thinking about that. Because I do think that is maybe core to my problem with the speed. And I'm wondering if there's a way you could still do it fast, but keep that. Or at least as fast as Matt seems to want. And honestly, off the top of my head, I'm not entirely sure. And so if you're Matt and you're considering like, can you feel a bit of narrative contrivance here? Sure, but that's worth it to get Sam back into the table quicker. If that's the calculus in his head, fair enough.
It seems familiar.
The sun kind of in the same direction that we're heading?
Yes,
Like,
or heading, the sun's more westward at this point.
okay.
So we could, in theory, mist, blow to the ground on this road in that direction and in theory catch up with them.
And he's conscious, which is good.
Yeah.
He's still alive.
And he has his clothing on?
Yeah.
Good. That's
We
good.
won't see his dangling bits.
Just the one.
Just the one.
Should we miss that way?
I say we missed that way.
Yeah.
Intercept.
I like that idea. Yeah, let's intercept them.
Okay, so you guys come back into mist form, begin coasting westward along the path. You travel for about 10 minutes before Vex and Vax. You pick up what looks to be a small, dark shape on the road. You watch. Okay, so what do you do?
We're trying to signal everyone.
Is there forest on the sides of the road from where we are?
You guys, no, you traveled away from the forest, now you're in open fields.
So open fields and roads. Shite. Yeah, okay.
But wait. Wait. Yeah, should we wait?
You can't
I would turn back into a thing.
So you go on land, Vex lands, and it takes a minute to concentrate and go back to her physical form.
They're up ahead. Maybe we should just bamf here. Be solid. I can disguise this.
This is a quick one. I don't pause it a lot, but I do have a lot to say about this. It's a very interesting sequence to me. Because depending on Matt's, kind of prioritization in his head, what he's okay with, what he's not. If he had done what I suggested with the percentile roll, if you do any rolls, no matter what, it implies success and failure. If Terry's not in the city, there's no chance for success. Now, I think it's part of the... If you want to keep things feeling, I think, grounded and hidden and kind of mysterious and make them feel part of the world, sometimes that is appropriate. But if you want to get Sam back at the table and you don't want the players to walk in and walk to the keep and spend all of that time having to talk about them walking through the city and having to talk about them interacting with the guards and all that shit. If you don't want Sam to be waiting for an hour, then not giving them a role, Mr. High Roll DM over here, not giving them a role is a better way to nudge them in the direction of no longer searching in the city. And, as we see, they proceeded to scry. Yeah, I think I'm starting to suss out his priorities. And I think, because there's some patterns here that I think lead me towards that. I could always be wrong. Matt could have very different priorities here that I'm unaware of, but that does track to me. Matt experimentation is always interesting. Yeah, I think that's why I've been pausing to talk so much. This entire episode, it really feels like Matt's doing, and I mean, honestly, the past fucking all of the 90s, I've really felt a lot of Matt experimentation, and it's very interesting. It's very interesting, especially as it diverts from his standard. Because when he's diverting from how he normally runs things, I can at least infer an amount of purpose in that. If he's doing things the same as he always does, I can, I'm not sure if that's conscious, if that's unconscious, if that's just, his experience kind of biasing him towards certain types of play. I don't know how conscious all of that, all those choices are, or even if they are choices. But when he's deviating from a pattern, I feel more confident in implying more like conscious choice to that. Which makes it much more interesting for me to analyze, in certain ways at least. Because this is this sort of cross-country traversal with high-level PCs that have a lot of tools. You've played with these people for a long time. It's not like you're doing a one-shot at level 20 or something. You've seen how they use their tools. I think we're seeing a lot of good stuff from Matt in, like... It seems like one of the crux of this thing is there's not a lot of clues. He's trusting them, not trusting them, but he is relying on them to use things like Scry, which I think is good because he has seen them use it so much. It's really him using his experience throughout Campaign 1 and experimenting with that and how to manage that. Huh. Yeah. Interesting.
Landscape and we can ambush her.
All right.
Yeah.
So I do that.
Should we set a fallback?
You guys, does this make us highway bandits?
Yes.
Are we highway bandits?
As she's saying that, I start using...
You have about a minute till she gets to you right now, by the way. 'Cause you're able to see
Highway
her.
bandits, get down!
You're able to see the horse, which traveling a little bit above the road, so they're almost upon you.
Oh God, what do we do? She knows all of us.
I'm going to start making my way a decent distance and like just running just a little bit off the road. I'm going to try and disguise find some cover and get ready to injure a horse.
Who wants to stand in the middle of the road?
And what's on the sides of the road? Is it tall grass?
It's like
bald?
maybe like knee-high grass with sections of bald. It's the landscape here outside of the farmland in the forest. You can see it looks a little hard and badlandish, scrubland.
I'm gonna go like 200, 300 yards back towards the city, just in case they manage to get through.
Okay.
Then.
All right. So you're getting down. You're doing that.
I'm going to get into some grass, as close to the road as I can.
I Bamf drink it out, and we get in the grass and stealth.
Okay. Roll a stealth check. Disadvantage for
I
trinket.
cast Pass Without a Trace.
Oh, cool.
Natural 20!
Nice. And for trinket with disadvantage because it's a big bear.
Oh, he got a 19, which is a crit for him. That sucks. 19!
Was that a crit? It's only an attacks.
Oh, well, still. It's pretty good, though. Still. He disappears.
Alrighty.
A plus 10.
Oh, wait, did you want someone in the middle of the road?
Yeah, Pike's gonna stand in the middle of the road.
Perfect. Unassuming.
Good beat.
Unassuming? Okay, I'm gonna go into crow form.
Maybe I can act like I'm an old woman trying to cross the road.
Ooh, that's
Yeah,
good. I
like
like
in
it.
your armor. Totally. Put
So you go
my
into crow
I'm gonna kind of aid to her bird lady aesthetic.
Stealth roll, Percy?
Stealth roll?
And stealth roll for you too, guys.
Do drows have like magic side or anything?
I don't know.
It's a reliable talent, in fact.
I know.
Stealth roll is, that's not bad, 21.
Okay.
Plus 10.
Plus 10, 31.
Okay. Grog's ways back.
Oh,
All right.
not stealthing.
And I'm preparing, I'm getting down, I'm preparing for the shot.
Ditto.
And
I'm gonna pull up my cloak and slowly start.
I'm also going to activate the secondary mechanism in the diplomacy glove.
Okay.
Terrible.
Okay.
I follow Pike and like peck at her breadcrumbs as she crosses the road.
Okay. All right. So as this is happening, then this is a really fast, like rush over against the places, and you watch as the horse is gouged. Yeah, Pike in the middle of the road. Dressed the same in memory.
I have to pee. It's like hide and go seek.
I wanted to stay close enough where I could.
Goes off the path and begins to make a wide circle.
Motherfucker. She's just like going around us.
Seemingly. Yeah.
Excuse me?
Good.
Man!
Okay, just
I'm on my group. I'm
the
on my
full
group.
gallop
Take me
burst.
back there.
I'll say-
Yeah, I can take off in crow form.
The second, the second she started to leave the road, I take a shot.
At
the horse's legs.
All right.
We'll heal it. We'll heal it.
Go ahead. Go ahead and make an attack with disadvantage.
Disadvantage?
Because you mean specifically for the legs.
That's technically, can I burn a grip for it?
Oh, you do technically have an actual...
I have an actual...
So yeah, you will not get disadvantage in this.
I'll burn a grip for this. This is worth
Quickly down under.
Horse killing is a feat you took, right?
We're gods, remember?
Yeah.
That's not great, but it's not bad. 20.
20 will hit. So what's the effect on that one again?
That's, where's my, that's strength saving throw or prone.
What's the DC?
20.
So, you watch as no gunshot, complete silence as you all begin to maneuver. You watch as the horse suddenly and just goes ass over tea kettle forward, jettisoning both Tyrion and the rider from the horse into a.
Is that the silencer?
Reroll.
Yep.
Since you cannot move, Terry, you make a full spill.
Yeah.
Skittering across the ground.
And Terry's
separate 10
back
points
in
of
the
bludgeoning
scene.
damage.
What about the horses? The follow?
No, the horse is prone and still takes damage from the shot. So roll damage
Oh, and also take damage. That's,
because you shot it with.
I did. I really shot it.
Yeah, you did.
It didn't have a good day. Do I have enough? Yeah, here we are.
Heal it. I'll heal it so
Oh.
I'm gonna eat it.
Oh, there's no horse left. Oh boy. Yeah, oh boy. That's 30 points of damage. 30 points of damage. That's really
that a lot for a horse?
That's my maximum damage with a single unaffected shot.
Yeah. As the horse skids over, hits the ground, it falls onto its side, and you watch like its heavy breathing come still.
No!
Dinner!
PETA!
I'm keeping a second shot. The second I see her head, I am taking a headshot on this.
Okay, make a perception check because you are down in the grass.
Nope.
Oh, that was almost
amazing.
so good.
11.
You can't see it because you are tied.
11.
I know, you see nothing.
Still stealth.
What were you doing? As you're up in the air.
Forward, yeah.
Okay.
I'm running towards them. I'm brooming.
You're brooming towards. All right, so she comes to a tumble. For this purpose, I'm going to have you two, since you're both pretty quick, roll initiative checks, please.
26.
All right.
24.
And you see, this is why I do the mega pause, because I was thinking to myself a second ago, this is about the time to go into initiative. But now it seems like I'm making it up. I know y'all would believe me. Or maybe you wouldn't. I don't know. I actually don't know. You all are just code on the screen. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I can. It's if Terry is an NPC, I don't really love that investigation sequence. But a lot of the things I don't like about it are, at least to me, pretty clearly to speed things up while still allowing for creativity and choice on the part of the players. And with the kidnapped person being a PC, I get wanting to speed it up. So I'm a little bit torn. It's weird for me to think about Matt prioritizing speed of play and pacing. I think it's maybe one of the first critiques I ever gave him was that he doesn't think about the pacing enough. And now I'm like, well, he's going too fast. I don't like it. But you know, as I watch it, I'm like, look, this is Matt experimenting with faster pacing. And yeah, it's a little bit clunky right now. It's missing some stuff. Bro has never done it before. That's hyperbolic, obviously. But, from the perspective of looking at this and saying, I think a lot of the things I don't like are pretty clearly in service of getting Sam back into the table faster. I wish I'd seen more of the hand of the DM for a lot of the guest players. So it's weird, as a watcher, credit to Sam, I keep forgetting he's missing. Sam has tanked this like a fucking champ. And I think I'm being extra critical because I keep forgetting that the person missing is a player character. And so maybe I would prioritize speed as well. And I would skip over some shit and maybe you would feel a little bit of the hand of the DM. I could see myself running a similar sequence if it's one of my players that's off table and I'm constantly thinking about, like, they're just sitting there staring at me and I want to get them back into playing. I'm not going to totally reverse my critiques. I think you can still look at them and find them useful in a vacuum. But outside of a vacuum, I think I just support it. Little clunky, but that's just because he doesn't do stuff like this often, I think. So, yeah, I'm good. I think I'm good. Yeah. Percy being protective of Terry is very cute. It is. Just for fun, want to check how much IRL time Sam was not playing? Actually, there's a really easy way to check it, because we stopped last stream basically right when Terry gets taken off the table. So 3 hours, hour 44. So including the break, which, if you want to not include that, fair enough. Including the break, it looks like about an hour 15. Which, for a kidnapping plot and like something that felt akin to a investigation, that's pretty quick. I think Garthok was off table for longer than Sam was here. That's not terrible. If we're mainly prioritizing speed, which I think is, the more I think about it and talk about it, the more I'm on board with. Yeah. Pretty sure your first critique was the lack of scent descriptions. Well, that's possible. Only so much to talk about there, though. It's almost as if the kidnap plot is poorly thought up. I mean, certainly maybe rushed. Yeah. Sam was very, very quiet right before the kidnapping, too. So much so that knowing it was coming, I assumed he was in on it. I think the more I watch, man, the more I think that Sam Riegel might be the best player at the table. I won't even lie. Like, now that he doesn't have fucking Scanlan weighing him down. Sorry to all the Scanlan lovers. I think he might be the best one of them all. I grew a real love for Travis, but honestly, I think Grog kind of holds Travis back. Like, there's only so bright Travis can burn when he's in the enclosed lamp of Grog. You can only open it up so much. And, I mean, if Grog is a lamp, Scanlan was a sealed box. I could tell something was happening in there, but it was hard to see. And it was sealed shut with shit. But now that he's playing Terry, man, I think Sam Riegel might be my favorite player. Or at least the best. It's I can't think of the last critique I have leveled his way recently. I also, it's there also might be a little bit of me that just really loves Wikander. Wikander and Tyranny are my favorite C4 characters by a country mile. They are in S tier. The next highest character is in B tier. I love them. So that might be slightly influencing my opinion here. But, yeah. I think Travis would agree with you on Grog. I mean, even thinking about Teor Pridesire. Teor Pridesire is obviously not Grog, but they're not leaps and bounds away from each other in terms of general archetype. But Teor just offers Travis so many more choices. Grog just really pigeonholes him, and I love Grog. Grog is one of my favorite C1 characters. He just doesn't have the range. I think Travis just has more range than Grog allows for. And you don't always need range. That is not an explicitly good property within a character. I think I would argue that Vax does not necessarily allow for that much range. But I haven't felt Liam really chafing at it too much. I think he has found ways to deepen Vax as a character across the series, especially in his search for purpose. But Grog is just really restrictive, even though I like him a lot. And I felt even more similarly about Scanlan, even though Scanlan theoretically had more range. I now that fucking Sam's on Terry, it's a whole different ball game now, man. Sam's characters are some of my favorite, generally speaking. Still haven't started C4. I love Sam and C4. Yeah. I love Grog, but he's not my favorite Travis PC. That's a good way to phrase it. Because he's one of my favorite characters in C1, but I don't know that he's he might be my third favorite PC for Travis. Which is real cognitive dissonance. But it's there. I don't know. He 100% is, but don't curse our Lord and Savior Shorthalt. Look, I like Grog. I don't like him for Travis. If you like Scanlan, that's fine. I think there are things to like, especially towards the end. But I think Sam is flourishing now that he is not tied to Scanlan. And I will not be shy about that fact. Oh, man. He's ready to spread his wings. Because that is true. And to that point, maybe Travis would not be the beautiful swan that he is if he had not had a bit of the ugly duckling days in Grog. Maybe he needed Grog to grow into it. Like you said, first D&D character. It's sometimes nice to keep that pretty simple. So I'm glad that Grog has been here. But, would it be the worst thing in the world if Grog died in a heroic way that was very good for the end of his arc, and then Travis got to play a different character? I mean, at this point, we're close enough to C2 that, it's fine. But, I think the C1 characters are generally the weakest for the cast. I mean, and to that extent of like first D&D character, this is also their first public campaign. Probably their first experience taking D&D super duper seriously. It seems like their game was much more beer and chips before. And so it makes sense that the characters they made for a beer and chips game, while having some room to grow into a more serious and a more and a deeper depth within a more serious campaign, some are going to be more hamstrung than others. And to that extent, I think Grog's the ultimate beer and chips game character. And I do not say beer and chips as a pejorative. I would call my first campaign immensely beer and chips. I mean, we were 14, so soda and pizza. But I had a fuckload of fun. Like, that campaign is why I'm here doing this. So it is absolutely not a diss when it comes out of my mouth to call something beer and chips or soda and pizza or whatever. But it would be difficult to take characters from one game and kind of port them into the other. And some of them, are going to be more successful at it than others. Whereas Terry was purpose-built for the more serious side of this. Yeah. Hearing this critique, ? Yeah, critique ? I don't know. Thoughts. Conflicting ones at that. Of Grog makes me think you will love Travis in C2. I'm excited. Favorite cock lightning will forever keep scaling in my heart. Yeah. Pizza and soda. Cock lightning would have killed in my first campaign. And I absolutely depending on how I will also say, I think one of the other potential issues with Scanlan is that he's not too far off from a, I said that this multiple times that Scanlan is somewhat of a dark mirror for me. And even more broadly, Scanlan was, how do I phrase it? How do I phrase it? I think it's just another one of the biases that I came in to see to Critical Role with, honestly. Like, this whole series is pitched as, DM watches CR for the first time. But CR is so monolithic and so present in the culture that I obviously knew some things, and I laid them out at the beginning. But one of the things I knew is, like, how do you want to do this? And I knew that it was this incredibly lore-heavy experience, right? I was not coming into it thinking it would be like the Adventure Zone. I went into Adventure Zone with absolutely no preconception of what it was going to be. Scanlan would fit in great in at least what Adventure Zone I've watched. And I would probably like him a lot in Adventure Zone. But coming into CR, and especially when he didn't feel quite in line with anime protagonist Percival DeRollo, with Sweetheart Keyleth, with Broody Vax and Bargany Vex, he felt more Adventure Zone than any of the other characters to me. And when I'm coming in with the conception of this is not like that, it stands out a lot more weird than fun. That was a lot more how I interpreted it, is like off tone. But if I wasn't coming in with that preconceived notion of what CR is, and not, like, I did not expect CR to be nearly as goofy and silly as it is. Even, I would say, still is. Even as we've, moved away from maybe the earlier days. I was not expecting it. And so, with that in mind, I think that's also part of the reason that Scanlan felt restrictive to me. He felt unmatched to the game. But if I didn't have a concept of what the game was, that might not have been as prevalent of an emotion for me. Yeah. I make no secret that I prefer every C2 PC over every other PC by a nautical mile. Lol. Yeah. I think the animation Scanlan has bleed into my view of campaign Scanlan and threw off my perspective. It's another good example of, the things that we can come into the game with, the preconceived notions. Scanlan in the animation was always made knowing that the Bard's Lament was going to be his end. That's gonna have some impact on how they depict him early on. And the things that they highlight, the things that they don't, what they cut for television, all that sort of shit. So yeah, I think that's super fair, and that's very reasonable that would have had a big effect on how you interpret the campaign Scanlan. Yeah. Goofy and silly. Ink Sun... And hey, you know what? Compliments to Critical Role, especially post Briarwood arc. I think they do an incredibly impressive job at being both goofy and silly and incredibly serious. I mean, Bard's Lament is a great example. So hey, man. Credit to them. The fact that they can have Cock Lightning and Sun Tree in the same show and have it still feel like even a remotely cohesive world. That's hard. There's something impressive in there.
Jesus. Okay. So you both rush over and you watch as she tumbles and catches herself, kind of skidding in the dirt. You can see bits where like she's rubbed and kind of gash in the face. Pale skin, blonde hair. Nowhere near the description that you were given by those who were trying to scry earlier, but catches herself and lands. Reaches over and sees Tyrion about 3 feet behind, and immediately darts over, grabbing something from the satchel and reaching for Tyrion. It would take your movement to get to her, but you can move less as much or half as quickly and go for a shot if you want to.
I'm gonna try to go for a shot.
How close are we right in this second?
Well, you're gonna close the distance because you're apparently a bullet. Learn to balance your magical items, people.
Or not.
Or not.
Or just, let your players spread them out and not keep them all for themselves.
Is that
Just
too,
one
yeah.
person.
It's all good. So you'll be able to get your shots off about the time that you get there.
Salty. Oh, no.
You got a 4 because of all that salt.
Yeah, I know. That was 19,
That hits.
the first, and then more than that on the second.
Okay, so both hit. Go on
Okay. Nah! Oh, can I do... Is it too late to say I want one to be Ramble Shot?
You can ramble shot, sure.
Okay. So that
You
is...
decide ramble shot as you hit.
Oh,
It's
sweet.
not
DC of 17.
DC 17. Now with an 8.
Ah, she's restrained.
She's restrained.
Nice. That's huge.
12, 13.
Pretty calm fight music, Matt.
It is.
The volume is really low on that
13
speaker. My
plus 8 is
apologies.
21.
There we go.
21 plus 8 is 29. Plus 1d6 lightning damage, 29. Plus 6 is 35. 35 on the first shot.
Alrighty.
Death sentence.
And then... Ooh, 16.
Dude, it's crazy that on episode 97, Matt still personally controls the music. They're at Geek and Sundry. They have a production staff. It's not like they don't. I've seen the fucking wide shot. They have a dude sitting there watching it. He can't be the music controller? Fucking crazy, dude.
22, 24 on the second, and I was wrong. Add 2 more to the first shot.
Okay, so 37. All right, got it. So you and fire both off as your bow, as your broom is coasting inward from an arc, and you manage the first arrow kind of catches her in the knee, and she kind of and is still reaching for Terry. However, as the arrow smashes into it, bursts into a series of thorny vines that wrap around and stare her, and she falls over and is now bound like Terry is for the moment, and falls on the ground. Whatever was in her hand kind of like stumbles forward. And she's like reaching out just as the second arrow hits her in the back, and gives out a yelp in pain. Vax.
And what distance am I right now? Say.
You got the same. You almost closed the distance with your movement.
Getting there, Barry Allen.
Okay, but am I within like 50 feet, 60 feet?
You're within 60 feet.
60 feet. All right, so I'm gonna throw Whisper at her.
Okay.
And she's rambled, so I'm at
Restrained.
advantage.
You have advantage.
Right. So. Yeah, that hits. That's 32.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna bamf there on this one.
Okay.
Right up to her. That is 4 plus 8 is 12. Plus this die makes it 19. Plus these dies, now we do some more math. 20, 26, 27, 31, 34, 39, 42. With Whisper right in my back, and then click the Boots of Haste, and then I'm going to scuttle to Terry and cut ropes. He's probably within 10 feet, right?
Yeah, he's like 5 feet from her.
All right, so I'm cutting him totally loose, and I'm gonna lift him away.
If
Can't do all whatever that. You let me do.
No, all right, so you use
action, bonus action, right? And movement to get there?
Well, no, your movement was to get there.
Yeah.
Your action was to attack her.
Okay.
And so you have your bonus action still.
Then I'll just use it to cut him loose.
Okay, you begin to cut him loose, because there's a lot of ropes around him. It's not like a single binding.
Okay.
It's not about
All right.
defense.
Good enough.
Look, Liam assumes what things do a lot. He is not very precise with mechanics often. But I will honestly give action bonus action confusion to him. I think action bonus action is, especially as I've played other TTRPGs, probably my least favorite design piece of 5e. I'm not even like, I don't play Pathfinder. I'm not a 3-action evangelist. This is not, a Paizo Wizards of the Coast beef. I don't really care what the alternative is. I have started to like bonus action just less and less and less at base. Because it is actively confusing about what things they can do, especially for a class like the Rogue, where you say, okay, your bonus action is it's not a lesser action, and it's not how you're supposed to think about it, because you can't use your action to do bonus action stuff. You have two modes of existence. But for certain classes, you can use your bonus action to do other stuff. And also, dual wielding allows you to mimic what an action does by using a bonus action, but it is a lesser version of what the action can do. But bonus actions aren't lesser actions. They're just different. And marshals get multi-attack, where they can now split up their action, but only to do attacks, but also to do not attack stuff that is just combat action stuff like shove and grapple, because you can replace only one of the pieces of your multi-attack. You don't have to replace the entire multi-attack, or you don't have to use your entire action to grapple. If you're a marshal, if you're a level 5 fighter, you can use one attack within the multi-attack to make the grapple, and then the second one to actually attack. But that's neither of those are bonus actions, even though the Tavern Brawler feat allows you to grapple as a bonus action. It's just, I'm a person that likes categories. I like the idea of like 3 spell lists, categories: primal, arcane, divine, whatever. I like categories. I don't like when we have categories, but there are more exceptions and crossovers between the categories than actual distinctions between the categories. At that point, the categorization is not useful anymore. We should recategorize these things. Like, if multi-attack does not use bonus action, I'll say it, neither should dual wielding. Fucking put me up on the hill and smoke me. I don't know what that means, but yeah. Especially over the course of like watching CR and seeing like new player confusion and simultaneously running my own game. Man, action bonus action is like, it's just the most needlessly confusing thing. I think that's the thing. I'm okay if things are confusing. Spell slots, I'll say it, they're confusing. I played half of my first campaign totally misunderstanding them, and unbalancing the entire experience because of it. They're confusing. But at least the confusion does something. I at least at the end of the day, I get it. Action, bonus action, chuck it in the trash. I'd rather everyone have single actions, no bonus actions, get them the fuck out. Or give everyone 2 actions. I don't care. Get it out. Oy, oy, oy. You rolled a 69 to hit, she takes 420 damage, 3 demigods. It's true. My opinion of scaling is episode 60 plus scaling is much better. Yeah, this is also true. This is also true. The 3-action system is probably better than bonus actions, but I find it clunky, especially with multiple attack modifiers. That's fine. I honestly, I've only played like 1 session of Pathfinder, so I cannot give a detailed analysis of 3-action. I mean, but I've played several other TTRPGs that just don't have multiple. You just have an action that you can do every turn. That's it. That's all. You can just do a thing every turn, and I find that plenty good enough. But also, a lot of the other ones I've played are non-turn-based ones. They're no initiative type systems, so that's a little bit different. I feel like if later Scanlan was how we met him, you'd probably like him a good chunk more. Oh, I think so. Yeah. I need to get back to designing my TTRPG. I don't know. I like action, bonus action. To me, it's major action, minor action, and movement. Part of my problem with bonus action is that the way it is designed, I think thinking of it as a minor action is the most intuitive way to interpret it, and it is also wrong, unfortunately. Unfortunately, it's just not correct according to the actual design of the game. And that's really stupid. But it's like, action restricted action, even if we're in that, sort of vein. And even in that case, I think it is, I won't even say that I hate action, bonus action, just that in a vacuum. But it is even just the way it is implemented in 5e. Like, I really and truly wish that classes were not given so many exceptions and just interacted with things so differently. Like multi-attack. Most classes that get multi-attack only get 2. Fighter is the only one that gets 4. If you ask me, don't give Fighter 4. Give him something else. Keep multi-attack at 2. And instead of multi-attacking, allowing a subdivision of action, which nothing else in the game does. Rather than that, just make it to where they can take a bonus action. They can use their bonus action to attack. Like, even if I interpret it as major minor action, the actual implementation within the game does not align with that. Which leads us towards things like, I would say, Vax wanting to cut Tarion free with a bonus action, which is just not something a bonus action can do. Even though, if you think about it, like, that feels intuitive that you could cut someone's ropes with a bonus action, but it's just not something you can do. It's not how bonus action is implemented. But also for a rogue, it kind of is, because you can do, like, fucking Thief can do use magical device as a bonus action. So why can't they just cut someone's ropes as a bonus action? That's stupid. It's all stupid. I don't like it. How does it feel knowing you'll be done with C1 by March next year? That feels like a long time away. We're here forever. We're here forever. I'm very comfortable sitting in my wrongness. I don't care. It's not even that you're, like, wrong. You should be right. I'm on your side here. You should be right. D&D doesn't agree with you. And that's what irks me so much about it. Lots of people say Battlemaster should be base fighter, and for good reason. Yeah, sure, absolutely. It doesn't need 4 multi-attack. Give it fucking maneuvers. Absolutely. Because maneuvers are just extra things that add on top of an existing action. They enhance an existing action. So it still all makes cohesive sense. Yes, you can use an action to attack. You just get a better attack, upgraded attack. Multi-attack is not an upgraded attack. It is a subdivision of the action resource to do the attack multiple times. And that is very clearly displayed by the fact that you can do things like grapple and shove, which, don't get me wrong, is cool. Fighters should be grappling and shoving and doing all that shit, but that should be taken care of in things like weapon masteries or maneuvers, not within subdividing actions and also calling things different things. Monk can get 4 too, right? Flurry of blows. Flurry of blows plus bonus action attack. I would actually say take multi-attack out of Monk, and I think Monk's great because they get just normal attack as a bonus action. Delightful. And then Flurry of Blows is a singular action. It is a singular action that allows you to do 3 punches. But because you are not subdividing up the common action, I don't mind it nearly as much. Because you are having to spend the key in order to activate it, at least to me, it becomes its own kind of unit. A monk doesn't attack 4 times. A fighter attacks 4 times. A monk doesn't attack 4 times. A monk does Flurry of Blows and bonus action strike. Those are the 2 things that monks do. It's called a different thing. Again, it's an upgraded attack rather than a piecemealed up attack. And, I mean, to be even, kind of more clear within what we're kind of talking about here, to my understanding at least, monks cannot replace any of their Flurry of Blows strikes with like a shove or a grapple. Now, we could have a separate discussion about whether or not that's good. But it is much more constrained and consistent within how the common resources are distributed. The common resource, the action, is able to activate one ability and do that one ability. And that ability costs 1 point and then gives you boom, boom, boom. You mean the things that help classes feel different do different things? Lagasp? Don't even start with me, Ross. Don't even start with me. If we want to make the classes distinct from each other, just via their usage of the common resources like action, then let's just do that. But don't also then add in class resources in there. Rage helps barbarians feel distinct. Why do a sneak attack is, I would argue, the main design distinction of a rogue. It is not cunning action. Cunning action's a major part of it because it's, if we're being frank, because it's powerful, not because it's like that interesting. But we don't need it. Go more into sneak attack. That's what I would say. Go more into the commons, out of the common actions, more into the class resources. That's also why I like Monk more, is because it goes into the key for it. Yeah. Is your opinion that multi-attack shouldn't be subdivided into actions, meaning that anyone using the attack action gets 2 attacks? No, I would just get rid of multi-attack. I would just get rid of multi-attack flat out. And then maybe some of the marshals get a feature like Monk, which gives bonus action attack. All of the marshals. Fuck it, why not? I don't know what Monk's actual feature that gives them that. Is it just martial arts? The fighting style. Having the fighting style feature allows you to bonus attack or bonus action attack. Rather than limiting that to like dual wielding or something. Yeah. That would be my stance. I think it is I think it is needlessly confusing to subdivide the attack action in the way that multi-attack does. And my evidence is how often players get confused by it. Which maybe no one's gotten confused by it at your table. I still have players get confused by it at my tables. Experienced players. Open hand monk can, which is the battle master of monks. No! Open hand monk is distinct. It does not have to replace one of the attacks. It can do the thing on an attack. Again, upgrades. So I would argue that open hand monk is still distinct from what we're talking about here with multi-attack. But I do agree that it is the battle master of monks. I'm not too familiar with high level fire, but the 4 attacks is only with action surge. It's just 2 without. No, it is 8 with action surge. Fighters get a special multi-attack that is called multi-attack, but it's not the same as anyone else's multi-attack. It continues scaling past 10. So it's 4 attacks total. One second at 5, third at 10, fourth at 15. for fighter. In 2024, you can, because they made shove, grapple, and unarmed attack, but you're right for 2014. Oh, the monk. Even worse. It's fine, actually. The monk shouldn't get punished because the rest of the design is bad. Bad sounds so extreme. It's fine. But, yeah. Did you ever play 4E? I didn't. I do want to. Because I do, I know that people said it sounded video, or it felt video gamey. It didn't feel like D&D, etc. But I want to experience it just because I want to have like a discussion context for it. Because I've played 3.5. I played 1 session of Pathfinder. But I feel like I have more context and experience for those games than I do for 4. And I know that 4 was very different. Especially in terms of like martial caster stuff. I'm frankly of the opinion that the casters should just get fucked and it should be harder. I'm not necessarily on the buff martials train. I think martials are fine. In fact, what I'm talking about with multi-attack is kind of edging towards nerfing them. But I would argue that 5e already is treading into video game territory, which I guess was the point. They wanted to still tread in that direction without going as far as 4e, but whatever. This is starting to sound a bit 4e-like. Also, poor Marshall already are behind casters in power. Well, there we go. I'm reading your mind, Bing Bong. Keep in mind with everything I'm talking about with multi-attack, I'm also the person that wants concentration and casting times to be a bit more risky for casters. So, I am not in the direction of buff marshals to bring them up to casters. I'm in the direction of or buff the marshals. That's also fine. My issue isn't really that you can do powerful things with the marshals. If we removed multi-attack, I would want to give them something in return. Like making, maneuvers standard or open hand monk techniques, like open palm standard, for the entire class. Like, I think if we are restricting multi-attack down to a level where it makes more sense within the action bonus action sort of paradigm that 5e is under, if we do that, we should give them things in return. We should give them stuff. We should not just purely nerf the marshals. They definitely don't need it. Yeah. Fighter go burr. Fighter go burr. Fighter does go burr, and it is fun. But that does not remove my critique. You can have fun within a bad system. Or within a system I don't like. So I think what you were saying could work, but it would require a lot of riders to the fighter attacks to be buffed a lot, and also caster spell damage would need to be nerfed a lot too. Yeah. Or make weapons do more damage. Or make there's things like the Battlemaster what do we call them? The maneuvers. I think the maneuvers are a good. I'm not whole hog on, Battlemaster should be the standard fighter. I think that's fine. But I'm not, very, very into that. Partially because I like Eldritch Knight more. But I think that the maneuvers are a good place to start when considering that. Because we have things like, where is it? Not Goading Strike. I believe Precision Attack. You expend 1 superior dice and add to the roll. You can use this maneuver. There's somewhere you can add the maneuver die rolled to the damage. Aha, right here. Riposte. When a creature misses you with a melee attack, you can use your reaction and expend 1 superiority die to make a melee weapon attack against the creature. If you hit, you add the superiority die to the attack's damage roll. I'm down with I think that sort of thing could be a good way to start addressing those sorts of things of like keeping the martial damage scaling up. Yeah. There's a great Matt Colville 4E video. It's so funny. I still haven't watched a single Matt Colville video. And at this point, I'm kind of waiting for like the right time to do it. Because I feel like Matt Colville is a sort of equally monolithic force within TTRPG to like something like CR or Dimension 20 or whatever. And I'm kind of like, at this point, I'm like, I can't just do it on a random video. I gotta wait for the right one. Mages should get like a pansexual secret society, the pansexual pansophical, yeah. I feel like the weapon properties were a bad design decision, but they fit better with the kind of design you're talking about. And see, I'm not... I'd say if 0 is neutral, 5 is I love it, and -5 is I hate it. Weapon masteries, I'm like a 1 on. I think I like them more than I don't in terms of design. I think that they plug some other holes, but I'm definitely not super duper sold on them. Having been running with 2024 rules in my home campaign currently for a little bit, and I have a fighter. So he's using maneuvers, he's using the extra tag, he's using weapon properties quite a lot. Yeah. I'd say I'd rather, like in D&D moving forward, I think I'd rather them be in the game that I'm playing than not. But I am definitely not married to them. What site are you using? What site? I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know. I'm just using in general, I would call D&D Beyond like a site that gives you tools for 5e. Yeah, tools, references. So, just I think you could search any site, on Google that had anything to do with 5e and with tools. And only review materials that you legally own. Don't send the Pinkertons after me, Wizards of the Coast. Pathfinder 2, he has magical weapon scale damage by adding dice to the damage, which helps keep some evenness between casters and martial characters. It could be. I don't love magic. I feel about the same as like handling it via magic items as I do about handling it via weapon properties. I'm a 1 on it. I think that's a reasonable idea. I like it more than multi-attack, but anyways, critical roll.
So now it's her turn. She's bound on the ground, coughs up blood as she's suffered a severe amount of damage in just a few moments. As she's kind of lying there on the ground, the vines twisting around her hands still stuck out. She goes, Wait! Stop. And she's going to... What's the DC on the...
17.
17. She does manage to break free from the restraints. She breaks free of the vines. And then she puts her hands up. That's her turn.
Oh, good.
Can I land?
Okay, I was just about to ask out loud, is she still in initiative? Because I know she's trying to surrender, but the PCs did not accept the surrender yet. And with how tricksy she's been, I'm hoping that Matt's not going to try to trick them via mechanics of dropping out of initiative. So, 2 thumbs up for staying in initiative and just saying she breaks out, hands up, that's her turn. Still leaves them with a lot of opportunity here for whatever they
want. If anyone else taking their actions right now, we're technically not in initiative order. She's put her hands up.
I'm slowly making my way a little closer to the action, but I'm going to find another, and I'm just going to sort of find a place where I can watch both sides of the road and also what's happening off the road right now.
Okay.
I'm writing my name in the path with a stick.
I'm grabbing the thing that she was trying to grab before I do
Same
it.
as Percy, but as like a crow.
Okay.
Actually, if you come, well, that would be very...
And you even hear it. He says, unless anyone has anything to do, we're technically not in initiative. And they all name a thing that they would like to do before she has a chance.
That would be interesting, actually. Well, if you come anywhere near me.
What you find on the ground, it's like a small marble, similar in size to the one that you saw attached to the side of Dodie earlier. But it's a different color. The one we saw earlier was like a bluish tint, like a light blue tint. This one appears just clear.
Can I pick it up? I'll just pocket that shit.
Okay.
For a second. I know.
Can I stand up yet? Am I still tied up?
At the moment, as all of you guys begin to converge and close in on her, she has her hands up at this point. I'd say for the next minute or so, you get free, cut free, yeah. And you still have your armor on, you still have all your equipment.
I do?
That was on you as far as, she took everything with you. You're not robbed.
Okay.
You were just bound and taken.
You all right, T?
I will, yeah. What took you people so long? I was on a horse for what felt like days.
Well, initially we thought you could handle it, but then we...
No, you know me better than that.
We're here, aren't we?
You do have a massive headache, by the way. Like, it's pounding.
Please tell me that someone brought my toothbrush.
Your breath smells disgusting right now.
Please don't smell
so
it.
bad.
I'm very embarrassed. I went to sleep.
Who's...
I don't know
going
what
on
this
here?
is. I mean, she's taking me. She's paid by my father, probably.
What's your name?
Kareen.
Kareen. And what you do? You work for my father on a
I
regular
was
basis?
contracted by your father. This is the first time.
Just to find him and bring him back.
That's what I do.
How much were you being paid? I want to know how much he's worth.
I mean, you're not really in a position of power here, darling.
Upon delivery was to be paid 5,000 gold pieces.
That's nearly nothing. I'm worth far more
You know his father has way more money
in the
than that.
tens.
You are rose gold.
I am.
How long ago did he send?
He sent me out on this job about 2 months back.
It took that long to find him. Does anyone in this town, know about Whitestone, know where you found him?
Not to my knowledge, I don't care about people in this town. I was called here to pick up the contract and I left.
What guild do you work for?
I work for no guild, I am a solo agent.
So cool.
Can I insight check or does it look like?
Yeah.
She's so cool.
You can really, if you're an NPC and you're not old or a child, and you are honest with Vox Machina, you are genuine. It does not matter what you have done to them. They are so... And I'm not even saying that she deserves radically different treatment than what they're giving her right now, but it's so funny that, like, it doesn't matter what you say. If they think you're being genuine, you probably get let off with a warning. That's the only trick to surviving Vox Machina.
17.
17? She's hard to read.
Yeah.
By nature and by business, you get the sense based on, and at this point as you're looking at her and she kind of looks, she sees you kind of glaring and looking over intensely, she kind of takes one hand up under her hood and presses her thumb to the side of what looks like a small circlet, and her image shimmers, and you now see before you the drow elf that was described to you, wincing as the sun is still in the sky, and you can see, while the illusion did not seem to give off that, but she is like physically not enjoying being under direct sunlight.
Bet you're glad for that cloud cover today, aren't you?
It's been helpful. That's why I prefer to do most of my work in Wildmount.
That's what we do here.
Well, we should bind her and search her. Make sure she's not holding any weapons or anything.
You were just supposed to bring Terry back to his dad?
That is all, unharmed. I took great care to make sure he was not harmed. I have a business I run based purely on reputation.
I respect that, but I did get a bruise right here from the horse falling over, so I'm not totally okay.
That is apparently an issue for you to take up with your friends.
Terry, I thought you left your home. Or were you, like, kicked out?
I left.
Yeah.
Yes. I left of my own accord.
Did you leave suddenly without any word, or did they know you were leaving?
They knew I was leaving.
And how do you want to play this? Because your pops wants you back, obviously.
Well, this is just some paid shithead, so I don't think we should kill her or anything like that.
What happens if you don't deliver your quarry?
Then my contract is broken, I do not get paid, and that is a blight on future business.
Are you armed? Somebody remove her weapon so she can put her arm down.
Oh.
She has 2 daggers, one placed in each boot, stealthily hidden. She has a short bow that is kind of over her chest and shoulder, and a side quiver of about 40 arrows or so.
Oh shit! These are good arrows.
She goes, thank you.
Just noticed the good work, that's all.
I make them nice.
I show her one of my owlbear arrows.
Owlbear?
I know.
Oh my god. She's fucking trying to make friends during a fucking... during highway robbery. They're the I can't handle them, man. This really is, like, if I had to quantify the weirdo energy of Vox Machina, this is the scene I would point to, man. This is fucking crazy.
What do you think?
What do you want to do?
I want to take her belongings and send her on her way.
You don't want to see your dad?
I mean, isn't this
Well, that's a
happen?
separate question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
We're very close to proximity. I mean, it seems foolish not to at least go have it out with him. I mean, this is unacceptable behavior. I think
Terrible.
in any relationship, this is not cool, right?
No, he should have offered way more money for you.
Well, yes, there's that too.
She did surrender. I'm just thinking, like, maybe we go in, she gets paid, she keeps her
what I was
reputation,
thinking.
and then you can, like, you know.
You want her to get paid? She kidnapped me.
Well,
She kidnapped me.
you still make your dad pay, though. Yeah. You know?
What?
No, but she walks in with us. Say, I would come here.
Oh my god. If no one brings I see a line of logic in that having a bounty hunter friend is not a bad friend to have. I understand. But this just makes me think of how fucking Scanlan treat, like, the absolute apathy with which Scanlan treated who's the guy who got to get drugs for him? Right, like, they're worried about this, the bounty hunter's reputation. No, how will she get more jobs to kidnap more people? And, but we have no problem with Jarrett go into the seedy underbelly to get me drugs, because I'm too good for it. Now, to be fair, within that example, Sam is now the one arguing against this course of action, so Sam's actually relatively consistent. But these guys, fuck them, dude. This is ridiculous. They're letting JB run their business in Whitestone. They're letting her run Slayer's Cake, probably into the ground. And you know what? Actually, maybe that's in support of them because JB did worse and they gave her more. Jared got paid in that situation. Jared did get paid. They're ridiculous, man. They are silly, silly, silly. Oh, man. This is honestly not that far from let's have the class room on. Honestly, the more examples I gave, the more I was like, you know what? At least they're consistent. This is fucking crazy, dude. I was starting to think that VM were treating Terry better than Scanlan, but hey. Slayer's Cake can't fail. It's safe funded. Is the Vox Machina gold and the Whitestone treasury commingled at this point? I mean, a little. Fucking Percy does seem to just take out of that bullshit without submitting any of the proper forms. It could be argued that Vox Machina are, I mean, at least a state-aligned paramilitary force, if not just a state-sanctioned and, you know, somewhat affiliated special operations unit for Whitestone, because they are commingled as shit.
Committed a crime against me. I don't want her to get money.
She fooled us.
She's, I mean, it's pretty cool what
She's
she
doing
did.
this conversation. She just like slowly puts her hands down.
I'm still watching.
And she surrendered, right?
I'm sorry. I guess I was raised with a different appreciation for money, but like your family came in and robbed us and you gave them a bunch of gold. Then this person just kidnapped me and you want to give her 5,000 gold.
Well, we don't want to give her
Your dad.
5,000. We want your dad to have to give her 5,000.
And if you show up with all of us and her, say you could have just called, I would have shown up, but you still have to pay her.
And again, to highlight the difference between Terry and Scanlan, I always said it. Scanlan had flaws that could not be interacted with. Not only does Terry have very interactable flaws, but he will interact with everyone else's flaws as well. Sam seems much more willing to interact with them as Terry. Fair enough, I think.
I don't know.
You think he'll be guilted?
I don't know him.
I think it might be an easy way into the city.
Yeah, plus she was real clever. Maybe she
I live in the city. I'll just walk in.
maybe she owes us one after this.
It's my house.
Are you
Should
sure?
we all be in disguise?
Are you sure you're cool
Sam,
to walk in right
Sam,
now?
yes,
Where your
Sam.
dad comes
I'm
to drag
Terry
you in?
and fucking Darrington.
Yep, I'm willing to submit my ballot. Sam is my favorite player, and I am going to stop being hesitant about the decision at this point right now.
People shake when they see me walking down the street.
You know, she was able to find you. Maybe she could also find somebody else for us.
Who?
Sure.
A very good friend.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
Oh my
And she owes us
god.
one. Kieran, would you like to owe us a favor if we let you live and get you paid and you keep your reputation all on the same day?
To be perfectly honest, this is...
I'm sorry. Look, I understand how this comes out in the moment of improv, but Zoom, and they can't pause. And they can't pause, they have to move past it. But at a 1,000-foot view, the concept of, hey, Sam, and Sam's character, I know that this person drugged, infiltrated your private space and hog-tied you and transported you across the world. But like, maybe let's cut her some slack, because if we cut her some slack, she can help us find Scanlan. You know, your other character who left the game by explicitly saying that he did not want to hang around us anymore and did not want to be found. You know, let's do her a solid so that she can help us find that guy. To be fair, maybe Scanlan didn't say that she didn't want to be found, but I think the tone was pretty straightforward. about how Scanlan felt about still being in the party. That's fucking wild. And I don't blame Ashley for saying it. I think you would need to think about it out of character for that to seem so buck wild, but that's buck wild to me.
An offer I very well cannot refuse given the circumstances. If you are serious,
We are. We want you to find someone.
then find them I will.
I abstain.
Cool.
No, that necessarily
With an
means-
attitude.
Okay, then you do know what.
Noted. All in favor of getting her paid, letting her live, and earning a favor.
Well, hold on, Terry.
Oh, shit.
Terry, if you.
Oh my god. Of course, Pike is the person that there's one holdout in the meeting, one person who votes nay, and she can't just accept the majority win. That is, I don't know why, but that does feel very Pike to me. She's like, no, I need everyone to agree. I need everyone to be on board. If we want to talk about the one part of her that's still a little bit of the angel Pike, I think that is still there. Oh my god. But also I will say, I kind of do blame the cats for that suggestion. Look, I don't always give them the fair amount of lenience for not being able to pause and think about this. I do think they are pretty firmly within their characters, and in the moment that it is coming out of Ashley's mouth, this is obviously speculation. I'm being, generous here. You don't have to be generous. But I think she is embodying Pike. She is seeing Terry. She is not seeing the player of Scanlan. I think everyone is just kind of interacting within the fiction right now. That's a bit generous, but I'm cool being generous right now. It is still fucking crazy.
You had it your way. What would you want?
What are you doing?
I mean, majority rules, but let's just hear what you have to say.
I would like an apology.
I think that's fair.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Her eyes become these narrow slits and the jaw clenches.
It is a jeez moment.
I apologize for any discomfort or embarrassment my retrieval of you may have caused.
Oh, very good.
That's good. That's a good apology.
And as to the amount that was promised, do you think that was a fair amount?
Oh, this is a bit much, but what's right?
It was my standard rate.
I accept your apology. And as I said, I admire your diligence and faith to your contract. You don't get any of your belongings back. Is that all right?
She might need it if she's going.
You don't get any of your magical belongings back. I want them.
I want you to look at it.
Yeah,
I want to know
of
what it is.
But we'll, I guess, walk in together and you can present me to my father. This seems so stupid, but sure, I'll go along.
And then you help us out.
Very well. Since we are in the court.
I'm going to yank Vex aside, actually.
I'm gonna shake her hand
Before-
in the
All right.
Do it.
No,
Are you
shake
talking about what I
Pike, do you
think
want
you're
to help me
talking about?
identify this horse?
You want to send her after your friend?
our friend.
Plus 300.
Oh, not
You
really.
really think he wants a mercenary showing up in his life?
I don't-
Looking for him?
I can strip him.
Think about it.
He could be dead.
He's doing what he wants to do.
I can take his blanket.
Ow!
Did I overhear them?
Make a perception check.
Hey, look, we're both in plaid, but I'm in red and you're in blue. 16.
How quiet were you guys being?
Pretty quiet.
He was yelling.
You glean elements of the
I wasn't
conversation.
trying
You
to
get,
hide it, really.
yeah, you get the gist of what they're talking about.
Okay. She doesn't have to. She could just do. She doesn't have to bring him or anything. It could just be like a, just look at, bring us information of if she sees him.
Like a 2-day report.
Observation.
We don't have to. We don't have to do it.
We
But
have to do it.
I do like the idea of this woman. This woman had a job to do. It's not her fault. I'm sorry, Terry. But I do feel like we need to let her, be complete her mission.
It's a bit of a fault.
Fine. And then we can send her.
I'm sorry. Okay, I want to make it clear because I haven't yet. I would be on their side if any of my characters were in this situation. Anything I've played on the tabletop, anything I've played, the character I played in BG3. But I also generally play con man scumbags, all right? I play snake oil salesman. That is the consistent archetype. And I would absolutely want to do this in order to have one over on her, for her to owe us something. And for them to be like, oh, she has a mission to complete. Fucking say the truth, all right? It is not... Thordak had a mission to complete. Umbrasil was sure as shit completing a mission in Westrun. And I know that Vorugal had a mission in Draconia. They didn't let any of them see it through, okay? So let's not pretend that this is about the righteous, philosophical justice of a mission well completed. This is about stealing her shit and her owing you a favor. All right? And I'm glad that at least Terry is willing to fucking call a spade a spade. I want her magic shit. That is what I want. And they're like, oh, Terry. And it's like, no. I want it. What are we doing here if not extorting her? There's no benefit that we're gaining besides knowing her, besides her owing us. We just killed her horse. This is a net negative so far. We hold her life, her reputation, her career in our hands. That's a powerful position. My characters love being in that position. But you're not the fucking heroes, okay? Fuck you. Don't lie to me. Oh my god. She was just following orders. Oh man. Our heroes. Everybody. Our heroes. Voxilium Machinilium. Oh, how lucky the world is to have them watching us at night.
To look after that.
Probably literally if you're
creep that
Scanlan.
you're always talking about.
You were in Vasselheim. I mean, how would you feel if you were to learn...
Terry, like a cube.
That's gross.
How would you feel if you learned that we'd sent someone to watch you? He wanted to go.
Yes!
He wanted to be away from us.
Thank you!
If he wants to come back, I want him back.
I know, but I feel like he should have come back already.
That's not your choice!
What if he's dead?
Pike.
What if he's being a father to his child? What if he's enjoying his life?
Boring.
If that's the case,
Damn. Fucking snaps for Vax. Speaking of not lying to me, at least Vax is being fucking honest right now. He says your friend Scanlan, but he also says, hey man, maybe it's not our choice what Scanlan does with his life. Maybe he's dead. People die every day. Maybe he's being a father, and he doesn't want to come back to the adventuring gang of bumblefucks. Did you consider that, you selfish asshole? To be clear, if it's not clear, I'm loving this right now. This is great. I like all of the conflicting, flawed arguments and behaviors right now. I love that the characters are presenting very differing viewpoints on what should be done here. This is fun, RP. And I am getting into it by taking a fucking side. And I know which side I'm taking.
maybe she can tell us that, and then we'll leave it alone. But what if he's dead?
Why doesn't she just owe us one favor to be claimed later?
Have we tried spelling?
Yes, I like that idea.
I fly down onto Pike's shoulder and I go,
Yeah, I know, right?
See, she thinks. I like that idea. She owes us a favor at some point.
But no, I want to find Scanlan.
Maybe we should table it. Go talk to
Yeah, let's
Dad.
go talk to
and
my
figure
dad
it out in a
and get
minute.
settled, and then we'll figure out your next assignment
Yes.
or whatever.
You'll hang out though. You're not going to disappear.
I have business still to make, and you have been merciful. So, I will remain.
That sounded
I fly over to
convincing.
Percy's shoulder and I go,
I'm Groot.
Very well. Into the city then?
Yes.
She looks back at the horse. I assume we'll be walking.
Mm-hmm.
Very well.
And her image shimmers once more to the pale-skinned blonde woman within the same outfit, and you all walk along with her through the forest, down the path, through the farm fields, making your way to the outskirts of Diastock. As you are making your way up the hillside path, one of the patrol guards comes down on horseback, crossbow slung over his shoulder and his hand on the side of his sword. As he glances down and goes, "Hey, you there!" And as soon as he kind of glances over at the group view, "Mr. Darrington, welcome home."
Thank you. These are my friends. They should be treated with respect.
Of course. Good day. Continues.
Good day.
Continues clapping by. making his way down the rest of his patrol.
It's just going to be a dark window, isn't it, this entire trip?
No, the town was never the problem. It's a fine place to grow up.
Dude, sometimes I like the... I'm another 1 on the side of 0, off of 0, if we include a negative side, on the changes to backgrounds in 2024. Because it's tough. I think a lot of the more soft, abstract, non-mechanical features that you got from backgrounds were cool. And I do think that this is maybe I think this is a textbook example of the sort of benefit that having the noble background should have in the town where your family resides. Like, if you have the noble background, this is the town where your family resides, this is exactly how a guard should treat you. I think that is a perfect representation of the noble background. I also think they tended a bit too close to, like, OG Ranger, in that they didn't provide really, like, new options a lot of the time for the players. They more just trivialized either social or exploration encounters that you would have had to do without them. Again, sort of Ranger-esque. So then it becomes up to the GM to, like, balance the background features, if anyone even remembers them. So... But, clearly, I'm pausing right here because I want to highlight that it can be done. If you're using 2014 backgrounds, I think this is a very textbook example of how to show the noble background, not calling in the Draconian Knights. This is much, much better. But I'm just barely on the side of liking the 2024 backgrounds more, but barely. Because I do think the 2014 are cooler. They're just harder to interact with, I think. Which is tough. I'm often on the side of cool stuff as opposed to easy to interact with, but backgrounds just like barely edge it out on the other side. I'll find this commentary for you very entertaining. Good. I'm glad. Yeah. It's nice to see Terry actually be recognized and treated with a bit of respect, even if it's just by the guard. No, I think it's perfect. Yeah. But is Scanlan still a friend if he makes no attempt at communicating for over a year? Not questioning his decision, rather the status of his relationship to VM. I think sometimes when people say they need space, they are saying that as an excuse because they really just want to end the relationship. I think other times people just actually need space. Like there was a period where I had a very good friend, and we just like, I'm trying to think of exactly how to say this without too many personal details. We went through some things that I did not blame them for. Nothing, we didn't do like anything wrong to each other, but I just needed a bit of space. And I did not like plan hangouts or anything for a little while. Just because I legitimately just needed the space. And I needed to just not see them constantly for a little while. And now we are back to being very good friends. I don't think we ever stopped being very good friends. I was just overwhelmed. And I think Scanlan was probably in a similar spot. If I had to guess, maybe Scanlan will come back someday, maybe he won't. There's also the aspect of, it's maybe not the most fair comparison, but if Scanlan really did like wandering around and, fucking random chicks and doing drugs and fighting and killing, I mean, but he also clearly didn't find any of that satisfying and personally fulfilling. And good on him if Vox does. But they could represent a temptation for him to slip into the life of easy pleasure and to stop putting in the hard work with Kaylee that he knows in his heart will be more rewarding. So he might, for his own long-term happiness, need to not hang out with Vox for a while. At least until they hang up the hat. I mean, let's not forget, Scanlan has scry. Scanlan could be scrying on them to check if they've actually given up the ghost or not. And maybe once all of them retire, maybe he does come back around. But right now, maybe they seemed like they were retiring for a little bit. But Percy's still sending out fucking assassins. Vex is the leader of a hunters guild. They're still very adventuring adjacent. And that might not be right for him. Yeah. The guard treated Terry better than MV in this scenario. MV. Mox Vachina? I don't know who MV is. Oh, man. I hope it takes more than a year to no longer consider someone a friend personally. I would too. I think that Vax is being honest about how he feels. He feels betrayed and hurt by Scanlan. And that's not a fair feeling, but I think it is being honest. I say damn Vax, not in damn Liam. I say damn Vax, because that feels real, regardless of if it's fair. Emotions often aren't fair. Oh, man. More to do with mental state. I have people I haven't talked to in a year, but I drive across country to help them if they need it. Sure, yeah. Calling in the Draconian Knights was clearly a sage feat. Yeah. Hey, don't find me. I need X amount of time. Don't contact me is important, IMO. I think if we're talking about, like, the healthiest way to create space, I think that's totally fair, Sawyer. I think that's 100% fair. I think Scanlan was not necessarily in the most sound and healthy of mindsets when he actually made the separation. So, I think that is probably the best way to go about it, but I'm not necessarily holding old Thundercock short halt to to the most to the highest standard when it comes to healthy interpersonal communication. We can blame Scanlan for this, absolutely. Blaming Scanlan is my favorite pastime, but I do still get what he's going after, I've gone over 5 years without talking to my best friend, just got busy. Yeah, sometimes you just get busy. Absolutely. Yeah, with access to easy communication, if you don't have the right magic to do it, so not entirely Scanlan's fault. I mean, to be fair, I do think Scanlan has sending. But even interacting with his magic might be a bridge too far for him in terms of dipping into his old life. It's like, fucking the retired hitman that is coming back for one last job, and they pry open the floorboard and they get out the suitcase with all the fucking guns and they blow off the dust and they go, I thought I'd never have to use these again. That could be how Scanlan is with magic. Who knows? But even either way, I think it's all reasonable. Oh, man. Scanlan may or may not be a friend, but he drew a pretty clear boundary. Yeah. I still cannot get over the rant we got on with Vox Maya putting more effort into the bounty hunter without who kidnapped their friend than the friend that got kidnapped. They're crazy, man. They're silly little hooligans. I roll my eyes all the way around in my head until they're right side up again. They're silly. Scanlan doesn't have Scry, he just had Magic Potion. Right. Right. He had the Magic Scry shit. I forgot about that. You just missed time. I see. For the recently revived drug problem absentee father, Scanlan. Little bit. Yeah, we do forget that, or not forget, I sometimes forget that Scanlan was in the throes of a, he wasn't even on like the come down of a drug addiction. He was at his highest point yet of a drug addiction when he died. And then he was resurrected, which we have seen very hard on the characters, a la Percy and Keyleth's reactions. So, Scanlan was having a bit of a rough time during the Bard's Lament. Worst hangover imaginable.
I'm very curious. Let's see this place.
Sure.
I'll go ahead and drop form on my so I'm not a bird.
Oh God!
I always forget that. I'm so
It's okay.
sorry.
Stop my shooting on.
I'm learning still.
I know. Oh, wow.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Is it
Terry?
Here, let me just.
Yeah. No. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. I'll need a bit more later.
Okay.
Let's keep it.
So
Terry,
Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry.
For what?
Well, you know,
No, you're right. We can't punish people who are just hired to do a job. It's fine.
it's how we all started out, really.
Yes, I hired you.
Okay.
It's got a point.
And now we're so close. Here, let's go to my dad's house, but I need to make an entrance.
Okay.
I'll be on broom.
Can I be on broom too, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Behind me. And
His show.
I should be front and center. You guys can flank, and we'll
Flying
just
V
kinda-
behind you.
Yes, thank you.
I kind of catch up to Terry a little bit, and I go, "Hey, are you special in some way? Is there something about you that's like magical and special?"
I mean, is this a trick question?
All right, I'm way more confident that it's a purposeful flaw now. Yep, this this demeanor is maybe indicating that this is Keyleth and not Marisha, and the timing.
There's everything. Most things are special about me.
That's true. Is there a reason a vampire would want you?
What? There's
I don't
vampires
know.
here?
Do you have special blood?
No. Oh, wait. What?
Can I look at your eyes?
I mean, sure. They're the bluest of blue.
That's true. Do you know anything about your bloodline? Is there something about you?
You know,
I just feel like I have an essence about you now.
How much of her brains was left on the rock?
She got rattles.
Yeah, no, she's gonna full Phoebe from Friends.
I'm just off on the side
man.
of the bra going, 1, 2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3,
my,
shoot.
my town here, it doesn't have very many high hills, but still, stay on the ground, will you?
Okay.
As you guys make your way into the actual city of Diastar, the architecture here is very tall and as intricate as it is old. The stonework is edged and almost sharp in places. The shape and design of most roofs and windows lean towards the Gothic. You can see similar roots here to some of Whitestone's older buildings architecture, a common space where the original Dorollos traveled once from Wildmount. But the architecture here is very, as opposed to the more built for function that a lot of you're used to in Tal'Dorei, a little more of the
Did we know that? Did we know that? I've never heard that before. I don't think. Is everything well, average fan, you're speaking my language here. I had oh, I do see look at Tal's face. I had frankly considered it a bit of a hole in my theory that there would be the necromantically inclined ancestral Dorolos not in Wildmount, because everything else historically necromancy either seems to be Marquette, Viscon, or fucking Wildmount with Vecna's lab. Even Raishan is like the newbie in the class. Like that was that was kind of how I was categorizing these things. Is like, okay, Raishan is an example of an ancient being of Taldore, right? She has lived in the jungles on the southern edge of the continent. She has, sort of the ancestral knowledge of Taldore. And Ank'Harel and Wildmount are a bit more Age of Arcanum necromancy oriented. Oh, sorry, Marquette, not Ank'Harel, Marquette. Even possibly, I mean, if we even want to go this far, I can see I wanted to say Ank'Harel again, Marquette being the origination point of necromancy and of like a lot of the Age of Arcanum shit that all went wrong, so to speak. But we know from Opash's journal that they essentially did an inquisition on the necromancers. The Marquette Inquisition does not seem to have been expected. And Opash had to flee. Where did Opash flee to? Not to Wildmount, but pretty fucking close to Wildmount. Why might he have fled in that direction rather than the big-ass continent of Taldore that's right fucking there? Much shorter boat trip, probably. I mean, unless they go around the other side, but I don't know how big the other side ocean is. Never mind. He would go there because there's still a necromancy safe haven there, established and perpetuated by Vecna and the Vecna followers. Vecna's lab is in Wildmount. But he didn't complete the trip for some reason. I'd probably have to go and reread Opash's journal, and boy knows I don't have time for that. But it seems like Wildmount might be the more recent safe haven of necromancy. Seems like it might have persisted. In fact, actually, no. I absolutely still see this. He goes to Wildmount originally, maybe. I don't know. I think he might have gone to Wildmount originally, or was on his way there. But then something happened. They don't really seem to fuck with necromancy, at least in public, too much anymore over in Wildmount, as evidenced by the Briarwoods. But it's more recent, I would say, than the Marquette Inquisition. So Opash goes to Wildmount from Marquette, escaping the Inquisition, settles in Wildmount, lives there for a while, and then Wildmount turns on necromancy as a whole, and so he escapes to the nearby island of Viscon. And that's why he's there and where he is when, Thordak eventually washes up on the shore. Very recently. He clearly survived the calamity, which I think was probably necromancy generated, or related. He survived all the inquisitional steps. He survived ostensibly every country in the world outlawing it, every continent in the world. Like, Tal'Dorei does not seem friendly to necromancy in any way, but it also seems like it didn't really have that many practitioners in the first place. It seems like this weird, funky art that Master Qual is beginning to rediscover with his Golomancy. I digress. And so if the Dorolos captured and instead of being exiled was sent to Viscon because of his political connections, originally he gets sent into the Hesped Archipelago, I think because of his political connections, and then he eventually leaves the Hesped Archipelago. And we know that this was all firmly within the Age of Arcanum. So Opash was around for fucking thousands of years. He could have gone a lot of places. There's a bit of a question mark between Hesped Archipelago and Viscon, if I remember correctly, which I might not, to be fair. But all of this is to say, if Vecna, fucking necromancer incarnate, arguably most famous necromancer of all time, to the point where I've heard the name, outside with none of my lore knowledge, if Necromancer 001 was headquartered in Wildmount, clearly there was a shift at some point. And Wildmount became possibly a little bit more, how you say, hostile to the art. So, the ancestral Dorolos, they go boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo, and they join the burgeoning settlement of Whitestone that has just been founded in order to seal the connection to the Shadowfell. I wonder if a necromancy-oriented family who has all of these creepy, spooky ghost stories about them, and whose, young scion was contacted by a shadow demon in his youth and given a weapon of mass destruction. I wonder if it's possible that they haven't always been shining beacons of the light. I wonder if possibly Whitestone changed them, not they defined the goodness of Whitestone. It could be that the Dorolos are accidental casualties of the Sun Tree and the planting of Whitestone, and not casualties on the side of the divine. I think Percy's ancestors, get this, the vengeance-fueled hate demon that is sending out assassins to kill anyone who gets their hands on his designs. I wonder if his ancestors might have been a little evil. I don't know. The people that gave him all those names? No! Say it ain't so! I feel like I don't know how much of that was right, but I feel as though the ancestral Dorolos being necromancers, possibly even body of Vecna, that works for me. And it gives even more credence to this idea of why the Briarwoods need to come to Whitestone. Why is Whitestone so important? I can't figure it out, except I can. And I have. even. You know what? Let's be a little bit more generous. The DM might not want to make all of a PC's ancestors explicitly evil. It could be. I have theorized that there was a bit of a divide within the group that Vecna followed around the calamity. I want to re-listen to it. Not today. Oh, I'll have to write it down. Reminder. Go and re-watch the conversation between the Raven Queen and Percy. It would just slot everything into place. I want someone else to try and commune with the Raven Queen in the blood pool, and for the fucking acolytes to be like, what are you doing? You're just getting blood all over yourself. And then be like, well, fucking Vax did it. And they're like, well, yeah, Vax is the champion. And then be like, well, Percy did it. And they're like, yeah. Our Lady has a relationship with the Derolos. I could see, in the same way that I think the gods elevated the Raven Queen because she was a part of Vecna's inner circle. She knew the secrets that Vecna knew, and they needed a new death god, but she stood against Vecna during the Second War. That's what I think. If the Raven Queen stood against Vecna, I mean, it stands to reason perfectly well to me that there might have been others. There might have been others like the Derolos. People that were necromancers, they were affiliated and oriented towards Vecna, but just didn't believe in the mission of the calamity. Dude. This actually may be leading me to believe that this isn't the case, but maybe it is. I don't know. This could be baiting me. This could not be. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's a spoiler. But it would be crazy to find out that the Raven Queen is in the Derolo family tree. Like, there's a direct line of descendancy between Percy and the Raven Queen. She is one of the ancestral Derolos that moved the clan. I don't know if I should call them a clan. The Derolo clan, we'll say. Over to Whitestone and said, hey, we're going to clean up our act. We're going to denounce and forego the necromancy of our past. She gets elevated to death god status. Maybe at the same time that the fucking sun tree is planted. I don't know. And then that's why Percy can talk to her in the blood pool. All I need is one other person to try and talk to the Raven Queen in the blood pool to confirm this theory. But ooh, I'm excited about it. Because that... I'm not even excited because it would make a lot of sense. I think it would make sense, but I'm just excited about it because it'd be so fun. I love the idea of the Raven Queen as an ancient Derolo. That's sick. And the fact that they still have, even to this day, necromantic inclinations, even though they've given up their past, in the same way that the fucking Raven Queen is still managing death. She hasn't escaped her necromantic roots too much either. Is that a muffin? Do you want me to try it?
Do you want me to make you a bad guy on stream?
You want me to make me a bad guy? Oh no, why am I gonna be a bad guy? I'm down. Oh. You know what would make this better? If you just removed all the pumpkin.
Yeah.
That'd make it a lot better.
Key ingredient. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just like pumpkin. It's like that's the banana of it.
Doesn't need it. For reference, if you don't know, I hate pumpkin. Paige loves pumpkin soup, and every time I kiss her after she's had pumpkin soup, it tastes like cigarettes to me. And I know that Paige does not smoke cigarettes. So I know it's the pumpkin. Yeah. And I can tell if she's had pumpkin. I'll be like, yeah, pumpkin today. And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, nah, the cigarettes. Oh, man. I thought you just hate eating in general. I mean, it's annoying, yeah. But, if I'm going to take on an annoying activity, I'd rather, I have preferences. I'd rather go to a minimum security prison than a maximum security, but I can still find prison distasteful. What are we talking about, man? Oh. You know that point about the Ioun temples in the other continents? And I said about human construction aspect, maybe it's the other way, and they avoided wild mount. Or possibly not even avoided. Dude, I could see Taldore. Dude! I've got a bit of a cosmology thought that might answer some questions. And maybe it's not just that Matt placed them where... It probably still is mostly that. But maybe there's an explanation. If this is Taldore, this is Wildmount, this is Marquette, this is Isilra. Pre-First War, everyone starts in here, Isilra. But Vasselheim, everything else gets wiped during the First War. Vasselheim's the only thing that survives, at least according to them. Post-First War, you think that everyone in Vasselheim was really super duper on board with the establishment? No way. So, the people that are maybe a little bit more freaky and funky, they spread out. But we don't know what the other side of the world looks like, so it must not be important. Clearly. They go to Ank'Harel, and they go to Taldore. But that's because Vasselheim doesn't even fuck with even the elemental guardians, right? That's too close to arcane magic. That's too close to the primordial magic. They kick the Pyra out to the volcanoes, and they kick the rest of them out, all the rest of the Ashari. They go, no way, we're letting 4 tribes of you fucking ring Vasselheim. You could take over and fuck up Vasselheim. So Pyra, fine, you can stay. But the others of you, y'all gotta go somewhere else. The necromancers take Ank'Harel. The necromancers take Marquette. And all of the Ashari and elementally oriented folk take Taldore. And then the Ashari manage it well. Or, actually, they don't. Oh my god. The Ashari and Marquette both have issues during the Age of Arcanum. They still got little the Taldore has the elemental troublemakers. And you know what they do? They create the Frost Weald. Those elemental troublemakers during the Second Era, the Age of Arcanum. No. But they're elemental troublemakers because Taldore is elemental. And they're little scamps, and they create the Frostweald. And then Marquette is like, all of these necromancers. Let's do a Spanish Inquisition. And all the necromancers don't go to Taldore because they're already too chock full of elementalists. And so when Marquette kicks out all the necromancers, they all go to Wildmount. And then Wildmount is chillin' for a little while. They're not too big of troublemakers. And honestly, it seems like the necromancers are more of a problem than the elementalists. Because Onkarel, they were describing the Dwendalian Empire as a bit authoritarian. Jamansa Ord is a dictator, right? Like, there aren't elections in Marquette. He's an eternal god king. They're an eternal god king, sorry. They're an eternal god king. Like, Onkarel is pretty dang authoritarian. Close to a theocracy, honestly. He does run a police state. He literally has secret police. So, whereas Taldore seems very democratically oriented. They've got fucking Singorn, they've got Whitestone as a city-state. They didn't have, ostensibly, an authoritarian strongman that went around and conquered the whole continent. And so it seems that the kind of ticking time bomb that was the Elementalists went off, caused the Frostweald, but because it didn't have like a lot of time to build and fester, it was, a stick of dynamite as opposed to a nuke. Whereas the authoritarian strong person that is Jamansa Ord kicked all of the necromancers out of Marquette. They're all sad. They're all fucking angsty, as they already were, but their angstiness goes up to 11. And they all go up to Wildmount. They form Wildmount. And what do we see now? Vecna formed a lab, maybe had some necromantic influences on the continent in general. And now, post-Calamity, post the kicking out of the necromancers, we have a bit of a strongman government in Wildmount with Dwendal. And like a caste system in Draconia. So certainly not the freedom-loving hippies in Taldore. So it's, yeah. I think this could all work. And this is why the Ioun temples that are needed to manage the elemental stuff are only in Vasselheim and Taldore. And maybe that just means that Glintshore ain't an Ioun temple. It's possible. It's certainly possible. I mean, fuck, we have Sphinx Mountain in Taldore, which is just a shrine to the elements. Like, in general. So I think it's not too much of a leap to say that Taldore is elementally oriented, whereas Marquette and Wildmount seem more necromantically oriented. Ooh, it's all coming together. It's all coming together. Oh, it all makes sense. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's almost like Wildmount is an important part of the world that VM hasn't looked at much. I know. Exandria is like LA. You can get everywhere in 25 minutes. Oh, man. I'm not sure who would even be competing for most famous necromancer. It's like Vecna and nobody else with name recognition. Hey, more credit to Vecna. If she can find recognition in a field like no one else, oh boy. The Sun Tree predates Whitestone, if I can recall. But we're not sure if the Derolos predate Whitestone or not. Maybe they do. Oh, I'm sure even great-great-grandma Necromancer was a good person. What, average fan? That's crazy. Oh, man. Was Skeletor a necromancer? Lol. The dragons didn't bother Wildemount much, though, no? This is true. This is true. And what does that say? I don't know. To be fair, they bugged Draconia, which I do think is in Wildemount. But the dragons also mainly stayed on Taldore. It was really just Vorugal that went off to to Wildemount. Delilah might be known in parts of the Wildemount they were in, but they wouldn't be globally known like the dragons. True. Queen Sandarolo. Seems like perfect fodder for a theory stream. Dude, we're too far down the... We're too far down the rabbit hole. And I want to somewhat take the holiday off. And I would want to do this soon. Because I'm energized. Given that the gods only seem to want to communicate to those who follow them, have connections with them, right, Manifollow? I am just waiting. Ooh, I would love a reveal that Percy has a special connection to the Raven Queen. Ooh. And the Plague Doctor Manifollow. Yeah. This is much like Sad Queen Dorolo, where maybe it is I don't know. That's the great thing about this. I don't know if you're just following me down the rabbit hole or if that's real, which is great. As long as I have no idea, no inkling, I love it. Oh, 'cause you're right. Oh. Maybe that's why Raven Queen let Vex get resurrected, because Percy is her great-great-great-grandchild and he's looking out for his friends. It's possible. Maybe every jolly and bright character in adventure just avoid Wildemount so everyone edgy ends up gathering there. Oh, man. Why not take the Pacific round the back? If we're being real, because I can't see it on the map. And that's about as deep as the reasoning goes. Oh, man. We didn't focus on it much because of things, but the Draconian Society was pretty draconian. It's true. I think it says the DM didn't want the party to have to go across the entire world. Look, that's the conclusion that I came to about two streams ago. But maybe there's an explanation. I'm perfectly happy falling back on, hey, the GM put important things where the players were so that they had access to important things. I'm totally down to fall back on that. But if I can find an explanation that works, all the better. They both have depression and they love to hear themselves talk. All right. Let's get back to it. I have a feeling, God, there's going to be more lore. There's going to be more lore. I know it. Oh, no. We're so far from the end. Oh, no.
I want to push almost two-door to Colonial. This definitely has a tall stone archways and tall stained glass windows in places. And a lot of the building's edges and roofs will come to tiny metal spires where points or occasionally flags or tapestries would hang from for the wind. Very different visual feel than anything you've seen over in Taldore. As you guys make your way through the streets in the presentational mode of which Darian has requested, people do stop and stare. You hear whispers, some folks pointing, and some of the patrols kind of gather, just kind of keep a close eye as you pass. No excitement, no parade, no cursing or aggression, just acknowledgement of the arrival of these strangers and a very flashy lord. Eventually, you lead them to the Darrington Estate. This is a large 3-story building surrounded by tall iron pike-topped gates that surround the somewhat octagonal shape of the grounds. The main gate is watched by a single man in a simple leather outfit and a metallic helmet, who, as he sees you approach, he goes, sir, welcome home.
Thank you. Tell the master of the house that we've arrived.
Yes, right away, sir. He opens the gate and rushes off to the front door and disappears inside for a moment. The door opens again, and you see emerging from it a very tall, thin, brass-scaled dragonborn with very fine clothing. His lack of tail speaks of his Ravenite lineage. You recognize this individual as Berthold. He is the servant of the house and quarters, and as he approaches, he goes,
Master Tyrion, it has been some time. Good to see you in good health.
Yes, excellent to see you too, and you've been keeping the grounds quite nice.
Yeah, we've been doing our best.
I take it to you, and he looks over to the woman, Kieran, who earlier is, you, and she goes, yes, I would like to complete my contract.
Very well. Please follow me inside. This way.
The Dragonborn turns around. Like, you see, he almost towers over you. He's this spindling tree of a Dragonborn. And as he leads you into them, he's watching me as he kind of like dip down to enter the interior of the house. Now, as you step inside the estate, you're immediately hit with the smell of musty carpets, wood oil stain, and some scents turned to smoke and embers burning.
Speaking of my early cries, critiques, ooh.
Wood in a fireplace somewhere. You see immediately in the darkly lit interior fine tables and wood-crafted furniture that clutter hallways, holding vases and dried flowers that probably have been in long need of a change. It's eerily silent. It seems, at least on this floor, empty of pretty much all life except for Berthold. He begins to walk up the stairs.
Right this way.
No. And he heads up the second flight of stairs to the very top of the interior of the estate. And there is the very heavy oak door that marks the study quarters of your father. He knocks lightly on the door.
Master Howard, you have some unexpected guests. Including the one you hired to bring your son home. And is he with your son?
There's a pause. You hear a voice on the side say, let them enter. The door creaks open.
Fucking me and Vex thinking the same thing. Ooh. Credit to Matt on this voice. Look at this.
Let them enter. The door creaks open. Berthold kind of steps back.
I'll wait here.
He kind of bows and gestures for you all to step into the room. As you guys step into this study, you see standing right across from you, looking into the fireplace, where you can occasionally hear the crack and the snap of what looked to be a halfway burned fire. A human man in his late 40s. His short blonde hair is receding to the top of his head. You can see kind of the firelight glistening across his, looks to be somewhat oily forehead, and two heavy sideburns that are just kind of an uncombed mass that frame the sides of his very hardened square jaw. He's dressed in a nobleman's coat and breeches, though his shoes are nowhere to be seen, just barefoot on the ground. He looks over and sees you enter and looks towards Tyrion, and his hardened face turns to a kind of a softened smile, and he goes, my son.
Papa?
He looks over to the woman, Kieran's. What I've heard is true, and I thank you for your time. You'll, Berthold will see that you're paid. She nods. There's a nod to you.
You'll wait for us outside the grounds, and we'll give you your next assignment soon.
That is the arrangement.
And she leaves the room, and you hear Berthold kind of walking alongside her and chatting with her about payment sleeves. As soon as they walk on the stairs, he turns and goes, I'm glad to see you all well.
Are you? You sent that woman to kidnap me?
I sent that woman to bring you home, to see that you were safe.
She bound and gagged me and threw me on the back of a horse. That's how you brought me home?
You're a hard man to find when you want to be.
I am literally the least hard man to find. I tell everyone my name, I wear a gold helmet, and I walk around talking about myself.
His smile kind of fades for a moment. He goes,
And yet, you were very far from these lands.
Yes, I was. I was living a new life, as I told you I would. And I was finding myself and becoming someone.
That is good. Just know that I was worried. You fill your head with these fantasies and ideals and step out into the unknown. Do you know how many men and women are found gutted in the streets and left and abandoned to rot away in forests by some bandits at the roadside? Not to mention the various beasts of the wild out there. I was worried about you.
Well, I was in danger.
I mean, you could have sent a letter. Like, I guess we don't know how long Terry was gone. He might have mentioned it at some point. I think it was less than a year before he met up with Vox Machina, and then it's been a year since then, at least. I mean, bro's been gone for a while. This is the method, like, if you can hire the magical bounty hunter, you can scry. Old man. That is... Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know that I'm going to get a lot of direct answers, and I think, and that's okay, because, you know, Sam's going to navigate this in a way that is not necessarily designed to get answers, right? This is a very personal roleplay segment with his dad. But I'd have some questions for the old man, because I don't believe his fucking story. I feel some ulterior motives hiding underneath the surface.
For much of my time away. But that's not a bad thing sometimes. Becoming an adventurer, or whatever I am now, it wasn't supposed to be easy. It was supposed to be hard, and it was. And it had risks. But along the way, I did much, and I stand before you now as a...
Bro, I got a theory. And it's a quick one, too. Imagine that. I think Burbital, whatever the fuck his name, what's his dad's name? Fucking Banderdat. Howard. I think, you know what I think? I think Howard did fucking spy on him. I think Howard did fucking scry. And I think he didn't know where Whitestone is. He might not have even known that he was in Whitestone. But Matt did draw our eye to the similarity between Whitestone, the architecture, and the north of Wildmount. If his dad knew he wasn't in Wildmount, but saw Wildmountian architecture, he might have known that Terry was in the place where the ancient necromantic refugees fled to. But doesn't want to fucking say that. Or, I mean, saw the fucking ziggurat or the siphon in a scry or something. And so doesn't want to say that shit. But that could be the bounty hunter's secret about the ziggurat. Because we know, and this is spoilers I allowed myself to have. The hidden secret of Kryn is ziggurat. She might know that Father Dearest did know that Terry was safe. He probably scries on Terry weekly. And he saw him opening up the Slayer's cake. Didn't give a shit. Saw him doing all the other bullshit that he did in the year. Might have even seen him go to the fucking hells. Who knows? But then, one day, Percy and Terry go downstairs for part of the project. Maybe just to have lunch and contemplate the orb. Who knows? But during one of the periods where his dad tries to scry on him, it doesn't work. It doesn't go through. Because of the anti-magic. And or maybe it does go through, but it's in the crypts, and then he sees him walk into the anti-magic, and fucking this dude is Wild Mountain nobility. If anyone, I think there's a bit of a political conspiracy regarding the Briarwoods. I think fucking King Dwendal and the other fucking people on Animus absolutely knew that the Briarwoods were not dead. I do not think that King Dwendal deluded himself into thinking that the Briarwoods were dead. I think he knew exactly what he was sending over to Taldore. And as a seemingly pretty substantial nobility member, seems incredibly possible that his dad is in on that secret. It's not common knowledge to the peasant, the peasantry, but his dad's in the know. And his dad might have warned fucking Dog the Magic Bounty Hunter, hey, I know that you use a lot of magic devices and tricks. You're going to need to make sure that they're not in the basement. And she goes, why do I need to make sure they're not in the basement? And he goes, there may be an anti-magic zone down there. And she's like, that sounds like a siphon. And he go, That could be the secret that she's keeping. Is that his dad is lying through his teeth, which I think his dad is fucking lying about something. And this could be the thing.
A different man than who left. One who is one who has been through a lot and knows the dangers of the world, but is also a survivor. You know, when I left, I told you I was going to prove myself to you. That I would bring you back stories of my exploits and show you what kind of a man I really was. And I wrote a lot of them down in a book. But I don't think I want to show it to you. Because I don't think you deserve to see it. You never supported me as a child, and you don't now. I mean, financially, yes, but not as a father. And the things I did while I was away, well, the book's a diary now. It's for me, not for you.
Tyrion. While my parenting may have been strict or distant at times, I did not reflect on my care for you. We have a legacy in this family to maintain.
Yes, I know. That's all you seem to care about. I mean, listen.
That's all that matters,
It's
Tyrion.
not all that matters. I know that I carry your blood, and that means a lot to you.
This money that you
And
seem to relish in, that you took without asking the last of our coffers. Your grandfather started this. And I've done everything to maintain this. And your interests, your attention, cannot be brought to learn and maintain this business after me. So I've had to turn to Marianne. It does not mean I don't love you. But you have another purpose in this family. And that's why I brought you here.
And what is that?
And you watch as he's like shaking, his hands are shaking, and he's like fidgeting and scratching his chin and running his fingers through his sideburns.
We're impoverished. I haven't been able to pay our staff in nearly 2 months.
Well, it's a great thing that you paid a bounty hunter 5,000 gold instead of fucking asking, dickhead.
Everything that I had to do to maintain this legacy has come back to bear fruit. And the debt that we owe is vast.
I don't believe you. Where's the money? Where's the family money?
He looks around at the rest of you, and you can see now there's like this trepidation with having this conversation in front of strangers.
It's all right. Bear with me.
He reaches over and grabs off of his desk what looks to be an already opened bottle of some sort of wine. Kind of just takes a quick swig and sets it down. Slumps into his chair in front of the fire and kind of rests his face on his hand and goes,
Everything your grandfather, everything Oberyn built.
I recognize that name immediately. What do I know that name from? It might just be a somewhat common fantasy name. Because I feel like I might recognize it from outside of Critical Role. But I do recognize it immediately. Like, instantly. King of the Fairies. No, I am thinking of the King of the Fairies. Yeah, yes. Oh, yes. I'm thinking of Midsummer Night's Dream. Okay. This is the moment you said that, I was like, King of the Fairies, yes. Clicked into place. Yep, okay. All right, I don't think it's CR related.
It's on the verge of fading away. All the taxes we claim on our lands now go straight to a syndicate that we owe a lot of money to. Unless we find a way to pay off the debts of your father and his father before him, we will all be thrown into the cold or worse. Now, I've seen the storm coming for a while, Terry, and I've spent years trying to coax a family union with the Truskins. You know this. Now, after much toil and diplomacy, they have agreed to wed you to their daughter Lydia. This union will bring our family a renewed avenue to wealth and protection within the Empire. We can stave off this terrible end, and you will be a hero within the family.
I don't understand. The way we lived, the way you talked, made it seem like there was endless money. Forever.
This stems to your lack of respect.
My lack of respect? What happened? How did you ruin us like this?
What is the syndicate you speak of?
His eyes dart to you with a fiery hatred. Like, how dare you speak up right now?
What are you gonna do, fucking old man?
When your grandfather passed, when you were still but a baby, our lands were nearly taken from us from a rival barony, from within the Dwendalian court. Lord Jaifer had found loopholes to revoking our ownership and titles set by Oberyn. And in my panic and necessity, I found an ally in the Myriad.
In the Myriad?
Through a whispered hint, I met a man named Korshad, who ensured our surviving ownership.
Okay, Lord Jafer tried to take Darrington land. I found an ally in the Myriad. Sounds like the Myriad are the syndicate in this case. Too much lore. Through a whispered hint, I met a man named Korshad.
In trade for a partnership with him. I signed.
Oh. Is Terry's dad a fucking warlock? Oh no. Oh no. Is this like a flesh and bones class type syndicate, or is this like a Hells type syndicate? Bro, I think Terry, I don't want to alarm you. I think your dad might have fucked a demon. I don't know.
Not wanting to toss at the time my only child into the street. But as the decades passed, I did not realize in my haste the depths of...
Wait, what?
But as the toss at the time my only child. I did not realize in my haste the depths of the deal that I'd made. With many harvests failing in recent years, the agreement now devours our livelihood from within. They now demand our accrued debt paid in full, or they take full ownership of everything.
Like your souls?
I'm having trouble wrapping my head around this. You're saying everything I've lived has all been built on this deal with this shady group? You're a criminal?
No.
You're just a criminal.
No. It is built on what we built as a family.
We didn't build anything as a family.
We did, and nearly had it taken away. I did this to maintain it. And I let you live as you all deserve to live.
But Papa, you never told me any of this. You were cold to us, and you told us a bare minimum of what you did and how you ran things.
I
And maybe
hoped
we're trying
to find a way to fix this before I needed to. Yet here I am, prostrate before my own child, broken, and he starts like, tears just pour down his cheeks, like, just trying to make it right.
I didn't know any of this. How would I? And now I have to fix it for you? By marrying some girl?
It's a marriage of convenience.
That's still a marriage.
Dude, I forgot until Terry just said it. The way that he said girl, I was like, oh, right. I forgot Terry's gay. That is an extra layer of suck on top of this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It means nothing more than political gain. Your life is still yours to live.
No, it's not. I have to be here. I have to be with her. I have to live in her castle or she in mine. Listen, I've learned a lot from these people over the last year and so. And the one thing I've learned is that you are who you are, whether you have a lot of money or not. And I don't have that much anymore. And I'm still okay with that. And it's not because of the things I own, it's because of the deeds that I do. You've done some bad deeds in your life, and it sounds like you've done them to preserve our family and preserve our legacy, but that's not a reason to do them.
He leans forward to you and looks at you with an honest, more honest than you've seen him, very vulnerable expression. Every man and woman who has money has done bad things.
Yes, I'm sure that's true. And I assume I'm somehow complicit in this.
You are not. I tried to keep you and your sister and your mother as innocent as I could. I'm back to a wall now.
I'll have to think about this.
Think on it. The choice is still yours. I would not force you into this, but...
Yeah, wild to hear there are no ethical billionaires from a medieval burger. Oh, man, that is, I mean, he's trying to lay it on the table for Terry now. Man. This is interesting. I know everything that I would be doing if I were in any of the other party members' shoes. First step, shut the fuck up. Let him process this. Second step, if he asks you what you think, yeah, you buy his debt from the Myriad. Not only is that like, and I don't even mean like give them an infusion of cash so that they can pay off the loans, but now they owe you. I mean, let's go talk to the Myriad and talk about what can be done. Because now you've taken it from a financial TikTok into a D&D adventure. We're gonna go talk to some shady criminal organization that also kind of seems supernaturally coded, but I'm not entirely certain. And we're going to try to convince them to forgive Terry's debt so that he doesn't have to go into an arranged marriage. That's got D&D quest written all over it. Assuming that I, didn't know that the end of the campaign was approaching or anything like that. However, if I'm Terry, I don't know what I do. I don't know what I do from a inhabiting his character POV. I don't know what I do from a like playing the game and thinking about the overall story and like my place and pacing within it. You know, my time for like personal quest development versus the party. I don't know. I think I'd have an initial conversation in fiction, and then I honestly might ask to end the session. Well, I say early. I mean, it's 3 hours and 3:45. It's not that much early. And I might have to end the session so that I can think about it and like talk to the other players between. If I'm honest, this is yeah, I would be really debating it. Yeah. Buying the debt outright is good in fiction, but it's boring in game, at least assuming it's that easy. Yeah, if they tried to do that, I would probably have the Myriad, if I was the DM, I would probably have the Myriad find out about what happened. They're a criminal organization. I mean, I bet fucking big willowy Dragonborn is in their pocket personally. He's narking on everything that Darrington does. And I would have them say, like, if Vox Machina wants to give us our money, they can do it themselves. We do not accept other people's money from you.
It is a chance. I just wish you to contemplate.
What have you done to our name? Do people know of this?
No.
And if I marry this girl, it'll just all go away?
If you marry this girl, you'll have the influence and the wealth to pay this debt.
Yeah, and I'm sure that the moment that you get into this arranged marriage and her family finds out that your family is destitute and that you were just doing this to drain their house of money because of your poor financial management, I'm sure that your new arranged wife is gonna just love you so much. Gonna be the best of friends. I'm sure she won't hate your fucking guts for dragging her house down and throwing good money after bad. I'm sure you guys will have a long and fruitful partnership, even if it isn't romantic. That's exactly how this will go.
Cut ties with the Myriad entirely. We would be a free family once more.
How much debt are we talking?
The last demand we were given was 230,000 gold.
Not far. It's a lot.
Is there any other way than marriage that you can think of?
I've exhausted the options I have at my disposal.
What if we just wipe out the Myriad?
He laughs.
Far too big.
So do I.
I mean, dude, they could. They're all laughing about this. They could. Unless this fucking organization is like, I don't know, 5,000 dudes in a field and they fight Vox Machina all at once. Find their headquarters and drop a meteor storm on their ass. What the fuck are they gonna do about it? Remember, they're basically gods. I mean, it depends on what type of criminals these are. They would be operating in a foreign country if they tried to do it. That has not stopped them before. I mean, yeah, but like, it wouldn't be the worst thing VM did. Probably not top 3 worst things. Yeah. I mean, would it have an explicitly good effect? Probably not. Like, creating power vacuums in already destabilized regions is not really a recipe for stable government. But when has Vox Machina cared about stable government? They were going to turn him on over to the Clasp. So, I don't see anything wrong with the idea of just taking the Myriad out. I mean, at least right now. Maybe we'd learn something. And they're laughing. Shut the fuck up. Fight Keyleth as an air elemental and then laugh at the idea. Dick.
You underestimate the sheer size and how ingrained they are in the society here.
You haven't seen how ingrained we are, dude.
This is no guild. Wildmount is the Myriad.
Oh.
In the West.
Yeah.
Oh.
And if I say no, and they take.
Well, I guess that's a little different. Fucking Vox Machina getting a fucking snapshot of what they would have created if they let the clasp run things.
All of our possessions and our estate, everything. What then? We're ruined.
We're on the street. We are but beggars within our own city, at the mercy of those we've been taxing.
Oh no! What? Someone collecting interest and money just based off of a pre-existing relationship that you had little to no control over, except you did have a little bit of control over it. Oh no, what will you ever do? I guess you'll have to rely on all the rent you charge. Dang. Hi. Maybe 30 minutes? I told you today was going to be a long one.
I am. Started so early, I thought.
I had a lot to watch.
I don't want to deal with that situation.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, man. VM doesn't care. Wow, I became such a VM hater since I started watching these streams. VM would only have to kill a few 100,000 people. Easy. Wildmount isn't that big. Well, no, now that it's the entire country, I simultaneously am like, oh yeah, Vox Machina can't deal with that. But also, dude, if the Myriad is Wildmount, oh no, I have troubles with the government. Please help me. I'm sure that this temporary Band-Aid will fix my chronic misspending. Bail me out, Terry. What the fucking assurances does Terry have that if he does this, his dad's not going to be out on the street anyways in 2 years? And now he's hitched to some chick who is also going to hate him. This seems like a lose-lose for Terry. You gotta work out a financial plan with your father. You have to say, okay, if I'm gonna do this, Dad, here's what's gonna happen. You are going to leave the running of our estate to Marianne. You're going to come back to Whitestone with us, and you're going to take a weekly financial literacy class with Vexalia. And he'll be like, what? The little elf girl? And he'll be like, that's what I thought, but she's actually very good with money. And we're going to teach you how to not fuck this up. All right? She went from an orphan to a fucking gajillionaire in Taldore. More than he could have ever hoped to do. He pulled the classic, make a fortune, become a millionaire. All you have to do is start as a billionaire. Good for you. Let's come and take a class with Vexalia for a little bit. Oh my God. I will also say, to get a little bit away from my investment in the story, I will say, I think that I would not be talking a lot if I was any of the other players. And I feel even kind of weird leveling this amount of critique, but it's more like an improv acting critique. Sam does use silence often. We saw it a lot in Bard's Lament, where he would let sentences hang for a while. And I think that's what he was doing when Vex and Pike jumped into it. It's not that big a deal. But I do picture myself being there and talking for Terry, and I'm like, ugh. I don't know about that. Guys, come on. Dad did imply the debt started before him, i.e. at least Grandpa, but how reliable is the narrator? The person who is massively in debt, but still hired a bounty hunter for 5,000 gold, rather than write a letter to his son? By the way, I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but fucking 5 over 230. That's fucking 2% of their debt. He spent 2% of their debt on a bounty hunter rather than paying for postage. Boy needs Econ 101 desperately. They do not teach financial literacy like they used to in Wildmount.
How could you do this to us?
Because I loved you. I loved you all. And I did what was necessary.
You never told us that.
You obviously didn't.
You always talked about bloodline.
Can I just say, you obviously didn't. Like, when Terry was growing up, you clearly at least had the money and the resources to pretend as if this issue wasn't happening. And it is clearly worse now than it was then. So you obviously didn't do what was necessary. You did what was convenient, you fucking coward.
Lines and legacies and the Darrington name.
What are we doing?
But you never told us you were proud. You
Oh,
never
also
comforted us. You never cared what I wanted to do or who I wanted to be. I'm cursed with this name now, Darrington. You've sullied our name by enforcing these taxes and just being an asshole to everyone around our whole city. And now I have to live with it. Or marry this girl to save it. Listen, I'm sorry I left, and I'm sorry I took all that gold. I did not know it was everything.
Yeah. If we had found out that Terry knew that was everything, absolutely, Terry's an asshole here. You let him do that. And be gone for a year. What did you think was gonna happen? You had a lot of fucking irons in the fire that all fell through? His dad sounds like a fucking idiot.
But what you're asking me is... I'll need to think. I'm sorry.
I'll do that at least. I never claimed to be a good man. I never claimed to be a good father, good husband. But I can try to be better, can't I?
What the fuck
Yes,
do you think
you
you're
can.
doing right now? It's not that.
I'm gonna go see Mother and Sister. My friends stay here tonight.
Of course. And enjoy the grounds all you can.
Fucking
Let's go, Shaq.
sulky little...
Where do you meet with him?
Ugh.
It's been some time. But,
I've distrusted people more than I distrust Howard. I don't think I've immediately found an NPC so distasteful. And look, if he was just bad with money, but he at least knew his son to the level to understand what a dick move this is and not do this, if he came to Terry and was like, I need your help, you're kind of in with some really rich people now, right? Like, you have connections that could help us prolong this debt. I am asking, will you use those connections? That'd be one thing. That'd be, it's awkward and it would be tough for Terry, but he knows Terry so little as to not understand that Terry's gay and that he is asking him to do something substantial after he left to not do all of this right now. If he said, hey, I'm happy that you've gone and made yourself your own man. In fact, you're more successful than I have been. Will you help me? I'm coming to you with charity. But it still has to be his fucking plan. It still has to be, you gonna marry the girl that I choose because I'm Big Pants Man. All right? I don't fuck with Big Pants Man. All right? I mean, I said it when Tyrion came in. I maybe had some inklings that Terry has daddy issues in maybe some similar ways to me. And, find this dude pretty fucking distasteful. That's what I'm gonna say. Matt is so good at making you feel about an NPC how he wants you to feel about them. Oh yeah, starting with the silky smooth voice. I thought I was gonna be on Howard's side at first. I thought, oh shit, maybe we're about to discover that Terry really royally fucked things up and just has not self-reflected about it. No, it's Howard's fault. Oy, oy, oy. I'm so jealous of this. Like, half the time my players react to my NPCs at least a little different than I expect. You want to know something? I'm with you, and I recently introduced some NPCs, and I really tried to think about, like, what would Matt do? I've talked about this a little bit off and on, and I thought about it during prep. I thought about it during play. I thought, because I've said the social pillar, I think, is probably my weakness, especially visual characterization, sounds, noises, visual and audio characterization, honestly. I think I'm all right at the body language. And I think it worked. Like, my players reacted much more along the lines of how I thought they would and how I wanted them to. So I will agree that he is good at it, and, yeah, it works. At least if you're really actively trying, you know? Pretty sure he knows Terry likes men. There was the incident with his tutor. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Holy shit. To give him the barest smidge of credit, based on the tavern scene, it does seem like Terry was unsure. Like, Terry might have thought that he was bi, but that's in large part because his dad shut down his exploration of his sexuality because of the tutor incident. So even Terry, like, not really fully knowing by this point, is in a lot of ways on Howard. I'm not gonna fully, like, say that Howard's, like, knew what he was doing, but that doesn't remove culpability. Ugh. Ugh. Oy, oy, oy. Ugh. Yeah, fuck Howard. Fuck this guy. The only reason I am not actively like, yeah, just fuck this guy, leave him in the dust, is because at the end of the day, he is his dad. And I don't think that that means that Terry, like, owes something to him in this case. Maybe except for all the, you know, money that he borrowed at the beginning of this. Maybe he owes that. But I don't know. It'd be hard. I feel for Terry here. I feel for Terry. It's a really hard decision when your dad has so just monumentally fucked up. And even in his begging is still trying to control the situation. I don't know what you do with that as Terry, because you'd want to help him. You want to help Mother and your sister and ultimately him. He's still blood. But man, it's a great dilemma. It's a great dilemma, especially with what has been set up about Terry. I thought that, like, my expectations for what would happen if Terry ever went home was that he would be, like, trying to prove himself to his dad, and that it would go quite a lot like the beginning of this scene went, where he would say, fuck you, Dad, I don't need to prove myself to you. And then his dad was just, you know, going to be like a pompous dick about it, and that would be that. And, like, maybe it would be more complicated with his mom and his sister, and his dad would still, like, want to exert an amount of control over the situation, but he would just, like, it would be the ultimate thing would be that that there was nothing that Terry could do to earn his respect, right? That's where I thought this was going. This is a way stronger dilemma. And you don't always want a strong dilemma. That's not like the right answer at the end of every rainbow. But I think it's a good end of the rainbow for Terry, especially because a lot of his character growth was done off screen, but I was still convinced by it. Like, I think it was handled well. But if his arc sort of ended without too much aplomb, or, you know, with a pretty straightforward decision, which was, you know, like, I've talked mountains of praise on Grog and Craven Edge. But, like, you know, let's be real. Like, Craven Edge killed Grog. And, like, yes, Grog made the right decision. He came to the right realization, and he has lived that day in and day out. But that's only interesting because he's had time to live that out and to show that the relatively straightforward end of his arc is now affecting his life in, like, day-to-day decisions and activities. His entire life after Craven Edge is the dilemma. It is, I have these instincts that say that I need to value my own personal strength over the strength of my friends and my connections, and the growth is continuing to reject that day in and day out. Terry doesn't really have enough time in, you know, the last 30 episodes to really substantially show that. And so giving him a huge dilemma, like a really substantial, meaty dilemma at the end of his arc, kind of frees them a little bit from needing to have those, like, consistent decision points. In fact, it's kind of the opposite. It's going to be easy for Terry to do whatever he chooses here, right? He makes the choice, it's done, and he has to live with it. He doesn't really have the option to regress like Grog does. Grog could regress tomorrow. Scanlan could regress. Vax, any of them. In fact, Vex arguably goes in and out of regressing, and his, you know, arc kind of looks very like a fucking sine wave. It's going up, but slowly. That's just the trend, right? He doesn't. This decision is huge, and also does not require future decision making or regression. Possibly even worse, he just has to live with it, even if he thinks he did the wrong thing later.
If you wish to seek him out, ask for who you can speak with the many.
The many?
Within the Grumpy Lily.
Grumpy Lillian?
The Grumpy Lily. You know this to be one of the seedier bars in town.
Oh.
And I'm asking to speak with the many.
Wishing to speak with the many.
All right.
Well, good to see you. Have a good afternoon.
I'm glad you're safe.
Thank you. It's good to see you again.
You too. More than you know, my son.
Do we leave the room?
Yes, let's leave the room.
Cut that out with a knife.
Okay, here's the thing though. You said he hated you, and he didn't seem like he hated you at all.
He's acting differently than I recall. It's been a while. I'm not used to seeing him like this, and honestly, I just don't know how to take it.
You can't marry that bitch.
You can't marry her.
Well, it seems like I have to.
No, you don't.
We're gonna fix this.
Grog.
We're gonna make it
Grog
right.
says I do.
No.
Yeah, simplest, like, the shortest distance between two
2 points.
Yep, is
Marriage.
marriage.
You're getting so smart, Grog.
I know.
So smart.
Don't be jealous.
I know something about marriage, correct?
You've encountered them once.
Yeah.
Back in Stillben, the very beginning of your adventures. The very beginning.
I will say, Terry,
Yes. Yes, I remember. Are the Myriad the ones that summoned Chris Athul? Am I remembering that right? Oh my god, it is. Told him he's hiring them to investigate a new business conglomerate called the Myriad. I mean, bro, fucking Matt's just teeing it up for me, bro. At this point, a fucking stillborn god in a planar rift? That's just a new high-flying technological innovation, baby. This is the future. Put on your tape deck and put on your shades and get your cool leather jacket because we're going to the future. Necromancy, elemental magic, boom, combined. We're gonna combine them in a new deity you've never heard of before. His name is Chrysothol. And only it's gonna be fucking disrupted by a couple of pesky kids. I would have gotten away with it too if it hadn't been for them. It's so easy, dude. You're saying that the extreme strong-arm authoritarianism, when you don't have an immortal god king, doesn't work, and it maybe encourages some seedier elements within to slowly fill the organizations that head up the country and slowly corrupt them from the inside, bleeding them dry before ultimately escaping to the Bahamas? Matt really is going into fantasy here. Allegory in my D&D? And making them techno-futurists by giving them the cutting edge in Arcana tech? I mean, next you'll tell me that this is somehow related to Dresvina and Golomancy. Wait a minute. It's all just coming together now. We did the hard work earlier, fellas. It's just dunk after dunk at this point. They put a step stool for me.
I think you are. Wait, you?
He wasn't with us yet. We had that other guy that he was playing.
Rusty Trombone.
Rusty trombone.
He was a weird character
Yeah,
choice.
that's a strange thing.
That's a good name for an artificer. As you exit the study and close the door behind you, left in the cold, quiet silence of the house, you continue your conversation.
Where's your sister? She might have
I
another.
don't know. She's
How much
kind
money
of.
did you take when you left?
I thought a meager amount, 50,000 gold.
It's a lot.
But not.
But I mean, considering the debt that they're in,
I mean, that's literally more than my
quarter.
entire tribe owns.
well, we have a lot more than that in our
I was
Podcasts.
missing
Yeah.
I
out.
know. We own more than my tribe owns.
I own more than your tribe owns.
I know. I will say, Terry, I think you are special. You have very large dangling bits,
Thanks.
along with your earring,
Thank
but
you.
very large other bits.
Thank you.
We were working on that particular compliment, and
Yeah.
I feel like we have a little way to
It
go.
just got awkward.
Is it
It got
all
really
right?
awkward.
No, it's
No?
okay. I'll take it.
I thought that was a
Take it.
compliment.
No, but she did good. That
Are
was
you
good.
cool with your sister?
We need to get you out more.
Thank you.
No, I'm not cool with my sister.
Well,
She's not that great.
she married?
Do you think she knows about this?
Your mama.
I guess. I suppose she knows about this.
And the last time you spoke with her was when you left, I'm
Yes,
assuming?
that's right. She was being groomed as the heir to the family, and I was being shut out. My mother is here somewhere, too. She's pretty quiet.
What do you want to do?
I guess talk to them, but I mean, we can't go after the myriad. They're powerful and
Yeah,
dark.
what if we offer services?
Yeah,
They'll
that's
excuse part of the debt.
No, I mean, he offered services, and look where it got him.
Do you know Lydia?
You've never met Lydia in your life. You don't even know what she looks like.
I'm not even sure if that's something that should be entertained.
Okay,
I mean, we could go talk to
Percy.
them. But I don't see how that's going to change anything.
Maybe she's just like a really cool girl that won't be into
I'm sorry. The head Whitestone assassin is going to stand on a moral high ground right now about cavorting with criminals. Percival. Not entertained. Fucking grab some pearls, dude. Come on.
you and you can just hang out and be besties?
Gross.
Hey.
No, I mean, I like being besties with you. I don't want some rando.
Oh. I thought he was talking to Lydia. I got confused. That's my bad. That's my bad. Fair enough. Okay.
It's not fair to her either.
It's not.
I'm fucking on a hate
Honestly,
streak,
maybe we should
bro.
just go talk to her first. Maybe.
Lydia?
No, she's in like a whole other town.
The girl? The other girl that
You're
you're
not
supposed
gonna
to
marry
marry?
her. Okay?
Why not?
Because if he wants to be a better father to you, then he's going to let this go and not let you do this. If that means him being out on the street, that's my opinion.
That's harsh.
Everything he is his status, though. This place, where he lives, his servants. If he's got nothing, then he'll die.
Sometimes when you let that go, only then are you able to truly live.
Deep.
That is
Some shit right there.
maybe true, but listen, I've been working on this for a year, and I'm starting to get really nervous. I'm down to my last few bits of gold, and I don't know how that would feel to run out.
I mean, I don't even have any money, you know.
I haven't got it.
Hey, because you gave it all away.
Oh, in
There's-
my pocket.
Technically, I
money?
need more money.
I've got a ton
I'll
of
tell you what
money.
money is.
Money just gives you everything you want.
Best. It's the best thing.
And you're thrifty, you're good.
No, I'm not thrifty.
Yes, you are.
No.
Tyrion, I've seen you make amazing things. You can survive. You've been to the depths of the watery abyss, and you've lived. Kind of.
Kind of. That's
I'm
a
just
bad
feeling we should
example.
be
It was
taking
a
a lot
bad
more money from
example.
Thodak. I mean, if we'd have just taken more money, everything would be fine right now.
I feel like
No, that's not the lesson of the story, you guys.
Yeah, money would have solved
Should
this.
have bankrupted Iman.
230,000 more would have solved this.
Yeah.
No, I mean he's right. That money would have solved
Percy!
this. But that's not the lesson.
That's not the lesson.
Keyleth is right.
I don't have an alternative for the lesson. It's just not the lesson.
We're here. We can figure out a way out of this. We're smart. We're clever. We're powerful. And what's one more, Cliff?
Yeah, we're gods.
We're
Not
gone.
again.
No,
No,
no, you say that. I said that.
I say we go talk to
Squishy gods.
the many.
Yeah, let's go talk to the many.
Oh my God.
I understand this is very complicated. Are we really looking for a solution to fix several generations of your family's misdeeds? It sounds like
Sorry.
your father, your grandfather have been
Oprah.
navigating murky waters for some time.
I want to find out what your sister knows.
I don't know what the right decision is either. You married this woman to fix decades of terrible decisions.
Ill-gotten gains.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily see how two wrongs right anything here. It's just
Agreed.
really kicking the ball down the road while you make another random human being you have not met miserable.
That's right.
Is our time better
Well,
served?
I would assume that I would be a fine husband.
I mean,
to
you'd be
her.
amazing.
Oh,
I feel like I'd be okay.
You'd be so much
You'd
fun.
be
The
the
best.
best.
really
Like,
good
she's super,
blondies
super lucky.
and many things besides blondies as well.
Oh, this is so depressing. I'm not even going to pretend that this is true. Absolutely not. No.
It's not happening.
You'll be miserable, and that will make her miserable.
Yes, that's true. So if we know that that's not happening, then we deal with the problem.
All right, yeah, he was talking
left
about
behind,
marriage.
which is, do we worry about your family's life, their safety? Are they safe here, or are they going to be eaten alive?
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'll be 100% with you. Unless you can find a way to get the Myriad to forgive the debt. Like, let him take everything. Take Terry's family, relocate him to Taldore. Clearly, there's not a lot of fucking travel and communication between the two places. Fucking put him over in Taldore. I fucking set him up as a minor noble that have some fucking strict oversight. Make him a middle manager in the fucking Grey Hunt. I don't know. So that he still feels like he's got something, you know? And then, you know, one sketchy sister is already heading up the estate. Maybe make Terry's sister the fucking treasurer. Won't be any worse than what's going on now. And then let the Myriad take the entire estate. Maybe make a deal with them that, you know, they make sure they don't take any, like, the people or anything. Yeah, man, you can work at the Slayer's Cake, of course. Have him be the manager of the Slayer's Cake. JB is not management material. Let's be honest. You need better people skills. And I'm sure that she can get there. Don't get me wrong. And I mean, this guy's old. She'll outlive him. Have her train. He has some managerial experience. He can manage the Slayer's Cake. Low stakes. Maybe it runs their business into the ground, but I'm sure that Vex will make sure it doesn't happen like that. JB learns some stuff. He kicks the bucket. She takes over. This seems like bing, bang, boom, we've got a solution. All right. All you have to make sure is that, like, the employees of the estate aren't, like, part of the deal with the Myriad. Just give them all the property. Give them the assets. They'll be fine. They're already the entire government, according to him, so what fucking harm is it gonna do? Come on. You kick them a favor for their troubles? I'm sure that they'd love to have a favor from the fucking dragon slayers over here. Come on. You allude to high-level characters being gods, and chat had a lot of fun when you were accidentally doing the meme before Keyfish. That is funny. I never thought about that. Dude, they are! I've just... Mega is Keyleth. Look. They are as much of gods as fucking Crystal Thole was. I'll tell you that much. Ay. I honestly don't trust him that much. Well, yeah, that's why you sandwich him between two people you do trust, which I guess isn't JB necessarily. But you sandwich him between two people. Person below him you trust, person above him you trust. That way they can keep him in line. She's doing research in the... Oh, she is doing research in the library. That's true. It's true. Person bad at managing money being manager over a lifelong thief. What could go wrong? When they have Vex watching their ass, maybe she'll reform them. We're looking to lower recidivism here, all right? And if there is someone that can teach these two people in desperate need of good financial skills, it's Vex. Slayer's Cake seems like the best place for him. Right between the real Hilda and Vex. Yes, exactly. What would you say you do here? Me do? If I'm Terry? I got too much warlock in me. I'm going to talk to the myriad. I got too much. I'm like Percy. I'm like, we're smart, we're clever, we're gods. I still kind of think we can take them fucking down from the inside, but don't let anyone else know that.
I assume they are not safe here. We have to convince them to leave or protect them somehow or make a deal to at least protect them in poverty.
Perhaps
we
we
just
negotiate terms.
Talk to the myriad. Talk to Korshad and see what we can do. Maybe he needs something.
I'm sure
and we can provide it.
It's like a pretty big matzo ball, that.
We are bad news for anybody like that. And I'm sure it would be worth their time to get us out of town, possibly get you out of town. You can't be good for business.
All right. Well, a quick stop to talk to my sister.
Yes.
Possibly, and then let's go at least investigate this person, this contact.
God, this sucks.
I appreciate you all being here for me. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that this was going to happen, and I don't want... If you fellows want to go back and just continue on, I can solve this.
No, man. You're one of us now.
Just next time you get abducted by a bounty hunter, give us some warning, would you?
I'll try.
Like you do.
Maybe I should sleep with bells on.
That would be a good idea. That's a good idea.
You're halfway there.
Percy, can you make me some?
Some bells.
Yeah, from
Absolutely.
sleeping bells.
I'm going to regret this, but
Don't
yes.
do it, man. They try to make me wear bells. Don't let them hold you down.
But you like that hat?
I like that you approve of the arranged marriage, but it's the bells that really...
Yeah, you don't get to keep eyes on me at all hours of the day.
Yes, keep you.
All right, I'll walk through the place and
Grog,
look for
the privacy advocate.
It'll pick up there for next week.
Sorry.
Oh my god, after all that time, the fucking Ed snuck up on me. I didn't even see it coming. Holy shit. We did it. Let's do the post session before I lose steam.
No man, no man.
Yeah. All right, we'll pick this
That's
up.
not what I expected.
Me neither.
Oh yeah, I never seen Office Space.
Mercer.
Matthew Mercer.
What?
Matthew
You're aware of
Mercer.
taking our backstories that we think we've created and then just flipping it on us. It's amazing.
Nothing happens.
Oh no, Grog jumped off a roof and died.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was it 1,000 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah,
About that
all right.
feet.
Now
No,
what that feels like.
He actually can take that much damage, though.
Yeah, I was right there. Some point.
360 points.
Oh, I wasn't saying that it would take me a half an hour to watch it. I thought that there was a half an hour of the show left. I would have never predicted half an hour, regardless of the fact that I did actually hit it. I'm not nearly foolish enough to have placed that bet on me? No.
Yeah, rating reduced to half. Yeah.
Technically, I don't think falling damage counts as weapon damage. I don't know if you can take half damage.
Well, no,
on that.
bludgeoning it would. Bludgeoning.
Damn it.
Let's all take this.
Oh, half damage.
How many hit points?
A lot.
Damn. You have a lot.
She doesn't like to brag.
Well,
Awesome, guys.
Oh my god.
damn.
next week.
All right.
See where this goes.
I am.
I can't believe I went pee 5 minutes before the show.
Not even.
Waited 5
Not a lot of real
minutes.
sound family
It's not like you ever
structures
know
in
when the
our
show's
campaign.
actually. Nothing happened other than
Shitty families.
Man, huh? That's so crazy. What? The vagabonds that go around killing things have family issues? No. That's crazy.
everything you missed.
His sister?
Yeah,
What does
we're
that
gonna
say?
talk
All right, cool.
Mom was great.
Yeah, Mom was real
She
great.
was the best.
I love every fucking moment of my backstory, man. I'm so excited to this shit.
Yeah.
Bonus
Man.
backstory.
guys keep creating. You act like you didn't hand me backstories with traumatic relationships with your parents already.
You're so dark, Matthew. Why do you make shit up?
Years ago.
One fucking page.
I take what I'm given and I extrapolate.
Yeah, you do.
Amazing giant divided dice bag that got sent
You
to
came
me.
up with most of that shit just off
Yeah,
on like
it's
your own,
pretty
right?
great. I love that
you
it's
didn't
like,
write it
of
down.
course.
Some of it I had. Yeah, no.
Yeah, you have a lot of it. Then giving some of this.
Marion, I mean, off the cuff.
No, I think I had their names written down.
Yeah, you
Marion's really funny.
Alrighty, guys.
For anyone who's been
Anyone my
asking,
age, Marion's really funny.
I am okay. I'm okay. I did not leap off the cliff out of some weird parallel allegory.
I thought it was just because your Logan's Run crystal started flashing.
Great. It's not a cry for help. It's not a cry for help.
Just need you guys.
I thought it was gonna be dope. That's it. I just thought it was gonna be cool as shit.
No.
And then it wasn't.
No, and then
God, the internet needs to chill, bro. Like, I get it. I have to I have to, you know, occasionally pull myself back from parasociality, but jeez, man.
it absolutely was full of shit. What are you talking about? That's the kind of shit that makes D&D. Are you kidding me?
Or late night cheeseburgers is pretty much the cry for
Yeah,
help.
you'll know
It was a
if
great
it's a cry for
takeoff.
help.
It's 1 a.m.
Great takeoff.
Cheeseburger.
Action was amazing. The finish, though, the landing.
Just stuck a landing.
You know,
Everyone will
not the
remember
fault,
Goldfish's
it's
entry into the ocean for like 5 minutes. Everyone's gonna remember Keyleth splattering across the rocks forever. So,
That goldfish wouldn't have remembered it very long either.
Damn. You know what I'm thinking right now? Fucking, how do they do it? How do they do it? What a fucking spot on prediction. Everyone's gonna remember the keyfish forever.
I've got this great trick, but I can only do it once.
in my head, I was an awesome cartoon,
no, it was
and it
awesome.
worked. Yeah.
And honestly, like,
until the end.
and it
Reality-
got under the dice. Once again, like always, if I rolled
Yeah,
lower than 50%,
totally
I would have been
down to
fine.
those 100d6 dice, yeah.
Well, I meant like
Totally
the
down
percentage
to
dice is what I meant. But anyway. All right, guys. Have a good night, a good weekend. Rest well. We'll see you guys next week. And
Is it Thursday yet? Woo! I'm tired. But that was a fun one, man. That was a fun one. I came in with a certain amount of, I think like a raw amount of energy to talk about what happened last session. But then the conversation was very chill and respectful. And so I didn't get a lot of that energy out talking about that. You were all too cool about it. And so then I was a little bit up. I had to release it. Like Zuko. I don't know. I've been building fucking Avatar magic decks. I haven't eaten anything today. I just remembered. I was going to get a banana on one of the breaks and then I forgot. I'm going to go eat something. And that was dope. This was a great stream. I had a ton of fun. This is sick. Oh man. I'm also glad I knew what it was going to be before going into it. I prepped myself for today. I was like, it's going to be a long one. And it was. Go eat something, dude. Food's so needy. I don't like it very much. It's just there. I'm going to go have a banana and a potato. Thank you all for joining. I will see you not on Friday, not over the weekend, in fucking Monday. I wish I could chat these streams from the start, but time zones. Yeah. I'm thinking about trying to start an even if I notice that a stream is going to be short, I might try to start it even later to help with like Asia, Australia. I've been more wibbly wobbly about time zones to try and give more of a spectrum. I'm talking because I'm talking off of momentum. I'll see you all later. Happy Thanksgiving. Goodbye. I'll see you later. Goodbye.